off hopefully a good crowd and find a way to get a win. And then you kind of recalibrate everything and look at it. And a bowl is essential. You have to find it. And who would have thought we'd be talking like that? But it is what it is.
Coach Brown will talk about recalibrating some of those expectations a little bit later on, but Deem, something that you mentioned just a moment ago, the defensive issues and the missed tackles that Carolina had suffered through in the Florida State game. I want to play this clip here from Coach Brown on some of the defensive issues the Tar Heels have had from his vantage point.
Coach Bateman, I think we're about as simple as we can get. So I'm not sure. I know we moved a few people around at safety, and but we cannot continue with communication problems, period, 100%. It's got to stop. And if I went into detail with you, you'd be shocked at some of the reasons one of the touchdowns happened. I've never heard it before in 33 years. I mean, it's just crazy stuff. So, but we gotta fix it. Good teams don't do crazy stuff. They get them beat, and we got to fix that.
Now, Deems, when Coach Brown says something happened that he hadn't encountered in 33 years, I don't suppose you have any idea what he's referencing, do you?
I do not, because he's got a lot more experience than I do. But that's got to be something where two guys end up in the – it's not something, as simple as two guys ending up in the A-gap. You know, there is the thing that really bothers me and frustrates a lot of fans that are really kind of micro-analyzing things is communications issues with an experienced team is unacceptable, and I think Coach Brown said that. So let's not beat that horse anymore. If he's seen something he hadn't seen in 33 years on defense, and he says we're simple, I'm saying you're not simple. And I know Coach Brown very well. I came to practice Wednesday. We talked. He is not happy, and he can take up, and he's going to guard his coaches. He's going to do whatever he has on communication issues, offensively, defensively. But if you're simple and you're missing communications, you're not being simple enough. Then you have to really simplify even more. Couple coverages, couple fronts, and let's go play football, because we have enough talent to compete with anybody in the country, 11 on 11. And communication issues are the problem. We stop communicating tough stuff, and we go with very simple. If they're very simple right now, then we have to get players in there that are smarter, because communication is nothing but concentration, intelligence, and knowing where you're doing, and practice and preparation. It doesn't have anything to do with athletic ability. And if you're not athletic enough, that's one thing you can't really help. But you can help being able to learn a signal and being in the right spot when the ball's snapped.
That's Deems May. I'm Dave Nathan. We are coming to you live from the Carolina Club, and our coverage is brought to you in part by our good friends at Bojangles, who remind you that it's football season and it's time to tailgate, and of course it's always bow time. As you make your way to Kenan Stadium this afternoon, stop by your nearest Bojangles, home of the original tailgate special. That's Bojangles, your official Tar Heel tailgate headquarters. Weather looks like it'll be a little better than it was a week ago. Temperatures currently in the low 80s. We expect a little more cloud cover as the afternoon wears on, and game time tends to be somewhere in the low to mid 70s, which is just fine this time of the year. And again, should be a good setting here for Carolina and Miami. We'll continue to break down this matchup. More from Coach Brown, more from Deems as well. It's countdown to kickoff from Learfield.
It's bow time. So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of gas. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea. It's bow time.
Welcome back, Tar Heels. As North Carolina goes back to school, work, and play, let Janney King ensure your facility is properly clean and disinfected for your employees, students, and customers. For schools, food services, hospitals, and office buildings, call Janney King of Raleigh-Durham at 919-852-1555. That's 919-852-1555. Or go to JanneyKingRDU.com. Janney King, the king of clean.
Dunkin' is putting a whole new spin on pumpkin at Dunkin' with our new Pumpkin Cream Cold Brew. Smooth, bold cold brew topped with velvety pumpkin cream cold foam made with cinnamon and nutmeg spices. And there's more pumpkin for you to love, like the delicious fall classic, our Pumpkin Spice Signature Latte. Rich espresso topped with whipped cream, caramel drizzle, and cinnamon sugar. That's how we pumpkin at Dunkin'. Sip into the fall season with the new Pumpkin Cream Cold Brew or Pumpkin Spice Signature Latte. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Exclusions apply.
Everyone has an idea of their perfect engagement ring. You'll know it when you see it, but you have to see it. Allure Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. 8 stunning collections with over 300 styles. Yellow, rose, or white gold. Two-tone, stacks, pave, solitaires, wraps, guards. Your perfect ring exists. All you have to do is come and see it. It's your style and your choice with Allure Bridal, only at Reed's Jewelers and Reeds.com.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continuing to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines. And Smith's Drugs in Forest City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith's Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recalled devices. Just call the Home Medical Department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591.
The music's on us on WCAB.
Whether you're in the stands waiting for the Tar Heels to kick off or faithfully tuning in as you hit the road, Marathon has the fuel to keep your engine running at peak performance because you never know where life is going to take you. Along with Deems May, Dave Nathan welcoming you back to the Carolina Club on a Saturday here in the middle of October as we count you down to kickoff Carolina and Miami. At 3:30, the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. At 2:30, Jones, Brian, Lee, Ben, Jody, our whole cast of characters over inside Kenan Stadium. John Essick pushing all the right buttons for us from the start of today's broadcast all the way to the end when Deems and I wrap things up at Top of the Hill over on Franklin Street. Partner, as one of my old coaching buddies used to say, the wind blows hardest at the top of the flagpole, and that's exactly where Carolina was thought to have been at the beginning of the season before the first football was snapped. I want to go back to Monday's press conference with Coach Brown, who was asked a question about why this team has faltered here or there, and I guess in Coach Brown's words, and we'll play it right now, it comes down to not handling adversity well.
The only thing I can attribute it to is again, all of us bought into the hype. And when in the past, there were no expectations. We'd won 2 games in 3 games. We'd won 5 games in 2 years. So what the heck, go play and go have fun. And right now, I think they're trying so hard to reach that thing that people said we were that we weren't. And now that we aren't, they get down so fast because they don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. And they feel the pressure of not playing well. So instead of taking adversity and making you stronger, what we have done in some cases is taking a step back, and you just can't do that. This is a great learning lesson for all of us. Our guys have got to keep fighting. They got to go forward. Florida State could have very easily won every one of their games. They're a very talented team, and they were last year. So when you let them make plays, they just feed off of it and get more confidence and got better. And that's what this game is. You got to beat down the other team. You've got to take away their chance to win. You've got to make sure that you discourage them, and we didn't do that after the first quarter on Saturday.
James, you played for Coach Brown.
Yeah.
You know him well. Does that sound like he's said that a time or two before?
Yeah, I don't definitely, definitely thought about it a time or two, but I think this year has frustrated more so than probably any other year. And I didn't follow the Texas years. Obviously, it's close because of the local, logistics and everything. But I know towards the end of his career, it was tough. But This one's really got him perplexed, but like we talked about, and the thing about it is a team like Florida State that all you had to do is maybe, you get up 10-0 and you think, all right, here we go, and then you give them a little bit of spark, and then they, like you said, they're strong. This team we're playing today, if you jump on them early, they'll shut it down. You let them get up, they will track meet you. So, I mean, they've been that way since they were winning national championships. If they get down, they will shut it off automatically. They've got a lot more going on down there than we do. And this is a time where he's trying to say, look, it's a tough game, but when things get tough, that's when you really got to get a little tougher. And I think he's disappointed with our toughness. I think he's disappointed with going into the tank, and he's calling them out on it. I know he called them out in practice. I know he's called out the coaches. I don't know what more you can do as a coaching staff than what they've done. I mean, unless you totally just revamp and throw all the young kids in and say, but the young kids aren't ready. I think he's going to play the best guys. So I think you'll start seeing some rotation in here. We got to get some guys in there that, hey, when things get tough, they get better. And we've been searching for some combinations, and unfortunately just haven't found them yet.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's the coach's jobs to put people in positions to succeed. And if you're not ready, then that's not really helping anybody. But if you think you have an inkling that somebody is ready to go out there and perform, give them a shot.
Yeah.
Historically speaking, I want to go back to last year's Miami game, which I will say this now, and I'll probably say it again with West Durham. It has no bearing on today, but 62-26, the final a season ago, the Tar Heels racked up almost 800 yards of total offense, and Miami pretty much packed up the shop, folded up, and went home in the fourth quarter last year.
Midway through the third, probably. Yeah, probably the single best execution on offense, and I mean that I've ever seen. Probably the best team, just dominating win I can remember in forever, because this team wasn't bad. Miami wasn't bad last year, and it was really built for a big game, and who's going to be the favorite in the Coastal for this year, right? And we just went down there and did it all. And I mean, let's face it, we had 5,000, 6,000 yards of offense we're trying to replace, and those kids out there that are trying to replace those good players are the ones that he's talking about, putting too much pressure on themselves, trying to do too much. Sam Howell's probably pressing a little too much with the Heisman hype. Our offensive linemen underachieves or have been underachieving, but let's not forget Javonte Williams makes more people miss, but except for 2 in the NFL right now. So there's some things that we're kind of masked on, maybe some deficiencies we have. But the thing that you really like, we're going to keep harping on, and what he's harping on, when times get tough, that's when you got to fight. And he's got to go find 11 on both sides of the ball and 11 on special teams that when things go bad, they get fired up and mad. They don't go into a shell.
And from Javonte's perspective, well, let's look at it from the defensive perspective. There are probably some guys that wish they had missed as opposed to hitting Javonte and getting taken for a ride.
That we were on a roll back then, and that makes everybody look so good. Can you imagine those linebackers coming up trying to hit those guys, and all of a sudden you slip in play action behind them? There were just so many factors that made that game probably the best offensive performance in the history of Carolina football. I don't know if there's a better one.
The Tar Heels win last year 62-26 against Miami, and then back in 2019, I felt like this is the one where folks really got on board after the win against South Carolina, the 28-25 win against the Canes in Kenan Stadium. The first time the bell tower was lit up for the home fans.
Yeah, did it validate that South Carolina win? Absolutely. Everybody was like, oh, wait a minute, South Carolina really bad? We're 15-point underdogs playing South Carolina, the mighty, mighty SEC. We get a young, true freshman quarterback that comes in there and just is ice water in the second quarter. Okay, what do we have? And then we came in and beat a really good Miami team on another couple good plays. I don't remember, again, the stadium being as electric as after Daz caught that ball, and that's as loud as I've ever heard it. It was so much fun, and we got to find a way to get back to that.
Coach Brown, 2-0 all-time against the Canes. We just rattled off the last couple of scores. Of course, Carolina's biggest win over a ranked foe was back in 2004 on the Connor Barth 42-yard field goal that knocked off number 4 Miami teams. It hasn't been so long since then, but I'm guessing you were in the building on that October night.
Yeah, I remember where I was sitting. Yeah, it was pre-Blue Zone days, and I think we stormed the field, got the goalpost down. Yeah, there's some good memories. You knock on wood, you've had some good success against teams, and you've had some poor success. You don't know why, because Miami's been as talented as any team in ACC minus Clemson for the last 10 years. They've always had so much talent. We just seem to play very well against them, and we haven't played well against Florida State. Who knows what's going on, but maybe we just need to keep this thing going one more week and figure it out later, right?
All right, that's Deems May. I'm Dave Nathan. We've got more countdown to kick off when we come back. More from Coach Brown. West Durham coming up in our second half of the broadcast, plus comments from Manny Diaz and a look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. It's the Canes and Tar Heels today from Learfield.
It's bow time. So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of GAS. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea. It's bow time.
Hey Carolina family, this is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2021 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
You can feel it in the air. It's starting to feel like fall at Dunkin'. And new fall feelings call for new fall flavors, like our new apple cranberry Dunkin' refreshers that are delicious and refreshing to the core. Honeycrisp apple and cranberry flavors made with green tea or coconut milk. And if you want even more fall flavor, pair them with a classic sweet and crisp apple cider donut. Fall into flavorful with the new apple cranberry Dunkin' refreshers or a sweet fall treat like our apple cider donut. America runs on Dunkin'. Apple cranberry flavor drink, 0% fruit juice. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Exclusions apply.
Great teams require a mix of solid fundamentals and that little something special. You'll find that winning combination with UNC football and at Refuel Markets. You can count on Refuel for those last-minute needs like eggs and milk. And you'll also find the snacks and drinks you need to turn an ordinary gathering into something special. As an official sponsor of UNC football, we hope you'll visit any of our locations throughout the Triangle to enjoy a unique experience on your game days and your work days.
This is Carolina football from Learfield.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
WCAB, WCAB, WCAB.
Carolina fans, you can still be social and keep a close connection to your fellow Tar Heels and friends of Carolina, and you don't even have to be a UNC alum because everyone is welcome here at the Carolina Club. You can visit carolina-club.com to request membership information and schedule a visit to the Carolina Club. We couldn't ask for a better venue and site to broadcast from before Carolina football games. Deems, we're right behind the blue zone.
We've got those ribs over there on the grill.
I've been looking at them all afternoon. Been
Wow.
trying to do the radio show, but the ribs have taken a lot of my attention. It's a good spot. You should come by and check it out as well. We'll be here until 2:30 before we send things over to Keenan for the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. All right. Carolina, as we know, has struggled with mobile quarterbacks over the years, and certainly this year, Deems, with no De'Aaron King. Today for Miami, Tyler Van Dyke is in the fold for the Canes. Got a big arm. It remains to be seen, though, if he can beat Carolina another way.
Yeah, I tell you, right now where we are, Dave, first time I really haven't prepared a whole lot against, just kind of looking over the opposing team. There's so much, that we have to internally, recognize and fix. I think the concentration should be more so on us having a clear head at the snap, and us making sure that we're doing our job up front, because if everybody does their job, we're better than Miami right now, and they've got a lot going on. But if we're not going to do our job and we're not going to keep contained, I don't know if this kid can run. Obviously, he's not as versatile as De'Aaron King, or he would be playing in front of him. and you hate it for Derek. I mean, tore his ACL in a bowl game and came back, and now he's got a shoulder. Really young, really good kid. I've met him at Manning Academy, and feel for guys that get a couple injuries like that. And we knock on wood for Carolina. It's just tough, man. You feel for guys like that, and the backups have to come in. But we're in a place where we're so just all off track right now. We've got to concentrate on us, and that is trying to be simple on defense, keep the ball in front of you, and tackle well.
Let's go back to Coach Brown's weekly press conference, and in terms of getting back on track, Coach Brown discussed pressing the Carolina reset button.
So we've got to win this week, and then we'll have to beat Notre Dame, and then we'll have to win the next week, and we'll have to win the next week. And what we've got to do is get better as a program. We got to get better as a team. So we're not going to a January 1 bowl. We're not going to the playoffs. We're not going to win a conference championship. I got all that. I mean, I can read. I can think. I got this. What we've got to do is get better for the future of our program. And we got to get playing with passion again. We got to get everybody playing on the same page. We got to figure out our second half problems. We've got to clean up penalties. So we've got a lot of things that we need to do as a program builder to try to help us get to a bowl game and have an extra 13 days of practice. We're not even guaranteed a bowl game because we got hard games that are left, every one of them. So my goal is for us my job and my goal is for us and our staff to better prepare these guys to play with passion and play 60 minutes and fight adversity and overcome it to get back on track. That's our program. We have been a roller coaster, and college football in general is a roller coaster, and that doesn't help us at all. It doesn't make any difference to us what everybody else is doing. But it's time for us to play better, and therefore we need to coach better.
Deems hard to argue with that.
Yeah, you can hear it. You can hear it in his voice, and that's one of the reasons. After talking to him, Sunday and a few communications Monday, I've got to come to practice and show support, and a lot of people did. Right there is he's just pretty much saying, we've got to find some tough guys. We've got to find some guys. We've got talent, and everybody knows that. And we've got this game is too hard to play on talent alone. You have to have some emotion. You have to love it. You have to enjoy it. And if you don't, you're in the wrong game because you will not be good. You will not perform. You will get criticized, and worse, you'll get hurt. And if you're not into it, you're not passionate, you do not love it, and you do not enjoy every minute, given the last year and a half of where we've been as a country and as a world, and you're not excited to go out there, then you need to quit. And you need to stop playing football because it's a passionate game. And if you don't have the talent, you can make up some of it with passion and the love for the game. But if you don't go out there because you're doing everybody a disservice. And that's pretty much what he's saying because we're talented enough not to be 3-3 right now. And he's pretty much saying that, and he's challenging everybody. Hopefully today we'll respond.
Sounds like a pretty good key to the game. If Carolina can keep that turnover chain under lock and key today for Miami, they'd love to have something good happen to get behind, and I think the same can be said for Carolina.
Yeah, I tell you, this is a passionate game, and who comes out with the most passion? Because right now both teams are struggling. Both teams are not going to win the Coastal. Well, they've only played one. I take that back. I don't know what's going to happen. Carolina's not going to win it. But they're down. Miami's down too, and they've had an open week, and they know, with us flipping the U upside down a couple times and putting 66 on them, they're going to come out fired up. But the thing about Miami, you give them a couple reasons to go into the tank, and they will. On the flip side, it looks like if they give us a couple reasons to go into the tank, the past history of the last few weeks has shown us we will. Who's going to have most passion? That's the key of the game.
Yeah, it's just so interesting. You've got two teams that you think are fairly even, and one thing here
top
there.
15, excuse me for interrupting, right? Both of us, top 15, 18 of the season. Right. Yes, there you go. So talent is there.
Yeah, so goodness, if one of those things happen, this could get out of hand. It feels like maybe one way or the other.
Either way,
so
flip a coin, right?
Stay tuned. We'll see what happens. Deems, we know that you've got to take care of some family obligations here coming up. Always enjoy you stopping by. We'll talk afterwards at Top of the Hill.
Yes, sir. Look forward to it.
All right, that is the great Deems May. Is again our coverage brought to you by our friends at Bojangles, who remind you that it's football season and time to tailgate. Of course, it's always bow time. And Bojangles is home of the original tailgate special. Bojangles, your official Tar Heel tailgate headquarters. Before we take another timeout, we are approaching the top of the hour, so let's pause 10 seconds for a station ID on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
And you are listening to the Tar Heels on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB Rutherford. It's just before 2 o'clock. A very breezy 71 degrees.
Countdown to kickoff live from the Carolina Club on a Saturday afternoon. We have hit the halfway point of our broadcast, but plenty more to get to in our second half hour. Conversation with Wes Durham coming up. Comments from Miami head football coach Manny Diaz. And maybe you're interested in some of the scores on the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Stay tuned. It's Countdown to Kickoff. We're back after this from Learfield.
It's bow time. So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of gas. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea. It's bow time.
If you've got a passion for pumpkin, you've got to get to Dunkin' and pick these up. Our new pumpkin cream cold brew. Smooth, bold cold brew topped with velvety pumpkin cream cold foam. And our delicious pumpkin spice signature latte. Rich espresso topped with whipped cream, caramel drizzle, and cinnamon sugar. And our perfectly pumpkin donuts, munchkins treats, pumpkin muffins, and more. That's how we pumpkin at Dunkin'. Pick your pumpkin at Dunkin', like our new pumpkin cream cold brew, pumpkin spice signature latte, and our perfectly pumpkin treats. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Exclusions apply.
Everyone has an idea of their perfect engagement ring. You'll know it when you see it, but you have to see it. Allure Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. 8 stunning collections with over 300 styles. Yellow, rose, or white gold. Two-tone, stacks, pave, solitaires, wraps, guards. Your perfect ring exists. All you have to do is come and see it. It's your style and your choice with Allure Bridal. Only at Reed's Jewelers and Reeds.com.
Whether it's 12 miles to the Pee Wee football comeback of a lifetime, 80 miles to your first hole-in-one, or more like 8 shots to the first hole. Whether it's 240 back road miles to sleeping under the stars, or just a few blocks to the grocery store, Marathon has the fuel to keep your engine running at peak performance. Because you never know where life is going to take you. For quality fuel through every mile, fill up at Marathon.
This is Tar Heel football from Learfield.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time. For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
Countdown to kickoff continues on a Saturday from the Carolina Club as we get you ready for Carolina and Miami. Again, the Reed's Jewelers pregame show on the way at 2:30. The kickoff between the Tar Heels and Canes from Kenan Stadium this afternoon at 3:30. Of course, it's football season, and it's time to tailgate, and that means it's bow time. If you're coming to Kenan Stadium, make sure you stop by our nearest Bojangles. If you're just making your way around town today, hey, there's a Bojangles for you as well. Bojangles, home of the original tailgate special and your official Tar Heel tailgate headquarters. As we dig a little bit deeper into today's game between Carolina and Miami, want to welcome to the broadcast one of the great voices of the Atlantic Coast Conference. He'll be on the TV call today. It's Wes Durham. Wes, you've got access to coaches that most of us would love to have, and during your pre-production and pre-game meetings with Manny Diaz and Mac Brown, I know I'm supposed to ask you the questions here, but what questions do you have for both of these head coaches entering the game this week?
Well, Dave, it's a really good point, and it's a fair question because I think we talked to them about, what this was in July and what it is in October. And like most coaches, they want it to be about now and where it is as opposed to what could have been, right? But you can't help that to be part of the story today because of what we thought of Carolina and Miami in July. And I think the investigation is as much about what's happened as what's going to happen. And for that reason alone, I feel like this is a really big ball game today, and it's a bigger game for the team, unfortunately, that loses, I think.
Wes Sturm, our guest here on Countdown to Kickoff. Carolina and Miami meeting up at 3:30 inside Kenan Stadium. Wes, you've been around a lot of football teams at a lot of different levels, and when teams like Miami and Carolina return a lot of guys on both sides of the ball, but that doesn't translate into the number of wins that you'd like to have. Is there any common trait that you feel like sometimes is missing from those clubs?
Well, that's a good question, too. I saw it last happen with the Atlanta Falcons, who, Tony Gonzalez came back, right, for his last year and told everybody in July it'd be his last year, and that kind of thing. And there was a great optimism about Atlanta because they'd gone kind of to the NFC Championship game the year before. And then when Tony came back, it just kind of disintegrated in front of them. And it was painful disintegration because it happened on a variety of little things and not one big thing. And I think for me, what I see with Miami is I'm not ever sure. I think De'Aaron King's a really good college football player when he's 100%. And I think in Miami's case, you look at De'Aaron King and you say, well, he's a really good player. But then you turn around and it's not necessarily De'Aaron King. It's the fact they're 9th in the ACC and 74th nationally in total defense, right? Their rush offense is 11th in the league and 71st nationally. So I see kind of a tale of two sides for Miami, and then you start throwing in the injuries. The Knighton injury took away some of their running back depth. They're 12th in the league in turnover margin. You got to be able to create turnovers as much as you have to limit the ones you connect on. For Carolina, Dave, I'm surprised. It's still one of my biggest surprises of the year. I thought Carolina would be able to run the ball better with somebody other than Sam Howell, right? I thought Ty Chandler, Caleb Hood, DJ Jones, whoever. It was going to be a combination of guys that would then allow Howell to throw the football vertically to offset kind of what you lost. Now, I wasn't expecting the Carter-Williams combination from a year ago, but I was expecting some combination of backs to be able to give Carolina something. And while the numbers would reflect that they are running the ball well, seemingly Howell has all the big plays. And I think that's something that has given me pause for concern. The sack numbers I also didn't think would be as high as they were. In fact, the numbers that are posted now, to be honest with you, Dave, I thought those would be the numbers for the year, not at the midway point of the season.
Strange seasons for both Miami and Carolina meeting up in Chapel Hill. You talk about both quarterbacks, and obviously for Miami, De'Aaron King isn't going to be in the equation today, but Tyler Van Dyke is. And with the limited sample size we've got of Miami's signal caller, what do you think is important that we should all know about this guy?
Well, Roddy Jones, who works with me today, had the ball game on the Thursday night with Virginia, and he broke down Tyler Van Dyke's throws in the Central Connecticut State game. Remember, that was the first game he started. Today will be his third start, and Tyler Van Dyke's got a big arm now. I mean, he is a 6'4", 225-pound kid, and he can run with it, but it's not the kind of conceptual runs that De'Aaron King gave you. For Tyler Van Dyke, these are going to be, runs that are moving the pocket type thing. Coverage is out on the receiver, so he'll take off and get you, some cases, 10, 12 yards if he needs to. But I do believe that what happens today is you see another step forward in a combination. With Knighton coming back, I think it gives Cam Harris and Jalen Knighton and potentially Thaddeus Franklin, I guess, too, who had a nice ball game against Central Connecticut State, a chance to shine. But pay attention to Zero, Romello Brinson. Pay attention to Mike Harley. Charleston Rambo, the transfer from Oklahoma, has had a nice season for him. The tight end is not the key, but to answer your question, Dave, Tyler Van Dyke's going to throw it to a lot of different guys. Think kind of Kenny Pickett 1.1 here. Kenny Pickett's been throwing the ball. One of his successes at Pittsburgh this fall has been the number of guys in play when it comes to catching the football. I think that's what you're going to see from Miami today, and especially with Van Dyke getting the full shoulder here.
Wes, from Miami entering play here today, I know that this game will stand on its own merits, and we are plenty of months removed from the last game that these two teams played.
Yeah.
But it was a runaway for Carolina, and I think a lot of people question Miami's want to at the end of last year. Do you think last year's matchup, however it unfolded, has any bearing on this one?
I think it does until the ball snaps, because Manny Diaz brought the tape out. Tyler Van Dyke said Wednesday afternoon Manny Diaz hauled the tape out. He made them watch the last 3 series of the game with the television coverage. So Chris Fowler and Kirk Herbstreit and talking about Miami and everything else kind of in that combination, that was part of the preparation this week. So Miami's want to, I don't think, will be questioned. If it is, then there are bigger problems in Coral Gables. Can Carolina kind of return to form? I think you've got to be real about where Javonte Williams and Michael Carter brought to the table and what you have now. I expect this to kind of be high scoring, Dave, to be honest with you. And I think the ball will be in the air a lot. But I think last year does factor into this, especially kind of at the crossroads we've reached here on October 16th from what we thought we would have to what we do have in reality.
Wes, last thing, you mentioned the date midway through October.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like every team can have some sort of a gripe about scheduling, whether it's only playing one ACC game right now or playing 5. Yeah. On the flip side, for Miami, this is not the first time that these guys have been outside of South Florida, but it is the first true road game for the Canes this year. And with fans back in stadiums, I think you can make an argument this is the first real road game the Canes have had since 2019.
I think you're right. I mean, when you start thinking about them, they're not the most traveled lot, are they, in the league, right? How they take this on the road today, I think, will be really interesting. Like I said, I think this is a big game, maybe not so much for the team that wins, because your journey to whatever you want to hope for in postseason, and there's some consequences there, obviously, with both their remaining schedules. But the team that loses today, November becomes very bleak looking on paper, because I think that's kind of where this game is, and it's a curious setup, isn't it? From what we thought we were going to have, but Miami on the road will be very, very interesting today for sure.
That's Wes Durham, our guest here on Countdown to Kickoff, breaking down the ins and outs of Carolina and Miami. As we inch our way closer to the kick, we've got to look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard coming up with other action in and around the ACC on the way after this. It's Countdown to Kickoff from Learfield.
Everyone has an idea of their perfect engagement ring. You'll know it when you see it, but you have to see it. Allure Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. 8 stunning collections with over 300 styles. Yellow, rose, or white gold. Two-tone, stacks, pave, solitaires, wraps, guards. Your perfect ring exists. All you have to do is come and see it. It's your style and your choice with Allure Bridal, only at Reed's Jewelers and Reeds.com.
Hey Carolina family, this is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2021 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
It's bow time. So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of gas. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea. It's bow time.
From star athletes to super fans, UNC Health is dedicated to caring for champions of all kinds. For you, the latest advancements in our greatest expertise are always in play to deliver personalized care with the utmost compassion. It's the kind of care that keeps champions like you and your family in the game when it matters the most. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
Live from beautiful downtown Whiteside Road in the Blue Room of WCAB, your connection to the world of entertainment and information is on the air. WCAB, what a way to spend a day.
Countdown to kickoff continues from the Carolina Club. Dave Nathan with you until the bottom of the hour. Thanks to Wes Durham for joining us just a moment ago. He's got the television call today of Carolina and Miami. Of course, on the Tar Heel Sports Network, we're getting ready to send things over to Jones Angell, Brian Simmons, and Lee Pace in about 10 minutes' time, maybe closer to 15 over at Kenan Stadium. But either way, they'll be with us at the bottom of the hour for the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. Right now, let's take a gander at the Lee's 24-hour towing ACC scoreboard. Lee's 24-hour towing preferred hauler of Carolina football equipment. There's just one game in progress right now in the ACC, and it is a runaway right now with 5 seconds to play in the second quarter. Virginia 34, Duke nothing. The Cavaliers enter play today at 2-2 in the ACC. Duke, meanwhile, 0-2 at the bottom of the Coastal. The game from last night saw Clemson hold off Syracuse. The Orange missed a late field goal, and Clemson, again, stagnant on offense, but defensively about as good as anybody in the country. Clemson beat Syracuse last night 17-14. The two 3:30 games feature Carolina and Miami, and Pittsburgh versus Virginia Tech. That Pitt-Virginia Tech matchup is a battle of 1-0 teams in the Coastal, so by the end of the day, everybody in the Coastal will have at least one loss. North Carolina State and Boston College from Chestnut Hill at 7:30 tonight. The Pack enter play at 1-0 in the ACC, and ranked number 22 in the country, BC 0-1, again coming off a low-scoring loss to Clemson in its previous ACC matchup. Over to the top 25, number 3 Cincinnati off and running early against Central Florida, 35-7 Bearcats at the half. Number 9 Oregon got the 24-17 decision against California last night. It's Indiana 9, Michigan State 7 early on in the third quarter. Texas leading Oklahoma State in a true top 25 matchup, 17-13 at the break. Auburn at Arkansas, and the Tigers leading the Hogs 14-10 early on in the third. LSU and Florida have hit the half, with the Tigers leading the 20th-ranked Gators 21-13. Florida had consecutive interceptions that LSU turned into consecutive touchdowns in half number 1. Texas A&M, again, off that win against Alabama last week, up 28-7 on Missouri this week early on in the second half. And number 24 San Diego State, a winner last night over San Jose State, 19-13. Other action coming your way today in the top 25, Kentucky and Georgia from the SEC's Eastern Division at 3:30. The Wildcats ranked number 11. Georgia atop the polls at number 1 this week. That game's between the hedges at Sanford Stadium. Purdue meets number 2 Iowa at 3:30 in Big Ten play. Later at 7:30, it's TCU at number 4 Oklahoma. Alabama down to 5 in this week's poll on the road in Starkville, taking on Mississippi State at 7 o'clock. Ole Miss and Tennessee from Knoxville at 7:30. The Rebels ranked number 13 in this week's poll. Number 18 Arizona State tries to tackle Utah at 10 o'clock. At 3:30, it's number 19 BYU at Baylor. And that'll wrap up what's happening today on the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Helping you is what they do best. Before we get to break and Manny Diaz, just your up-to-the-minute ACC standings right now. As we said, Pittsburgh and Virginia Tech both 1-0 in the Coastal Division. Virginia and Georgia Tech with 2-2 marks. Carolina sitting at 2-3. Miami 0-1, and Duke 0-2. The Atlantic Division looks like this. Wake Forest off this week, 4-0. NC State playing later tonight at 1-0. Clemson's win last night pushes the Tigers up to 3-1. Florida State's 2-2. Louisville 1-2. BC 0-1, and Syracuse plummets to 0-3 off the loss last night to Clemson. So that's what things look like entering play here today in the ACC. All right, now for that break, and we've got Manny Diaz, Miami's head football coach, when we come back after this to wrap up our coverage of Countdown to Kickoff from Learfield.
It's bow time. So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of gas. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea. It's bow time.
Hey, Carolina family, this is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off-season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2021 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
Great teams require a mix of solid fundamentals and that little something special. You'll find that winning combination with UNC football and at Refuel Markets. You can count on Refuel for those last-minute needs like eggs and milk. And you'll also find the snacks and drinks you need to turn an ordinary gathering into something special. As an official sponsor of UNC football, we hope you'll visit any of our locations throughout the Triangle to enjoy a unique experience on your game days and your work days.
UNC Health offers the kind of care that helps keep champions on top of their game. From collegiate quarterbacks to backyard receivers and everyone in between, our team is always here for you. We're bringing our A game to provide personalized care with great expertise, the latest innovation, and the utmost compassion. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
This is Carolina football from Learfield.
For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
The most music's on us, WCAB.
Hey, Carolina fans, this football season, come try made-to-order burgers, barbecue, and more from Backyard Bistro. Find us in Kenan Stadium in the Smokehouse right next to Gate 6. It is hellaciously good. Dave Nathan welcoming you back to Countdown to Kickoff. Miami in town to take on Carolina. You've heard from Deems May, Mac Brown, Wes Durham, and now it's time to check in with the Canes head football coach Manny Diaz, who is in his 3rd season as the head coach in Coral Gables. 16-13 is Coach Diaz's record. He has not fared well against Coach Brown, as again the Tar Heels head coach 2-0 against Miami since his return to Chapel Hill. We mentioned some of the weird quirks of the ACC schedule this year, and again it cuts both ways for Miami. Canes haven't played a true road game yet this year, but have also only played just one ACC game this year. Carolina has been on the road. It opened up at Virginia Tech, went to Atlanta, and has had a tough go of it in some of those venues, but has already played 5 ACC games. So with all of those oddities in the ACC schedule here in 2021 for just those two teams, Coach Diaz was asked about his thoughts on the ACC schedules.
I would say it's peculiar. I don't ever remember it being so, the gap between being so large of how many games someone's played in the league and so many games haven't. But I think what happens in most situations, look, it's October, and what you probably have is you have two teams that are looking to find their way and looking to finish the second half of the season, regardless of conference schedule, better than the first half. So yeah, the fact that we're 0-1 in the ACC standings, and that's where we're at, which means we have a lot of ball still to play in the league. It gives us something obviously that we've got to play for, but I don't think it is going to change the mentality of either team out there on Saturday.
On the ACC schedule, as far as running the football and run defense, Coach Diaz has some thoughts on that as well.
That was a big disappointment in the Virginia game. And when we look at the totality of our defensive performance, it's been the explosive play that's been the issue. And that's really what we focused majority of our attention on. We've got, and this is similar for most defenses. Most defenses, how good a defense you are is how you limit explosive plays. But we showed our guys, as it was kind of one of the themes of last week. We've got, I think, 316 plays of defense where people are averaging 2.6 total run, pass, whatever against us, and it's the 48 plays, which is going to be less than 9 a game or between 9 and 10 a game that are our problem. I think right now we've got about one out of every 5 running plays is ending up in a tackle for loss. And this is not a risk-reward thing, like whether we're blitzing or not blitzing. There's no trend in terms of any type of call. It's a level of consistency that has been the battle cry defensively. Is just consistent performance. You go out there, and again use the Virginia game as an example. You make them punt 4 times in a row, 5 out of the first six times that they have it, and you have a very poor drive before halftime. Now, the other side of that is that you may, again, use that Virginia game as an example. That drive, which would have been the 7th drive of the game on defense, I believe would have been about the 42nd snap of defense that we played that day. And that's where we talk about both sides need to play better complementary ball, offense to defense. Defense has to make stops when our offense scores, which we did not do well versus Virginia. But the offense has to possess the ball, and they've got to stay on the field. If you're going to be a high-tempo offense, which we pride ourselves on being, and we saw how dangerous that could be, especially a year ago, you got to make first downs.
And that's Manny Diaz on his team's rush defense heading into today's game against Carolina. Again, our coverage here from the Carolina Club is presented by our good friends at Bojangles to remind you that it's football season and time to tailgate, and that means it's bow time as you make your way into Kenan Stadium this afternoon, or if you're just driving around town looking for a late lunch or maybe even an early dinner later on, you can check out Bojangles, home of the original tailgate special. That's Bojangles, your official Tar Heel tailgate headquarters. That will put a bow on our broadcast here from the Carolina Club, but we still have a lot more Carolina football conversation to get into with the Reed's Jewelers pregame show, which is coming up at the bottom of the hour. Jones Angel, Brian Simmons, Lee Pace will take you through all of that and more as we lead up to the kickoff between Carolina and Miami at 3:30 this afternoon from Kenan Stadium. Dave Nathan signing off and saying so long and farewell from Learfield.
Everyone has an idea of their perfect engagement ring. You'll know it when you see it, but you have to see it. Allure Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. 8 stunning collections with over 300 styles. Yellow, rose, or white gold. Two-tone, stacks, pave, solitaires, wraps, guards. Your perfect ring exists. All you have to do is come and see it. It's your style and your choice with Allure Bridal, only at Reed's Jewelers and Reeds.com.
It's bow time. So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of gas. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea. It's bow time.
From star athletes to super fans, UNC Health is dedicated to caring for champions of all kinds. For you, the latest advancements in our greatest expertise are always in play to deliver personalized care with the utmost compassion. It's the kind of care that keeps champions like you and your family in the game when it matters the most. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
Whether it's 12 miles to the Pee Wee football comeback of a lifetime, 80 miles to your first hole-in-one, or more like 8 shots to the first hole. Whether it's 240 back road miles to sleeping under the stars, or just a few blocks to the grocery store, Marathon has the fuel to keep your engine running at peak performance. Because you never know where life is going to take you. For quality fuel through every mile, fill up at Marathon.
This is Tar Heel football from Learfield.
This is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates, wanting to let you know that we have moved. Our new office is located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City. Come see us for auto, home, or your commercial insurance needs. Also come see me, Dwayne Hunt, for your Medicare supplements, Medicare Advantage, or prescription drug plans. See us at Insurance Service Associates, now located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City, or call 828-245-5301.
For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
The following is a presentation of the Tar Heel Sports Network.
With 6 games played, Carolina is officially halfway through the 2021 regular season, and things have not gone as the Tar Heels envisioned. With a 3-3 record, some of the attainable goals have changed, but there's still a lot of football left to play and a lot to achieve. So, no, the first half of the season didn't go as planned, but the second half of the year starts today against Miami. The Tar Heels Sports Network's coverage of the 25th meeting between Miami and Carolina starts right now.
People are asking about the pressure and the hype. We're just on a roll. Things are good, and I'm excited about it.
I mean, we're all holding ourselves now to a super high standard.
We've got the leadership.
We prepare the same way for every team. No game is bigger than others.
We've got the confidence.
I feel like now nobody can stay with me, and it just rolls into practice.
If you're seeing it in practice, it's going to show up in the game.
I embrace the challenge, honestly.
I just know I got to keep on going.
I'm coming down, making plays.
Anticipate things more.
It's only going to keep getting better.
We're going to be good every year. That's just who we are. That's our program.
This is Carolina football.
Joffrey off to the races, and they will not catch him. Touchdown, Carolina. How? First down and more. How to the 5, out of the end zone. 40, 35, 30. Tar Heels will have it inside the Deacon 15. 25, 20, 10-5. Trucks over a defender. Goodness gracious. 50, 10, 5. Give him 6-4. Holy smokes. Light that bell tower blue.
Let's go.
This is Jones Angel. Consistency and communication have been 2 buzzwords around the Tar Heels this week. Carolina will look for both against Miami this afternoon. Brian Simmons was a 2-time All-America at Carolina, has his jersey honored at UNC, and played a decade in the NFL.
And speaking of buzzwords, how about defend your home field? That is the situation Carolina is in today after losing to Florida State last week.
Lee Pace authors extra points and will be reporting from the sidelines this afternoon.
It's been pegged as the Disappointment Bowl, a meeting today of the two teams picked number 1 and number 2 in the ACC preseason media poll in the Coastal Division. Sadly, between them, the Tar Heels and Hurricanes are languishing in the bottom half of the Coastal Division standings. Today's the chance for one team to chart a better course for the second half of the year.
We'll have all those storylines to talk about, plus interviews with the two head coaches, Mac Brown and Manny Diaz. We will continue our weekly conversation with former Carolina great Jeff Saturday. Also talk with former Tar Heel kicker Connor Barth. Plus, we'll keep you up to date on scores from around the ACC, top 25, all the action going on around the country. All of that and a lot more coming up. It's Miami at Carolina and the Reed's Jewelers pregame show from Learfield.
Everyone has an idea of their perfect engagement ring. You'll know it when you see it, but you have to see it. Allure Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. 8 stunning collections with over 300 styles. Yellow, rose, or white gold. Two-tone, stacks, pavé, solitaires, wraps, guards. Your perfect ring exists. All you have to do is come and see it. It's your style and your choice with Allure Bridal. Only at Reed's Jewelers and Reeds.com.
On the inside, a Honda is comfortable, technologically advanced, and loaded with next-gen features. But on the outside, a Honda is fuel-efficient, powerful, and stylish. Like the versatile HR-V, the 8-passenger Pilot, or a turbocharged Civic. No matter what kind of car you need, Honda has it. Because inside and outside, a Honda is the total package. Hurry, they're selling fast. Now at your Honda dealer of the Carolinas.
Dunkin' is putting a whole new spin on pumpkin at Dunkin' with our new Pumpkin Cream Cold Brew. Smooth, bold cold brew topped with velvety pumpkin cream cold foam made with cinnamon and nutmeg spices. And there's more pumpkin for you to love, like the delicious fall classic, our Pumpkin Spice Signature Latte. Rich espresso topped with whipped cream, caramel drizzle, and cinnamon sugar. That's how we pumpkin at Dunkin'. Sip into the fall season with the new Pumpkin Cream Cold Brew or Pumpkin Spice Signature Latte. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Exclusions apply.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
Carolina football is brought to you by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. With zero sugar and now even more delicious. Is the new Coca-Cola Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Find out for yourself. And by Hunt Brothers Pizza, the official pizza of Carolina Athletics. This is the Reed's Jewelers pregame show.
For the third consecutive week, the Reed's Jewelers pregame show coming to you from Kenan Stadium in Chapel Hill. Great to be with you. We're brought to you by Reed's Jewelers, your hometown jeweler, trusted for generations. Maybe you're watching us on the Carolina Football Field Pass presented by Wells Fargo. Hello to you guys. Thanks for joining us no matter how you are doing so today. You heard from all of us. I'm Jones. He's Brian. Lee Pace joining us, too. You'll hear from Dave Nathan coming up in a little bit. Ben Alexander, our chief network engineer. Jody Zwigner, our spotter and statistician. John Essick back in the studio. And interesting weather day here for Carolina, Miami. It has been sunny most of the day. Some dark clouds, though, rolling in. We do anticipate a front to move through right before the game or at the beginning of the game. Then to be clear the rest of the day, temperature is expected to drop pretty significantly as well. Right now it's kind of a muggy low to mid-80s and cloudy here in Chapel Hill. But Brian, enough weather talk. Let's get to some football talk. And Carolina's roller coaster season continued last week. The Heels went back down as they followed a convincing win over Duke with a disappointing showing against Florida State. And man, the Tar Heels have looked good at times this year, but just haven't been able to do so consistently.
And you hit the word consistency. And how do you become consistent? Through execution. It's not ability, it's through execution. Eliminate the pre-snap penalties. We had those last week. When you're open and you get the ball thrown to you, catch the football. Communicate on the back end on defense and make sure you don't allow guys to run through zones freely. We didn't get that accomplished. And keep the quarterback in the pocket. All those things are 4 things that we can absolutely do to work to a road of consistency, and we have been below average, I would say, thus far this season.
And look, no team's going to play at its peak every single snap. If Carolina can bring that floor up a little higher, a little closer to the ceiling, and so when the play does dip some, it doesn't dip so much that it's putting Carolina in some tough situations, like last week in the second and third quarters where the Heels were outscored 35-7.
And Jones, you hit the nail on the head. That is where consistency is how close can you close that gap between your floor and your ceiling? And the really good teams, let's say Alabama, year in, year out, that is what they do. Even if they lose, if you catch them on a bad day, that floor is not very far from the ceiling, and that is how you become a really good football team, and that's how you become a really good player.
Lee, it was another big day last week for Josh Downs. 9 catches, 121 yards, his 7th touchdown of the year. All those numbers are great. If the All-America teams were today, he'd be an All-American. But the other Tar Heel wide receivers combined for just 2 receptions. Carolina has to find some more production from the outside receivers moving forward.
Jones, it was really notable standing on the sidelines in the fourth quarter last week. Just it really dawned on the degree everybody was looking at Josh Downs on the offense. The Florida State team was, all the Tar Heels were, and you know that's got to be eaten at Antoine Green, at Joffrey Brown, at Emory Simmons. Those guys they're just kind of out there as eye candy. They're not really contributing anything. Mac Brown made the obvious point. It's kind of like a duh moment this week. He said, "Hey, we're throwing it to Josh because he's open, he's catching it, and he's running after the catch." Well, that makes perfect sense. The other guys have got to do that, and as you mentioned, only 2 catches. They only got 10 targets, the outside receivers, last week. 15 targets to Josh Downs, and he made 9 catches.
Yeah, I mean, of the 32 passes, 15 were to Josh Downs. And it's not just a matter of evening up the numbers to even up the numbers. It is to loosen the defense a little bit, stretch the field a little bit. All the things that you know about football, Carolina needs some production somewhere else to take some pressure off of Josh Downs, who has still competed and produced at a high level, even with the other defense knowing that it's going to him.
And you got to feel for Joffrey Brown, who's a good kid, a good player. He's had some success here, and obviously now he's kind of, as we say on the golf course, got the yips. You know, you just stand over a putt and know you're not going to make it. And, you know, he's had a couple of drops that's got to be playing on his mind. So it'd be interesting to see what the Carolina staff did this week with him mentally, just to try and relax him and get him just to loosen up and look the ball into his hands and make a few catches and get some confidence.
Yeah, I agree, Lee. And it's not necessarily just about Charf, it's about the rest of the guys also. And I'll say this, all those guys have struggled to get separation. And so when you got a bunch of guys that's struggling to get separation, as an offensive play caller, as a system, you have to find a way to help get those guys separated. And how do you do that? You do that through formations, you do that through motions, you do that through shifts. And it'll be interesting to see today if Carolina decides to do some of that.
And Carolina hadn't made a ton of contested catches either. I think the injury to Bo Corrales is one that was kind of in the preseason thought, oh, well, that stinks for Bo, but Tar Heels have a lot of other talent there. But I do think they've lost a lot with Bo's ability to make that contested catch, his height, his ability just to go up and get it. And so we'll see if Carolina can continue to develop at that position. They need to as they move through the back half of the year. Brian, everything that went right for Carolina defensively against Duke flipped against Florida State. They forced 2 turnovers against the Blue Devils, 0 last week. They slowed Duke's run game. They allowed 238 yards on the ground last week. Had 9 tackles for loss, 5 sacks against Duke. No sacks, just 2 tackles for loss against the Seminoles.
And the 238 yards in the run game, there lies the problem. When you cannot stop the opposing team's run game, you're going to have issues all day long. And the quarterback, we understand the problems we've had with mobile quarterbacks the last 3 years. And when you allow the quarterback to break the pocket, because they didn't really throw the ball a whole lot, he just was very efficient in the passing game. But you have to be able to stop the run. And Florida State just beat us up front. I mean, there's no other way around that. They beat us up front. And can I go back to the last thing?
Sure.
When we're talking about the offense and receivers? I'm not an offensive coordinator, but if it's me, I find a way to get my tight ends more involved. Morales and then Nesbitt, 6'6", 200 and almost 50 pounds. I find a way to get this young man to football. He's very athletic. He may not be the type of blocker that you want out of that position right now, but so what? Let the 6'6" basketball player go up and make some contested catches and give you a big presence inside the hash that can be productive for you.
And Nesbitt, actually, Brian, last week was one of the outside receivers. He's a tight end, but they split him outside, and he had one of the catches to those outside guys last week.
It'll be interesting to see how Carolina continues to use him. Obviously a high talent there, Bryson Nesbitt, the freshman out of Charlotte. Let's take a break. Come back. We'll take a focus on to Miami, the opponent today, when we return to the Reese Jewelers pregame show from Learfield.
Hey Carolina fans, this is Kelsey Gomes, Director of Sports Nutrition for the Tar Heels. Eggs are an essential part of building a healthy lifestyle that fuels you all day long. And eggs fuel athletes too. One egg contains 8 essential nutrients and 6 grams of high-quality protein that helps maintain muscle and support strong, healthy bones. Versatile, affordable, and healthy, eggs are pretty incredible. Visit ncegg.org to learn more about egg nutrition, egg farmers, and to find egg-citing recipes.
Carolina Housing wants to remind you that the housing application for the 2022-2023 academic year is now open. Why live anywhere else? Living on campus brings many advantages like saving you money with a 9-month lease and options for a 1-semester lease if you want to study abroad, get an internship, or graduate in December. There's also the convenience of having everything you need just a short walk away. So, what are you waiting for? Carolina Housing is home of the Heels. Priority housing selection application closes November 8th. Live on campus. Apply today.
This is Carolina football from Learfield.
It's our 30th anniversary, but you get the gifts. That's right, Carolina West Wireless is celebrating our anniversary and celebrating you in a big way with incredible savings, like $350 off a new iPhone 12 or a $150 credit when you bring in your own device. And as our special gift to you, get an additional $30 off any other device promo in our store. Stop by today and let's celebrate our 30th anniversary together. Carolina West Wireless, celebrating 30, celebrating you. Certain restrictions apply. See store for details or visit carolinawest.com/terms and conditions.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Stadium. These two first played in 1946. Of course, it has become a regular meeting since the Hurricanes joined the ACC in the mid-2000s. Carolina leads this series. 13 wins, 11 losses overall, and leads the series since Miami joined the ACC 9-8. There have been a bunch of competitive games, including 2 years ago here in Chapel Hill. Last year, not so competitive. You'll remember Carolina won 62-26, had a school record 778 yards that day down in Miami Gardens, Florida. Both teams have a portion of their team out on the field. Miami, even though it is wearing green kind of warm-up T-shirts over their uniforms, they'll be going all white today. The white helmets with the U logo on at the side, white jerseys and pants, a bunch of green and orange mixed in the piping and the numbers for the Canes. Carolina going all blue today. Blue helmets, blue jerseys, blue pants, white NC on the side of the helmets per usual, white numbers and letters, white Argyle up the side of those blue pants today. Let's talk about the Canes. And Brian, Miami, as Lee alluded to in his open, it's been a tough start for Miami as well, just 2-3 overall, 0-1 in conference play, but this game feels like it represents something of a fresh start for them. They haven't played since September 30th, and some injuries have forced a change at some key positions, most notably, of course, at the quarterback spot.
Absolutely, and Lee called it the disappointment bowl, but I think both of these teams will see it as kind of the get-right bowl, and both of these teams need a big win, a coastal opponent. Miami, unfortunately for them, this has kind of been their story, right? Up and down. And depending on what day you play Miami, you can play a really, really good football team, or you can play the team that we played last year, where I think Williams and and Carter's still running up I-95 somewhere. So, hopefully we can catch them on one of those down phases. But, for Carolina, this is an opportunity against, regardless of what Miami record is, just like Florida State last week. They're going to bring guys in here that's very competitive, that's very athletic, that can run. And when they are playing well and they're playing disciplined football, they can beat anybody on any Saturday.
Well, Brian, we kind of chuckled over the memory of that game last December. Well, Miami has had to put up with that for an entire year, and quarterback Tyler Van Dyke this week said that they had rewatched the television tape of it where the announcers were making fun of them and laughing at them. So it'll be interesting to see how they put that in context and if they can use that as some emotional fuel here this afternoon.
Speaking of Van Dyke, he's the new quarterback. Tyler Van Dyke, second-year freshman, so he is still listed as a true freshman, but if he had the COVID year last season, as everyone did, he has taken over for De'Aaron King. So, Lee, in addition to Van Dyke, Miami also sports what Mac Brown said he thought was the best group of receivers in the ACC. This is a potentially potent passing attack from Miami.
Well, Michael Harley's number 3 all-time career reception guy at Miami with 147, so he's in some high cotton there. They also went to the transfer portal very effectively from Oklahoma. They got Charleston Rambo. He's a junior, 6'1", wears number 11. He's had 31 catches. He's the leading catcher on the receiver on the team with 387 yards. Had a big game against Michigan State, 12 catches to tie the single-game school record in Hurricane history.
And one thing about this passing attack, Carolina is going to have to defend the deep ball because Miami will take shots, and it's going to be very important that Carolina can not only be in phase and be in position, but be able to find the football and make plays on the football. And then in the short and the intermediate, they have guys that can catch the football and make short catches into long plays. So it'll be a challenge for Carolina from an athletic standpoint.
Brian, real quick before we wrap up here, actually sparked in part by that big game from Carolina a year ago. Miami made some changes defensively as far as their staff, and Manny Diaz, the head coach, former defensive coordinator, longtime defensive coordinator, has taken the defensive play-calling duties over this season. The results have been a little mixed, but one thing they do well is they get into the backfield. They'll knock you back. They're top 15 in the nation in tackles for loss.
Yeah, Miami's always played that upfield aggressive gap scheme where they allow their guys to get pressure upfield to try to disrupt whether it's the run game or the pass game. And this year is no different. Listen, after a game like last year against us, you will be embarrassed. And they watched that tape. It wasn't because the players asked to watch. The coaches used that as motivation. They wanted them to hear what was being said about it. But more importantly, how did you look on this tape? Were you giving y'all at any point did you tap out? And there was a lot of tapping out on that tape. And I guarantee you they heard about that all week.
They have had some issues tackling. They've had a game where they missed 21. There's a game they missed 30 tackles against Michigan State. So they have had some issues in that regard. They will try to be better in that way today. Keep an eye on the weather. We anticipated a front to come through, as I said, right around kickoff. It's in the process of coming through right now. There is some rain kind of out in the northwestern part, maybe starting to sprinkle now actually here at the stadium. It is dark. It is expected to move through and have no trouble once it is done, but it is trying to make its way through the Chapel Hill area right now. You don't go anywhere, though. We're going to take a break, come back. We'll keep getting you ready for Carolina-Miami, and that'll start with our conversation with Jeff Saturday. That's coming up next from Learfield.
This is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels. Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. You can't control other motorists, but you can control how you operate your vehicle. Avoid distractions while driving, like texting or checking social media. You can't drive safely unless driving has your full attention. Any non-driving activity you engage in increases your risk of crashing. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/Go Heels.
How are you the ultimate UNC fan? Because I got this air horn installed in my throat. Pretty sick, right? Yes, you look really sick. What doctor would even do this? Doctor? I did this myself. I mean, I can't swallow whole food, but still. Wait, what? Just gotta plow through it. Hey, can I get a couple of soups up here? What about some chamomile tea?
Don't be that guy. Get a fan card, the smart way to be the ultimate Tar Heels fan. Just go to unccards.com.
From Learfield.
You say how hello every time you pick up your phone, but what else do you say hello to? With Bark Mobile, you can say hello to summer, to adventure, to doing what you love, because you're also saying hello to freedom, flexibility, and great deals. Like getting a free Moto G stylus when you switch for a limited time, $100 savings when you bring the device you already love, or 2 lines unlimited data for just $35 a month per line with AutoPay. Say hello to something new. It's just a phone call away with Bark Mobile. Bark Mobile, mobile made easy. Certain restrictions apply. See store for details. Visit mybarkmobile.com/terms and conditions.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Dave Nathan welcoming you back to the Reach Jewelers pregame show. The official Reach Jewelers kickoff time is 3:33. Reach Jewelers, your home for fine Swiss timepieces, beautiful diamonds, and the world's most luxurious jewelry brands. That's Reach Jewelers, trusted with life's moments. As we get ready to get back to business here on the broadcast, let's send things back over to Jones, who's standing by with Jeff Saturday.
You know what time it is. Sit back, just get your football lesson ready to go as we're going to talk to Jeff Saturday here on the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. Jeff, great to be with you again, and wanted to start asking about communication. We have heard the Carolina coaches talk about some communication issues, both on the offensive line. We've heard it in the secondary at times, and how that needs to be cleaned up for Carolina to be a little more consistent. From the player perspective, everybody understands what communication is, but when we're talking about it on the field, player to player, what does it mean and how does it affect the game?
Yeah, so you hear people use the coaching cliche of play fast, right? Like play, it needs to be instinctual, it needs to be all these things. Well, communication is what allows you to do that. So when an offensive lineman approaches the line of scrimmage, he's looking at the defense they're playing, the front. So are there 4-down linemen, 3-down linemen? Is there a linebacker walking outside? Is there a linebacker walking up in my gap? There's all these different places and alignments that they have to discuss with the guy beside him, because it will potentially affect whether it's a combination block in a run or passing off a game in the pass. And I think the best example I can use of it is last week. I think it's fourth and short. We're in the red zone. Sam ends up having to throw it. We don't complete it, and it's down in the left front corner of the end zone. Yep. But between the left tackle and guard, the communication on the game has to be the way they want to pass it off, right? You have a penetrator who's going to be the end, and then the tackle's going to loop behind him and then try to close it down and keep contained. Well, if you walk up and one guy sees it one way of, oh, no, I'm going to stick to my guy, I'm not going to pass this game off, and then the other guy thinks, oh, we are going to trade it off, it doesn't look like a glaring error. It's not like what we call a Nolan Ryan, right, a swing and a miss, and the guy's running free, right? It's all of a sudden this guy is now creating pressure, or he's giving an issue to Sam being able to go attack the line of scrimmage, maybe score with his feet, because you can't quite get it passed off. And now flip it over to the defensive side, Jones. You talk about like defensive backs, whatever coverage they're in and how they're playing that specific coverage. If the corner's going to be in inside alignment or head-up alignment, and where he's going to pass and who his help is. And listen, how you play fast in football is you know where your help is coming from, because now you're just going to attack that portion of what you do. So all of a sudden, the guy gets inside, you think your help is there, and it looks like, oh, man, I'm going to go make my play, and it's a guy's running wide open down the field because the safety didn't see it the same as the corner, or vice versa. And it's people think that should come instinctually or fairly easy, but the reality is alignments from the offensive side or the defensive side affects each and every one of those calls. So it can get very complicated. And so really what coaching staffs do, and probably what they've done this week, is they narrow it down. They run fewer plays. They run fewer different disguises or adjustments so that guys can get back to just playing instinctual football and play fast.
Jeff, one more thing before we let you go. Mac Brown has talked some about the growth of the program and the journey of a program. And Carolina's
taken that step from when the Heels weren't very good a couple of years ago to now they're good and they're better. And now they want to take that step from being good to being great and being one of those elite teams. How hard is that step? I feel like you were a part of some teams at Carolina late in your career that took that step. How hard is that to make?
It is the hardest step. I mean, the reality is going from really bad to just being okay or good is the easy step, right? And people don't often think of it that way, but recruiting is going to make a huge difference in that part, right? Of just going from being okay to now your players are just better. But when you go from good to great, and now you're trying to put yourself in that elite category in college football, it requires a whole lot more, right? A whole lot more attention to detail from the player's perspective. It takes understanding what it's going to require to win. And I think that, people go, oh, man, well, you just line up and you think a team is just going to go ahead and take that step. But each player has to take it upon themselves to win their individual battle. And whatever that requires of them, film study, right, preparation, conditioning, all the different things that go into being a good football player. And then when you get on the field, being able to transfer it from the training to that ability to hit game day. I think that's really where our issue has been, right, is the consistency is we're staying good and thinking that good's going to get those wins for you, but it doesn't. I mean, and the hardest part for a fan is our expectations, right, and me included, is that, you have these expectations of, oh, man, this is, we're going to be this type of team, but the reality is it takes work, and it takes these guys finding one way to win or one way to get that they can go ahead and now depend on. But at this point in our season, sometimes our offense is good, sometimes our defense, sometimes it's special teams. We're going to need one group to step up and be the kind of the cowbell of what that, or bell cow of what it should be, and we're going to have to and ride with that group, and then everybody else kind of plays around it. And when I was there, it was our defense. I mean, our defense is really my last 2 years what set them apart, and they were so elite that we as an offense, we had to get better because you're facing it every day, and then when you go play on Saturdays, man, it becomes easy. But right now, we're waiting to find out which group that's going to be, and hopefully find it sooner rather than later.
That's Jeff Saturday presented by IHOP. Start your Saturdays off with IHOP. Get 20% off a feast for pickup or delivery with code GameDay20. Get your fill, Chapel Hill. As we cross over the top of the hour, let's pause 10 seconds for a station ID down the lines on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
And you're listening to the Tar Heels on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB Rutherford. It's 3 o'clock.
The Reed's Jewelers continues with a magical moment here in Kenan Stadium from a previous Miami matchup, and a field report with Lee Pace when we come back after this from Learfield.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives recognize the best classroom projects and the teachers who create them through the Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These grants provide funding for creative projects in grades K through 12. Congratulations to Bright Ideas grant winner Solnora Spencer Oluyemi of Rose Hill Magnolia Elementary. Her project, addressing social-emotional trauma through visual imagery, poetry, and collaboration, is sponsored by Fort County EMC of Burgaw. If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
This is Tar Heel football from Learfield.
Whether it's 12 miles to the Pee Wee football comeback of a lifetime, 80 miles to your first hole-in-one, or more like 8 shots to the first hole. Whether it's 240 back road miles to sleeping under the stars, or just a few blocks to the grocery store, Marathon has the fuel to keep your engine running at peak performance. Because you never know where life is going to take you. For quality fuel through every mile, fill up at Marathon.
Your backyard should be an oasis, not a challenge. And your Steel dealer has the tools to make it happen. By getting to know you and what you're trying to accomplish, they'll make sure you have the right tools to achieve your goals. From legendary gas to long-running battery tools, Steel dealers have powerful equipment and advice you won't find anywhere else. Real Steel. Find yours at steeldealers.com.
Carolina football is brought to you by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. And by Wells Fargo, official retail bank sponsor of Carolina Athletics. This is the Reed's Jewelers pregame show.
Every sack is a sack to give back. For every sack the Tar Heels make this season, Food Lion Feeds will donate 1,000 meals to feed our neighbors in need right here in the Triangle. Dave Nathan welcoming you back to Kenan Stadium. The skies have opened up. What we hope is just a momentary rain shower here in Kenan Stadium. Carolina on the field going through pregame warm-ups. The Canes in the east end zone right now huddling up, and smattering of students in the student section, and a few folks here there across the chairbacks to either side of the sideline. Well, we're 2 weeks shy of the 17-year anniversary of Connor Barth's game-winning field goal that sent the Tar Heels past number 4 Miami 30-28. With the Canes in town today, let's press the rewind button and flash back to October 30th, 2004. Here's what Barth had to say in the immediate aftermath of the victory.
All I remember is right before I went out to kick, I saw fans starting to line the sidelines around the hedges. I was like, wow, I got to make this or I'm in trouble.
Greg Warren snapping, Jared Hall holding. Connor Barth for the possible win. Snap, spot, kick away, high enough, long enough. It's good! It's good! Carolina has won the game on a 42-yard field goal by freshman Connor Barth.
It was one of the best experiences I've ever had. I look back on it being 18 years old, young, and it's just awesome to see how much composure I had. Go out and do that, but I felt like I just want to go out there and do my job for the team, and just, I came through in the end, and it was just one of the best nights I've ever had, and probably the best kick of my life ever.
That's Connor Barth. His field goal split the uprights just before the fans took down the goalposts, and Lee Pace was on the field that night. He's on the field today. Lee, what do you remember about what ensued after Barth's kick?
Well, first, Dave, I remember the timeout going into it. I said to Woody Durham and Mick Mixon upstairs, I said, guys, as soon as he makes this, I'm going to try and grab Connor and get a word. And Woody said something to the effect of, the old Dean Smith mindset, which, of course, Coach Smith was notorious for timeouts in late games, telling guys what to do after a key free throw was made or something. So I did find Connor, got a quick word with him, and the rest, as they say, is history. Of course, what you got from him was a little more relaxed and a little bit more reflective. But I tell you what, that was then, this is now, and right now it is a downpour here on the field at Kenan Stadium. That system we've been watching the last hour or so develop over Burlington and Mebane and move this way has really descended on us, and it's raining hard. Hopefully it will get through here in reasonable time. Of course, really looking for thunder and lightning, because that's what would send everybody in for a delay. But anyway, checking the Tar Heels, nothing really new from the last couple of weeks. No Caleb Hood, no Storm Duck, no Brian Anderson as a starter at center. It's going to be Q Johnson starting again at center for the Tar Heels.
That's Lee Pace down on the field, brought to you by Breakthrough Physical Therapy, the choice in North Carolina for keeping you in the game of life. After another timeout, Jones begins his two-part conversation with the Hall of Fame head coach of the Tar Heels, Mack Brown. That comes your way after this on the Reed's Jewelers pregame show from Learfield.
Everyone has an idea of their perfect engagement ring. You'll know it when you see it, but you have to see it. Allure Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. 8 stunning collections with over 300 styles. Yellow, rose, or white gold. Two-tone, stacks, pave, solitaires, wraps, guards. Your perfect ring exists. All you have to do is come and see it. It's your style and your choice with Allure Bridal, only at Reed's Jewelers and Reeds.com.
On the inside, a Honda is comfortable, technologically advanced, and loaded with next-gen features. But on the outside, a Honda is fuel-efficient, powerful, and stylish. Like the versatile HR-V, the 8-passenger Pilot, or a turbocharged Civic. No matter what kind of car you need, Honda has it. Because inside and outside, a Honda is the total package. Hurry, they're selling fast. Now at your Honda dealer of the Carolinas.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
WCAB, WCAB, WCAB.
Crowning achievement in college athletics.
The rain has subsided some here in Chapel Hill, but a pretty good downpour over the last 10-15 minutes here in Kenan Stadium as both teams have exited the field, and just a few students remain towards the Carolina end zone. Well, they'll rush out of here in what we hope is a little less than 30 minutes' time. What we don't have to wait for is part one of Jones' conversation with Coach Brown in the Continental Tire Coach's Corner, brought to you by Continental Tire, innovative technology, driving confidence. For a dealer near you, just go to ContinentalTire.com.
Inside the Continental Tire Coach's Corner with the head coach of the Tar Heels, Mack Brown. Carolina prepares to host Miami in Kenan Stadium. Coach, the Heels looking to bounce back after the difficult outing last week. What has been the focus this week for you, your staff, and your team as you've prepared for the Hurricanes?
Jones, more than anything else, we're about halfway through the season now, and it's just time to refocus and clean things up. We still haven't played together as a team, and that seems simple. For whatever reason this year, it's very hard for us to do. And we started well last week against Florida State, but we didn't play well in the second quarter, and then had our chances in the second half, but just didn't finish like we needed to. So more than anything else, we've got to play as a team. It's not about Miami today. Miami's got great players. We've all known that they have had their ups and downs. Both teams have been like they've been on a roller coaster. We started with tough games, and then we've been up and down, and expectations were much higher than what we've accomplished. So we got to keep working. We can't get down. We've got to be positive and try to play our best game today.
Coach, you've talked some throughout the year about the odd distribution on your roster as far as a handful of older players and then a lot of talented younger players that make up a majority of your team. Does that make things difficult to manage for you in any way?
It does. The older guys feel like the younger guys are entitled, and they're coming in here after an Orange Bowl and they haven't earned anything, and the younger guys feel like the older guys are too demanding for them because younger. Lou Holtz said it the best. Seniors want to win, juniors want to play and win, freshmen, sophomores want to play. And that's just the way it is. That hadn't changed for 100 years in college football. So what we've got to do is make sure that we get a good mix of the young and old here in the last half of the season and start playing better as a team. When you're inconsistent, Jones, it's about the coaching. That's what it is. It's my fault. Because we've got good players. They're great young people. And when you have too many penalties, you got lack of discipline. When you've got guys that aren't playing with passion all the time, we have an offense show up and the defense doesn't show up. Vice versa, that's on me. That's on me and our assistant coaches, and we've got to do a better job of that today.
Coach, you have consistently talked about, I think people who've seen your program understand the importance of running the ball for your team and how that leads to success more times than not. If you take out the quarterback run, and certainly understanding that's part of it and fair to talk about, but Carolina averaging a little more than 150 yards per game on the ground from that tailback spot. Is that in the area that you would like for that position? And if not, how can that improve?
Yeah, we are improving. And We had 390-something yards rushing against Virginia. Where'd that come from? I mean, this team's been a team of surprises, good and bad. But I think it's foolish of us, Jones, to say when you take the quarterback run out, it's part of the game now. Let's take Florida State's quarterback runs out, and they don't win last week. So let's talk about running game. Let's don't talk about running backs. Come on, who cares? They're rushing yards, and you need to rush the ball well enough that then you control play action pass, which we do a lot of, and then you control protection when you're getting ready to drop back. So if someone can stop the run, in most cases, Jones, it's a long day for the other team. I go back and look, the large majority of time in my career, when we've outrushed the opponent, we've won the game. Yeah. And that's just period. And that's 40-something years of watching this stuff. So turnover ratio, field position, tackles, missed tackles, and really running the ball are big parts of what happens in the outcome of a game.
Carolina will try to get the better of all those things today against Miami. We'll talk a little bit more about the Hurricanes when Coach rejoins us later in our pregame show.
From the mountains to the coast, 2.5 million North Carolinians are members of an electric cooperative. As a co-op member, you're part of exciting efforts to build a brighter future in the Tar Heel State through innovative energy programs that make the electric grid more efficient and sustainable. Plus, you're supporting local communities by empowering tomorrow's leaders. Learn more at ncelectriccooperatives.com/brighter.
The perfect tailgate. All you need are your friends and the 2021 Ford F-150 with the available Pro Power onboard. It's like a mobile generator to power your tailgate all game long. It's this tradition of toughness and innovation that's made Ford F-Series America's best-selling truck 44 years straight and counting. Make your game day traditions bigger and better season after season. Check out the 2021 Ford F-150 at your Carolina Ford dealer. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year total sales.
This is Tar Heel football from Learfield.
Who doesn't want to live their most spectacular life? The new Spectacular Riches Scratch-Off from the North Carolina Education Lottery has millions of dollars in prizes with riches everywhere. So you can make bling your thing, add glide to your ride, or even glitz to your grits. Spectacular Riches with over $100 million in prizes from $100 to $10,000. Riches are everywhere. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds of winning are 1 in 4.26. Problem gambling helpline 877-718-5543.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
Ball is brought to you by Reed's Jewelers, your home for fine Swiss timepieces, beautiful diamonds, and the world's most luxurious jewelry brands. Reed's Jewelers, trusted with life's moments. This is the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. Keenan Moments from Lee Pace, author of Football in a Forest, presented by the Campaign for Carolina, creating opportunities for more Tar Heels.
Despite the Miami Hurricanes' gaudy record of 5 national titles, the team has been decidedly pedestrian since entering the ACC in 2004. Who'd have thought it? The Tar Heels actually have a record of 9 wins and 8 losses against Miami over those 17 years. And certainly one of the high points was a 3-year winning streak from 2007 to 9 engineered by Butch Davis, the former Miami head coach now in charge at Carolina. Brandon Tate scored on a 54-yard end around, and Connor Barth hit 4 field goals as Carolina prevailed by 6 points in Kenan Stadium in 2007.
Now they're going to run the reverse to Brandon Tate. He's wide open around the left side. Touchdown, Carolina!
Quarterback Cam Sexton came on for an injured T.J. Yates in the Orange Bowl the next year to pass for 242 yards and 2 touchdowns as the Tar Heels escaped with a 4-point victory.
Sexton rolling out to his right. He's going to throw end zone. Caught! Touchdown, Carolina by Brooks Foster with 46 seconds remaining.
And quarterback Kendrick Burney had 3 interceptions in sparking the Tar Heels to a 9-point win the following year back in Kenan Stadium, entering the perfect trifecta for Davis against his former team.
Harris looking, gonna throw deep, got a receiver out there, and it's intercepted. Taken down by Kendrick Burney. Throws, and it is intercepted. Here comes Kendrick Burney. Throws, and it is intercepted, Carolina. Have you ever seen something like this?
That's today's Keenan Moment, presented by the Campaign for Carolina, creating opportunities for more Tar Heels. Well, the rain again has tapered off. Some of the students are filtering back into the student section, and some other fans across the way as Carolina and Miami close in on the kick. As a matter of fact, we're 15 minutes away from kickoff, presented by Geico, and 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Let's check in with Canes head football coach Manny Diaz, who is in his 3rd season in Coral Gables as the head man. And while this year hasn't gone according to plan, Diaz says college football is as unpredictable as ever in 2021.
If you look at what the top 10 in the preseason polls was compared to where it is now, and you got someone like Iowa, ranked 2nd, and with a phenomenal atmosphere they had up there this weekend, and just the ups and downs and the comings of going to different teams. But I think there's still really, really good teams that are not ranked, that were ranked high early on. I mean, even you look at Clemson and where they're at right now, that's still a phenomenal team, with great coaches and great players. So, as you know, we like, college ball is a sport where we take a picture of it after every weekend and make assessments. But, again, it is still a long season. Teams are finding their way, looking to improve. And we'll see how it all looks in November.
That's Miami head football coach Manny Diaz here on the Reach Jewelers pregame show. We've got to look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard, ACC scores and action from around the top 25 when we come back from Learfield.
For any surface and every season, there's a Continental tire that delivers superior performance. From ultra-high performance tires like the Extreme Contact Sport, to passenger touring tires, to all-terrain light truck tires like the Terrain Contact AT, Continental has a tire that gives you confidence no matter the road conditions. Whether you're looking for summer, all-season, or winter tires, Continental Tire has something to fit your needs. Visit ContinentalTire.com to find your ideal tire. Continental Tire, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
The MT1 Series tractor from LS is a powerhouse packed in a compact footprint, and it's now available with high-capacity loader attachment. This tractor loader package provides you everything you need to get the job done right. Visit your local dealer or check us out online at lstractorusa.com to experience the LS difference for yourself. Rules, restrictions, eligibility, and participation may apply. This is Carolina football from Learfield.
For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
You need an insurance agent you can talk to? Call Insurance Service Associates at 828-245-5301. We want to help you get the best out of your insurance dollar. As a trusted choice independent agent, we shop your coverage with several companies to give you the best value. More companies, better choices, best rate. Come see us at our new office at 245 East Main Street in Forest City, or call us at 828-245-5301.
A little bit of sunshine beginning to peek out from behind those dark clouds overhead here at Kenan Stadium as the rain alternates between heavy, off, and a slight drizzle where we currently are inside Kenan Stadium. Dave Nathan welcoming you back to the Reach Jewelers pregame show. All indications are that things are set to start on time. Of course, if that changes, we'll let you know, but it appears to be all systems go right now for the Canes and Tar Heels just after 3:30. Let's get you up to speed on the Lee's 24-hour towing ACC scoreboard. Preferred hauler of Carolina football equipment. Virginia in the closing stages up on Duke 41-0. This game is early on in the fourth quarter, but for all intents and purposes, this one was decided long ago. Pittsburgh and Virginia Tech, the other ACC matchup to kick at 3:30, and at 7:30, it's State and Boston College from Chestnut Hill. Clemson survived a scare, defeating Syracuse last night 17-14. In the top 25, number 3 Cincinnati leads Central Florida 49-14 midway through the fourth quarter. It's Indiana pushing Michigan State, but the Spartans lead the Hoosiers 20-15 middle of the fourth. Late in the fourth quarter, Texas looks like it's given up another big lead, and Oklahoma State leads the Longhorns 25-24. Auburn 38, Arkansas 23. That game close to finishing up. And how about LSU and Florida? Shot for shot, touchdown for touchdown, 42 all midway through the fourth in Baton Rouge, and Texas A&M leading Missouri 35-14 also near the finish. That'll do it for a look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Helping you is what they do best. It's part 2 of Jones and Coach Brown on the Continental Tire Coaches Corner when we come back from Learfield.
At BMW, we made the ultimate range of SAVs. And because each of the 7 X-Range sports activity vehicles flawlessly balance dynamic power, spacious size, and sleek design, you can choose from a fleet that fits perfectly into your life. Like the versatile and bold X1, the unbelievably powerful X3, or the luxurious X7. No matter who you are, no matter where you're going, no matter what's next, there's an X to take you there.
Test drive at one of your local North Carolina BMW centers and take advantage of exclusive offers.
Carolina Housing wants to remind you that the housing application for the 2022-2023 academic year is now open. Why live anywhere else? Living on campus brings many advantages, like saving you money with a 9-month lease and options for a 1-semester lease if you want to study abroad, get an internship, or graduate in December. There's also the convenience of having everything you need just a short walk away. So, what are you waiting for? Carolina Housing is home of the heels. Priority housing selection application closes November 8th. Live on campus. Apply today.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines. And Smith's Drugs in Forest City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith's Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recalled devices. Just call the Home Medical Department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591.
Classic oldies from the vault of treasured music. Right here on 100.9 FM and 590 AM.
And Miami coming this afternoon in Chapel Hill. I'm inside the Continental Tire Coaches Corner with the head coach of the Tar Heels, Mac Brown. Miami enters 2-3 coming off an extended break. Gracious, the Hurricanes haven't played since September 30th. Coach, what are some of the strengths of this Hurricane team which have challenged your side this week as you've tried to prepare for this big matchup coming up?
They're always really talented. And I feel like, Jones, that they've got probably the best receiving core in the ACC, maybe the best in the country. They got a transfer from Oklahoma named Charleston Rambo that can run, man. He's really good. And then they have Mike Harley that they've had the last couple of years that we've played them. They've got a huge offensive line. Mallory's a big tight end. And the young quarterback's a future star, so he'll be a handful today throwing the ball, and we've got to play better in the secondary. Defensively, they blitz all over the place. I had Manny Diaz with me at Texas as a defensive coordinator. And you look at secondary guys, they got Stevenson, who's one of the best corners in the country. He's a big 6', 214 guy. Then you start looking at Bolden. I love him at safety, 6'3", 204, and big defensive tackle in there that they're hard to move the ball on. So it'll be a real challenge for us today.
Coach, you mentioned the young quarterback Tyler Van Dyke. Of course, Miami announcing earlier this week that De'Aaron King would be lost for the rest of the season. When you mix in a quarterback who hasn't played a ton, he did start and play the last game, but not a ton of film on him, plus the fact that they haven't played since September 30th, I assume you expect to see something maybe you haven't seen before from these guys at some point today.
Jones, we really do. It's like an opening game.
Yep.
Because it's a new quarterback, therefore a new scheme, because he's totally different than De'Aaron King. This guy's big, he's tall, he's a thrower, but can run. He really had Virginia beat from his standpoint in their last ball game, and they missed the late field goal from a short distance, which, like I said, Miami's luck's been like ours. Somebody going to get lucky today because neither one of these teams have had any luck all year. But the young guy's got a game under his belt. He's got 3 weeks to prepare, so he'll be a good player today.
Carolina hopes that luck is on its side as the Heels host the Canes this afternoon. Coach, as always, thank you for your time and best of luck.
Thanks, Jones.
She gets her soccer skills from her mom, her sense of humor from her dad, and her drugs from her home medicine cabinet. Over half of misused medication comes from family and friends. Talk to your children about the dangers of prescription drug misuse. Secure your medication, take regular inventory to ensure nothing is missing, and properly dispose of expired or unused medication. Be aware. Don't share. Lock your meds.
The perfect tailgate. All you need are your friends and the 2021 Ford F-150 with the available Pro Power onboard. It's like a mobile generator to power your tailgate all game long. It's this tradition of toughness and innovation that's made Ford F-Series America's best-selling truck 44 years straight and counting. Make your game day traditions bigger and better season after season. Check out the 2021 Ford F-150 at your Carolina Ford dealer. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year total sales.
This is Tar Heel football from Learfield.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines. And Smith's Drugs in Forest City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith's Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recalled devices. Just call the Home Medical Department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591.
Classic oldies from the vault of treasured music. Right here on 100.9 FM and 590 AM.
End zone here as Miami is in town to take on the Tar Heels. We've got Keys to the Game brought to you by Honda dealers of the Carolinas. Score big with huge savings on your favorite Honda model. See your Honda dealer of the Carolinas today. Jones, my key for this one is getting an explosive play or a turnover early. It's a 60-minute game. We all know that, but something tells me one of these two teams has to have something break for them if they want to get the W.
Yeah, that's a good point. Carolina actually has 6 plays of 60 yards or more this season. That's best in the league and top 4 in the nation. But last week really had trouble pushing the ball down the field against Florida State as Carolina coming out of the west end zone. And by the way, that weather, we had an absolute deluge of rain about 30 minutes before kick. It is now completely clear. Sunshine coming through. Clouds are starting to break up. And it's really cooled off significantly by about 15 degrees or so than what it was when we came on the air. But keys to the game-wise, Brian, I'm going to make Miami one-dimensional. They have a young quarterback. Make him beat you. Don't let him run the football. Make the young quarterback in his first road start beat you today.
Absolutely. We talked about the production of Josh Downs. How about let's get a Robin to the Batman? Okay, somebody else stand up and help him out in the passing game. Make some plays, make the layups in the passing game, and let's see if we can get some explosive plays that way from somebody other than Josh Downs.
Let's check in with Lee on the sideline. Lee.
Last week, Jones, Carolina had 12 penalties for 110 yards. A lot of them were pre-snap and post-snap retaliatory, undisciplined plays. Carolina cannot do that today and have any chance of beating the Hurricanes.
Might have heard some of those boos come across. That wasn't because of keys to the game. That was because Miami just came out onto the field. And Jones, as the captains meet at the 50-yard line, it's time for the coin toss.
We'll take you to that after we tell you that our UNC Healthcare Kid Champion today is Allison. She loves to cheer on the Tar Heels. Allison, appreciate you and your support of Carolina. It's brought to you by UNC Health, dedicated to caring for champions of all kinds and to help keep you in the game and at your very best. You can see their lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports. Let's listen in to Dwayne Haight as he flips the coin.
Heads is called. It is heads. Miami, you won the toss. Miami has won the toss.
So Miami has won the toss. Carolina will receive the football with Miami deferring its choice to the second half. Let's get to the starting lineup here as Sam Howell will be Carolina's starting quarterback. He needs just 454 yards passing to be Carolina's all-time leading passer as far as yards. Currently in second place, TJ Yates with 9,377 holds that record. Sam comes into today 8,924. Ty Chandler, the graduate transfer from Tennessee, the Tar Heel tailback. Talked a lot about those receivers. We anticipate seeing Antoine Green and Emory Simmons on the outside, along with Josh Downs in the slot position. Gosh, a lot of tight ends been playing recently for Carolina. Garrett Walston, Kamari Morales, Bryson Nesbitt have all gotten some snaps here recently. We expect Walston to start. We'll see how those snaps are distributed. Left to right on the offensive line, Asim Richards, Joshua Izudu. We'll keep an eye on center. It'll either be Brian Anderson or Kieran Johnson, Marcus McKeithen at right guard, Jordan Tucker at right tackle. For Miami, up front, Zach McLeod, a converted linebacker, is one of the two defensive ends, along with Jafari Harvey. Jonathan Ford and Jared Harrison Hunt, the tackles. The two linebackers, Corey Flagg Jr. and Wayman Steed. They call the third backer / nickel position the striker spot. That is senior Amari Carter. DJ Ivey to Corey Crouch listed as the starters at corner, with Bubba Bolden, a terrific player, USC transfer, and James Williams, a true freshman, the two listed starting safeties. Carolina will be returning this kick in all blue today from right to left. DJ Jones on the near hash, Jaquarius Conley on the far hash. Kickoff man for Miami is their place kicker, Andy Borregales. His older brother has been the kicker for Miami. Jose had been the kicker for Miami the last several years, including winning last season the Groza Award as the top kicker in the nation. Andy, a true freshman, taking over those duties. He jogs up, boots away the end over end kick. Conley will stick out his arms, meaning that he's not even going to make an attempt to catch the football, and it does bounce through the end zone for a touchback. It was a late arriving crowd due to that torrential downpour, but the seats here in Kenan continuing to fill as we prepare for the 25th meeting between Carolina and Miami. Tar Heels will have it at the 25, going from right to left here in quarter number one. Again, Heels going all blue today with the blue helmets, blue jerseys, blue pants. And taking a look, Justin Olson is getting a start at wide receiver along with Antoine Green. So no Emory Simmons, at least on this first snap. The center is Kieran Johnson. He sends it to Howell. Handoff to Chandler, picks his way right side, gets a good 4 or 5 yards. A slow developing play as Chandler had to be patient after receiving the football. Worked his way for about 4.5. Tyreek Stevenson, a Georgia transfer, not listed as a starter, but he's starting at one of the corner spots for Miami along with Corey Crouch. He made the tackle on the play. So 2nd and 6 for Carolina off the far hash. Howell, quick hitter to Downs. He makes the catch, but then is hit hard by Crouch. He'll be about half a yard shy of the first down. Caught it between the hash and the numbers on the near side, but a good immediate tackle by Couch takes him down, and it will be 3rd and short.
And good way for Sam to start the game. If they're going to play off on your best receiver, just pitch and catch, make an easy reception, get yourself into a 3rd and half a yard.
As Brian alluded to, it's not even a full football that Carolina needs for the first down on an early 3rd and short. They will keep it on the ground with Chandler. He was hit in the backfield, but is able to slip forward for the first down. Wayman Steed, Zach McLeod, both in the area for the tackle for Miami. Carolina gets enough, though, to move the chains and keep this first possession of the ball game moving. 13:38 and counting first quarter. It's the first possession of the game. Carolina with the football after Miami won the toss and elected to defer. Howell in the shotgun. He'll send Morales, who's checked in motion from left to right. Pulls it away from his running back, Chandler, then nearly threw a pick. He was trying to find Olsen, angling his way into the middle of the field, and it was poked away, almost intercepted by Corey Couch, who's been active here early. And that'll bring up 2nd and 10. A dangerous throw there, Brian.
Yeah, good job by Couch, the defender, just driving on the football, reading the quarterback. And Sam, that's one that Sam, he didn't get an interception, but that's a throw he wish he could have back.
Screen to the far side to Downs. Has some blockers in front as he jukes his way over the 40 and eventually is swallowed up there by a bunch of Miami white jerseys, including Amari Carter, who got there first. Gain of 6, though, on the play. We'll bring up a 3rd and manageable here for Carolina. 3rd and 4. Tar Heels converted an early 3rd down on 3rd and short. Still haven't seen Emory Simmons. It has been Antoine Green and Justin Olsen as the 2 outside receivers. Downs has gone the whole way at the slot. Those 3 players are all split out to the left. Walston, the tight end, is standing up on the short side of the field. That is the right side for this 3rd down play. Howe, clean pocket. Now he will run, has the first down, and slides down right at midfield. So we've seen that story a bunch this year. Howe dropped into the pocket, stood there for 2-3 seconds, checked out what he had, and elected to run and gets enough to keep the drive going.
Absolutely, and the key is the quick decision making by Sam. He sees it, doesn't like the pitcher initially, understands I only need 4 to pick up the first down, tucks it, run, get it, and now start to change over.
Bright sunshine now covering the field in Chapel Hill. You would not have believed that if you'd been here 45 minutes ago. Hand off to Chandler, cuts back, Chandler into the secondary. 30, 25, hits the Jets, and he will go. Ty Chandler for 6.
And great job by Chandler. The offensive line can get you to the second level, but once you get there, it's up to you to make the first defender miss. Chandler did that and was able to score a touchdown.
Brian, I tell you, we saw it in the Duke game where he caught that the wheel route. When he gets out in the open, he can really go.
Well, that's the one thing that they knew coming from Tennessee that he absolutely could do is once he got in the open field, he can run, and he has another gear to score from out.
So 11:57 on the clock as Atkins comes in to try to add the extra point, which he cleanly will do. So Tar Heels jump on top for the score. It is a 51-yard touchdown run by Ty Chandler. Longest, well, not quite the longest run. Had a 60-yarder earlier this year. That 51-yarder, though, long enough to get the Heels on the scoreboard. So 7-0 Carolina, 11:57 to go in the first quarter. Heels go 75 yards in 7 plays, 3:03 off the clock. See if that defense can stand tall when we return. Carolina jumps on top early from Learfield.
North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives recognize the best classroom projects and the teachers who create them through the Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These grants provide funding for creative projects in grades K through 12. Congratulations to Bright Ideas grant winner Solnora Spencer Oluyemi of Rose Hill Magnolia Elementary. Her project, addressing social-emotional trauma through visual imagery, poetry, and collaboration, is sponsored by Fort County EMC of Burgaw. If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines. And Smith's Drugs in Forest City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith's Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recalled devices. Just call the Home Medical Department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591.
Classic oldies from the vault of treasured music. Right here on 100.9 FM and 590 AM.
Carolina with the 51-yard explosion from Ty Chandler takes the 7-0 lead on that North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Brought to you by the North Carolina Farm Bureau. Helping you is what they do best. Well, rocking some Def Leppard in here. Coming back from the break, Brian plugged in his phone so they could use his playlist here for this one. Carolina about to kick off to Miami. It will be Jonathan Kim kicking to the Canes. Back to receive. Xavier Restrepo is on the far hash. And on the near hash for the Canes is, I think it's Brashard Smith, the wide receiver. It is, and Smith will throw out the arms. It'll be a touchback. And let's check in with Lee. Lee, it poured down rain for the game. Now it's bright and sunny down there, and after that run by Ty Chandler, probably pretty sunny on the Tar Heel sideline.
Big, broad smile on Ty Chandler's face as he came off the field. He sat down with the running backs group and then got up, went down, and shook hands individually with each of the offensive linemen and told them thanks for doing such a good job opening that hole for him. You're right, Jones. It has brightened up, bright sun here on the field. Down to about 70 degrees. It was low 80s 90 minutes ago, so looks like it's going to be good the rest of the day.
We'll give you the starters here in just a second, but Miami ready to go and snapping the football. They're going to run a flea flicker on it the first play, and the throw is incomplete. That flea flicker, they handed off to Harris. He didn't really sell the run. He just quickly turned right back around and gave it to Van Dyke, who threw down the field to Keyshawn Smith, but was way off the mark. So incomplete, and it's 2nd and 10. So Van Dyke, the quarterback, Harris, the running back, Keyshawn Smith, Charleston Rambo, Mike Harley, who's been there forever, the three receivers. Will Mallory, the tight end, Zion Nelson, Navon Donaldson, Ja'Kai Clark, DJ Scaife, Jared Williams, the O-line. Miami will run on 2nd down, try to go left side and gain just 1 on the run. So that will quickly bring up 3rd and 9. Gimmel and Miles Murphy, two of the starters for the Heels with the stop. Rucker, Vahasik, Murphy, along with Gimmel, Cedric Gray, Tamon Fox, Aquarius Conley at the nickel, McMichael and Grimes at cornerback, Kelly and Morrison, the two starters at safety. 5 wide for Miami on 3rd and 9. Tar Heels lead 7-0. Canes trying to avoid a 3-and-out. Pressure on the way. Van Dyke able to get it out of his hands, and incomplete. Bounces off the hands of the receiver Keyshawn Smith. He was tumbling backwards at the 45-yard line. Hit him right in the hands, but he could not, while he was losing his balance, grab the football, and the Canes go 3-and-out. There was some good pressure on Van Dyke there, but he was able to step up through it, Brian.
And I expect Carolina to blitz Van Dyke a lot. Van Dyke is not a mobile guy, so I think especially if they can get him in 3rd and long, expect Coach Bateman to bring a lot of heat today.
Is that music to your ears that Van Dyke not a super mobile? He can run, ran for a touchdown in the last game against Virginia, but is not a primary runner like we have seen from some other opponents here over the last few seasons. Play clock down to 1, and Miami never got the snap off as flags come in.
Prior to the expiration of the play clock, timeout, Miami.
Wow, so Miami uses an early timeout here as they were in danger of a delay of game before punting it away after a 3-and-out. So we'll take a full break with them. 11:13 to go into the first quarter. Tar Heels get that long run from Chandler. They have forced a 3-and-out, still waiting from the punt from one of the best in the league, Lou Headley, the veteran punter for Miami. That'll come after this timeout. Heels up a touchdown from Learfield.
For any surface in every season, there's a For any surface and every season, there's a Continental tire that delivers superior performance. From ultra-high performance tires like the Extreme Contact Sport to passenger touring tires to all-terrain light truck tires like the Terrain Contact AT, Continental has a tire that gives you confidence no matter the road conditions. Whether you're looking for summer, all-season, or winter tires, Continental Tire has something to fit your needs. Visit ContinentalTire.com to find your ideal tire. Continental Tire, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
This is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels. And as a parent, I know nothing is more important than the safety of our children. More than 22% of teen-involved crashes per year in North Carolina are the result of distracted driving. Help protect our teenage drivers by ensuring they practice safe driving habits and avoid distracted driving. Always encourage your teens to put down the phone while driving and lead by example. Let's have a hands-free NC. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/Go Heels.
UNC Health offers the kind of care that helps keep champions on top of their game. From collegiate quarterbacks to backyard receivers and everyone in between, our team is always here for you. We're bringing our A game to provide personalized care with great expertise, the latest innovation, and the utmost compassion. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
11:13 to go in the first quarter. Good start for the Heels. Got a touchdown, forced a 3 and out. Still waiting on the punt, though, from Miami. Carolina darn near had a sack on that third down play. Not quite, though, but every sack is a sack to give back. Food Line Feeds will donate 1,000 meals to feed our neighbors in need here in the Triangle. Proud partner with Carolina Football, Food Line is going to donate up to 30,000 meals to Interfaith Food Shuttle this season. Of course, you're cheering for Carolina to pick up sacks all year long, so let's remember, not only are they great for the Tar Heel football team, but they are sacks to give back. I mentioned Lou Headley. He's the punter for Miami. Redshirt junior out of Australia. He was a Ray Guy finalist a year ago. Miami last year actually set an NCAA record in net punting, 44.96 as a team net. That's the best in NCAA history. So he's a good one. He can flip the field, and he'll need to, as Miami snapping off its 26-yard line. A lot of movement from the Tar Heels up front. Finally, the ball goes back to Headley, almost blocked as he rolled out to the right, but he was able to get it away. The Heels scatter away from the football around the 40-yard line, where Miami will down it. Gio Biggers was the man who came flying in. Darn near blocked that thing. Headley didn't get a good one off his foot because he was rushed. And so the Heels will start at their own 40-yard line after the 34-yard punt.
And you can tell Carolina has put a lot of emphasis on that punt block team, because that team has been productive for them over the last month, not only blocking punts, but also pressuring the punt, like in that situation, creating bad punts.
Chandler still in there after that long run. He will be standing next to Howell again. 4 receivers in the formation for Carolina. Howell tried the screen. It's intercepted and will be taken for a touchdown. Tried to hit the swing pass to Chandler, and Jafari Harvey from his defensive end spot tipped it in the air, intercepted it, and took it back for 6. What a great play by Harvey. That is his first career interception, and he takes it back for the touchdown. So all that goodwill that the Tar Heels had built in the start of this game flushes away after the 32-yard interception return for the score.
And Sam is expecting that defensive end to be cut by Tucker, but even though that was the case, Sam clearly saw the DN standing up and not cut, and that's one he either has to throw over his head or just throw it in the dirt.
The extra point is up and in. Last time an interception was returned against Carolina for a touchdown. Actually, it was a really similar play. It was against Florida State last season.
Same play, different side.
It was Joshua Kando who intercepted a screen and took it back for a touchdown. He did it 25 yards. Miami does it for 32 yards. On the pick return, again, it was Jafari Harvey, a redshirt freshman out of Port St. Lucie, Florida. So a quick change in momentum, as at the 10:56 mark of the first quarter, Miami gets the interception return for 6. The extra point was good as well. So now this thing's all tied up at 7.
And those, I mean, without saying, those are the plays you absolutely cannot give up, especially when you're struggling as a team. You know, pick what day, whether it's offense or defense, but as a team, you're struggling and you're underperforming. You can't afford to give up a pick six.
And Brian, Mac Brown's talked a lot this week about his team handling adversity better and how he didn't think they've done that very well, and not necessarily game to game, but even within games.
Yep.
Well, they're going to get an early opportunity here after they really looked good the first 4 minutes, and now all of a sudden, even though they've dominated these first 4 minutes and 4 seconds, it's back to a tie ball game.
Right, you give up those points, but listen, that is done. Go to the next play and worry about the plays that's in front of you, because the plays that's in front of you are the ones that will dictate who wins this game and not the play that just happened.
This has been a busy 4 minutes and 4 seconds. Kickoff from Miami will be into the back of the end zone. Hitting the top part of the R on Tar Heels. About 8 yards deep, and so Tar Heels will try again. Boy, they also, in addition to everything else, they had great field position. They were starting on their own 40.
Yep.
And now after the touchback, Carolina will be starting on its own 25. And again, the ball game all tied up. Interception for Howell. That is his 6th of the year. He threw 7 all last season. And in fact, he threw 7 his freshman year as well. Fields will try again. On the ground. Chandler comes near side. Steps through a tackle. Stiff arm gets another man off of him. And ends up getting close to the first down. Bubba Bolden was the man who took the stiff arm, but also pushed Chandler out with that stiff arm. Ends up being a 9-yard gain. And it's 2nd and 1 from the 34-yard line. It is still Olsen and Green as the 2 outside receivers for Carolina, with Downs in the slot. Howell will pull it away from Chandler and then follow his tailback around the right side of the offensive line for a first down as he gets out to the 37-yard line. A gain of 3 on what was 2nd and 1 for the Tar Heels. Tackle was Elijah Roberts, a freshman from Miami, on the defensive line. Not listed in the 2 deep for the Canes, but they run a lot of guys in and out on the defensive side in particular. Heels try the play again with the swing pass to Chandler. This time they complete it, and Chandler heads up the far numbers for close to the first down before he's spun down, and it will indeed move the chains to the 47-yard line. That was the same play Carolina tried to run on the interception a moment ago. This time they pick up 10 out of it.
And I like it. It was something about that play that they liked previously, so don't be gun-shy just because something negative happened the last play. Run it. If you like the play, continue to run it, and this time just execute it.
9:35 and counting first quarter. We've had some explosive plays, a 51-yard touchdown by Chandler and an interception return for a score for Miami. Pass in the flat left side to Downs. He's able to scoot around Gilbert Frierson and cross the 50 into Miami territory. He'll be 1 yard shy of the first down at the Hurricane 44-yard line. Eventually, Chance Williams, hustling from his defensive end position, takes down Downs. Downs was kind of carrying that ball out and just in his palm out by his side. I'm going to guess the Tar Heels would like to see a little more ball security than that, but gracious, Josh Downs has done plenty right so far this season. DJ Jones in for the first time, spelling Chandler. He'll be to the right of Howell and get the football in a lot of traffic as he gets the carry and loses a yard. DeAndre Johnson with the tackle back to the 45, and Jones just didn't really have anywhere to go. As soon as he was handed the football, there were just a bunch of bodies, the white Miami Hurricane jerseys, the all Carolina blue unis today. Everybody was in his space and able to get back close to the line of scrimmage, but it'll bring up a 3rd and 2.
Just a well-timed blitz by Miami. Good job of stopping the run, getting a lot of penetration.
7-7 the score. Carolina on 3rd and 2 with 8:15 to go in the first quarter. Heels going right to left on the near hash. Howell's going to throw for it. Wide open. It's Downs, middle of the field. Downs into the open. Goodbye. Josh Downs continues to set the standard for wide receivers. Not just here, not just the ACC. Gosh, the whole darn country. Touchdown, Carolina. 45 yards. Howell to Downs. And Brian, we've talked about explosive plays. So many of them for Carolina this year have been that. A short pass that Downs just is so good that he'll just take it all the way.
Yeah, great situation by Carolina, understanding Miami is in man coverage. So you get bunch, you put Josh, and you just get a natural rub, and Josh comes underneath, and the defender couldn't get there. And once Josh catches the ball, he has the speed to score.
So Carolina goes 75 yards in 6 plays this time. Extra point up and in. 8:03 to go in the first quarter. Carolina's done everything right outside of one play. But that one play was a pick 6. In total, 14-7 Carolina. 8:03 to go, quarter number 1 from Learfield.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Stay in touch with your tax dollars. Listen to the Commish Report and the School Board Report each month live here on WCAB. The reports are heard the following morning after the meetings. WCAB, keeping you informed as well as entertained.
14-7 Carolina after the 45-yard Powell to Downs touchdown. I said it there, he was setting the standard. Listen to these numbers for Downs. He came into the game today averaging 123.5 yards per game. That's best in the league, 5th best in the nation. All-purpose yards when you mix in some of the punt returns. He was 3rd best in the league, 10th in the nation. Coming into this game, he had at least 8 catches and at least 1 touchdown in 6 straight. Last guy to do that, Devontae Adams. He's a pretty good receiver, isn't he, with the Green Bay Packers? He did it for Fresno State back in 2013. Downs leads the nation in yards after catch. He's 2nd in the nation in receptions for first downs. And his yardage, 741 coming into this game. Already the most ever for Carolina through 6 games. If he didn't have a single yard today, it would already be the most through 7 games in Carolina history. I mean, Brian, he is rewriting the books right now at wide receiver.
Yeah, and the impressive thing is most of his yardage is after the catch.
Yeah.
Like, he's not going down the field and catching a ton of deep balls. He's making plays like that touchdown. And as a quarterback, you love a guy that you can get to in 5 or 10 yards, and then he can do the rest for you.
Kickoff goes through the end zone, so it's another touchback. Miami will start on the 25-yard line with 8:03 to go in the first quarter still. So we've seen a 51-yard touchdown run, a 45-yard touchdown pass, a 32-yard interception return for a touchdown. All adds up to 14-7 Carolina. Miami's offense coming on the field for just will be its 4th play. It went 3 and out to start things off. Carolina enters this game 3-3. Already played 5 conference games. This is a 6th conference game for Carolina. Miami's played 1. This is the 2nd conference game they've played. Van Dyke in the shotgun. He'll have the talented Cameron Harris next to him, and he'll hand him the football. Caught in a ton of traffic. Eventually, Tamon Fox kind of cradles him to the ground. Harris just really didn't have a lane to run, so eventually he tried to slide right, and Fox caught him and ushered him down for a loss of 1. After this snap, we're going to go check in with Lee on the sideline, but Miami's already up on the football, ready for the 2nd and 11. Van Dyke tries to keep it on the ground again to Harris. He's hit in the backfield, able to slip through. And eventually Gio Biggers comes up along with Trey Morrison to make the stop after a short gain to the 28.
Personal foul, illegal hands to the face, defense, number 8, 15-yard penalty from the end of the run. First down.
So that was in the backfield. Murphy had pushed into the backfield right when Harris was handed the football. And looks like Murphy got his hand up into the face of DJ Scaife, right guard for Miami. So the run plus the penalty is going to move it to the 43.
The previous play is under further review.
I think this is going to be for targeting the review and to see if Gio Biggers, who came in and finished the tackle, picks up the flag for targeting. While we wait on the check under the hood presented by the Honda Dealers of the Carolinas. Score big on a new Honda. See your Honda Dealers of the Carolinas today. Let's break 10 seconds, station ID, then we're going to check in with Lee. But first, a 10-second ID break. Heels up 14-7, 7:32 to go first quarter on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
It's 4 o'clock, and you're listening to the Tar Heels on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB Rutherford. It is a very breezy 71 degrees.
(14-7) Carolina. Let's check in with our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter, Lee Pace. Lee, what's up?
Well, Jones, I was going to brag on Miles Murphy. I watched him on first down there, and he absolutely destroyed a double team to help make that tackle. And then on second down, he destroyed the offensive guard opposite him and pressed him into the quarterback, Van Dyke, but got flagged for that penalty of using the hand to the helmet. Hopefully the Tar Heels don't get any more on that, but Murphy has really been dominant here early in this game so far.
Sophomore out of Dudley High School in Greensboro, really coming into his own in his second year. Top 10 in the league in tackles for loss. Also has 3 sacks this season. Taking a look at this replay. I mean, I think it's not targeting, but they're not asking me. I mean, Biggers came in. The running back Harris ducked his head too as the contact was on the way. But we'll have to wait and see. The replay official is Peter Voss. And Dwayne Haight, the referee, has the headset on the sideline, still communicating to see what the replay booth wants to do. So we're at a stoppage with 7:32 to go in the first quarter still. Carolina up 14-7. Let's quickly check with Dave. Dave, final in the 8. Well, I'll tell you what. We'll check on that in a second. We're about to get the replay decision, though. Let's find out.
After further review, there is no foul for targeting by number 27. He may remain in the game. First down.
All right, Dave, let's quickly. There was a final. That Virginia-Duke game went final in the ACC.
That's right, Jones. The Cavaliers shut out the Blue Devils 48-0, and also Pittsburgh with an early 7-0 lead at Virginia Tech.
That's the only other 3:30 game. Other than another game tonight, State is on the road for just the second time this year. They'll be at Boston College at 7:30 tonight. So no extra targeting there, but still the hands to the face stand. So Miami has it at its own 43. 1st and 10. Ball on the near hash as the Canes go from left to right. Long throw out to the edge, far side. Conley can't make the long run and tackle on Keyshawn Smith. So he advances up the far sideline for the first down before Trey Morrison gets to him. Eventually Smith taken down at the Carolina 44-yard line. So a gain of 13 on just a quick hitter way out wide on the field. A pitch to Harris, leaps over a Tar Heel but pays the price as Trey Morrison comes in and drilled Cameron Harris, who was trying to hurdle another Tar Heel, which was Grimes. But when he was airborne, it was actually Rucker was in there too. He and Morrison both popped down Harris as he was up in the air.
And that's a good job by Grimes of fighting off the block and forcing the ball to cut back inside. And Carolina did a great job of getting lined up because right now Miami is moving at such a great pace.
Carolina is offside on the play, so Van Dyke taking the free shot down the sideline. It's incomplete. I think a second flag came in too. Miles Murphy was offside for the Tar Heels, I believe. Boy, penalties. Carolina was hurt a week ago.
There are 2 fouls on the play, both by the defense. Offside, defense, number 8. That penalty is declined. Holding, defense, number 20. 10-yard penalty, automatic, first down.
So after all that is said and done, the ball is going to be placed at the 33-yard line of Carolina. And Brian, I mean, penalties, Carolina had double-digit penalties a week ago, more than 100 yards. First time since 2018 that they have been flagged that much, and already some big ones on this drive.
Yeah, we talked about consistency, and I talked about execution, and right now we're not executing, whether it's offense or defense.
Van Dyke all day to throw, just standing in the pocket, finally tries to go deep middle of the end zone and send it out the back end. There are flags down.
Personal foul, roughing the passer, defense, number 25, 15-yard penalty, first down.
So that's been a hands to the face for 15 yards, a defensive holding for 10 yards, and now a roughing the passer for 15 yards. 40 yards of penalty yardage against Carolina on this drive. That one will move it to the 18-yard line. I have not gotten a good look at the replay. Mac Brown did not think that call was a good one. Rucker picks up the penalty. So Miami, without doing a whole lot, has now got it in the red zone. They'll run the football. Cameron Harris is attacked in the backfield by Jeremiah Gimmel for no gain. Maybe even a loss of one. Back to the 19. Still 14-7. With all these penalties, hadn't told you what the score is. Carolina up 14-7 with 5:52 and counting in the first quarter. Tar Heels have a 51-yard touchdown run by Ty Chandler, and then a long 45-yard touchdown pass, although the pass was relatively short. Howell to Downs, who took it to the house. Miami has a 32-yard interception return by a defensive lineman, Jafari Harvey, for its score. Miami trying to stretch it to the far side with its second running back. That's Jalen Knighton. Carolina, Reva Hassick did a good job chasing it down. Also, Tamari Fox, who just checked in, helped on the tackle. That'll bring up 3rd and 10 from the 18-yard line.
Yeah, and on the rush, the roughing the passer, if you can't touch him at all after the throw, then that was a penalty. But, you know, if you can touch him a little bit, shouldn't have been a penalty.
3rd and 10 from the 18. Tar Heels up a touchdown. This drive has been hurt profusely by flags on the Tar Heel defense. They're trying to keep Miami out of the end zone. Miami, of course, can get a first down without scoring at the 8. Van Dyke will throw. Pressure coming. He's down immediately. Tamon Fox almost took the shotgun snap. That drops Van Dyke back around the 30-yard line. And it's another sack to give back by Food Lion. Food Lion Feeds just donated 1,000 meals to feed our neighbors in need. Brian, I mean, that was a perfectly timed blitz by Fox.
And it was needed because the receiver Restrepo was wide open on a wheel route, but because of the pressure, Van Dyke didn't have a chance to even look that way.
It'll be at the 27. That's where the ball is marked. So this will be a 44-yard kick off the left hash by Andy Borregales. 1 of 1 between 40 and 49 yards this season. Kick is away, end over end, and it is right through the pipes. He's a really good young kicker. Carolina recruited him heavily. They feel like he is a high talent at that spot, and he sends it right through there to make it 14-10. So on one hand, you feel good for the Tar Heel defense. Miami got it down to the 18 and then went backwards, but gosh, those penalties, 40 yards of penalties, really the only thing that put Miami in scoring position in the first place. And they get within 4 at 14-10.
Yeah, but good job of getting off the field. And once you get down there, all you can do is play the next snap, and Carolina did a great job. And that's why pressure is so important for a defense, because you had a wide-open receiver that would have been open for a touchdown, but because of the pressure and the sack, the quarterback's unable to get it, and that is why pressure is so important. And it's good to see Carolina getting to the quarterback early on in this game.
So 4 minutes to go, first quarter. Borregales now 7 of 10 on the season. From the field goal perspective, he caps the 8-play, 48-yard, 4:03 off the clock drive. First offensive points for Miami. Those 48 yards, by the way, that they went, 8 yards gained, 40 yards of penalties on the Tar Heel D. So Carolina, which has looked good here early offensively, 2 touchdowns and the 1 odd interception, as kickoff will be through the back of the end zone. Heels will start on the 25 again, and we will head down to the sideline and Lee Pace.
Jay Bateman has rearranged the seating here on the defensive side. It had been over the last year because of COVID. Each individual group in a separate little corner or little circle, but they have put them all together. Jay felt that he could address everybody together at once and much easier. And boy, he just went down the entire line from one side to the other, just chewing them big time about those penalties. Now Tim Cross is really on Miles Murphy and then gives him a big bear hug after a stern scolding. But these coaches are really on the Tar Heels about their mental mistakes and those penalties.
Emery Simmons still on the Tar Heel sideline. He is dressed out. He's on the sideline as it's a quick swing pass to Downs. Downs going backwards, trying to avoid the tackle. And then he is slung down by James Williams. Forward progress for Downs does get a yard. Williams, a highly recruited young safety out of Fort Lauderdale, kept his ground and eventually took Downs to the turf for just 1 yard, 2nd and 9.
Yeah, and as a ball carrier, sometimes you have to learn that the extra yardage is by dropping your shoulder and getting yardage through contact. You can't make everybody miss.
There were a lot of dancing there from Downs. Of course, he's a pretty good dancer. 3:25 to go, first quarter. Howell overshoots Downs. Lucky it wasn't an interception, as darn near picked off by Cam Kinchins, another freshman in that Miami secondary, who was coming up to try to defend Downs. The ball sailed over both of their heads. Howell, 6 of 9, 76 yards on the day. Tar Heels trying to avoid a quick 3 and out. Lead at 14-10 with 3:22 to go in what has been a lengthy first quarter here in Chapel Hill. Wide right, Green. Slot right, Walston, Olsen, and Downs tightly together on the left side of the line. Howe will throw, and off the hands of DJ Jones. Coming out of the backfield, had that one been brought in, that was at minimum an explosive play.
Absolutely.
And that may have been a touchdown, as Jones, maybe a little ahead of him, but hit his hands.
Yeah, great route by DJ Jones, but where he erred was he got his head around too slow. The ball is right there, and it slowed him up just a little bit. Sam was expecting him to accelerate out of that cut, and the ball was placed perfectly.
That's the first third down Carolina has failed to convert. Heels now 3 of 4 on third down. 3-man protection in front of Kiernan. Seeing his first action today. Boy, a good one off the foot of the Dublin, Ireland native. Fielded at the 25-yard line and stepping through some tackles for Miami, eventually moving his way into the Tar Heel sideline, is Avante Williams. Or excuse me, that's Jacoby George. Both those gentlemen wear number 15, but it was George on the return. He did a good job fighting through some Tar Heels for a 12-yard return after a 49-yard kick for Kiernan. Eventually, Miami will start on the 37-yard line of the Canes. Miami going left to right. Still first quarter. 14-10 Carolina. Van Dyke will be alone in the backfield. Now he sends Knighton, his running back, who was set out wide, to come join him into the backfield. Hits a quick hitter on the far side, but Jaquarius Conley does not allow it, as he fought through a block and spun Keyshawn Smith to the turf for no gain on the play. In fact, a loss of 1 back to the 36.
Absolutely, great job. And if I recall, last year against Miami was kind of Conley's coming out party. He had an excellent game against Miami last year, and he's just picking up where he left off last year.
6 tackles, 2 for loss, a sack, and a PBU for Conley last year against the Hurricanes. Quick throw to the far sideline, cradled in by Mike Harley for a short gain. Advanced around the 39 or 40-yard line. They will mark it at the 40. So it's a gain of 4, and it'll bring up a 3rd and 7. Eugene Asante covering on the play. The junior from Chantilly, Virginia, in defensively on this possession for Carolina. 3rd and 7. Miami bunching 4 receivers to the near side. 1 receiver out to the far. Carolina only has 3 defenders on this side for the 4 receivers that Miami has out there, but they're going to go the other direction, and it's incomplete. So they had all the action happening on the right side of the Miami offensive front. Tried to go one-on-one to Smith against McMichael on the far sideline, and wasn't there on the back shoulder throw. Miami gives it right back to Carolina with a 3-and-out.
And good job by McMichael being physical. And if he watched this tape, I'm sure he understood anytime I'm on the backside of trips or anything where I'm the one receiver on my side, expect work, because that's what Miami showed on tape.
1:56 to go in the first quarter. As Carolina, boy, another good pressure on the punt. Headley able to get it away. Angles out of bounds. We'll have to wait and see where the officials say that it crossed that sideline. Still coming up the field. It will be at the 19 of the Tar Heels. So a 41-yard kick by Headley. And Carolina's going to have its 5th possession of the first quarter here with 1:50 still to go. And Carolina leading it 14-10 over the Hurricanes. Worst starting field position thus far of all these possessions for Carolina. Heels still going right to left. Bright sunshine covering the field after heavy rain came through 45 minutes or so before kick. And everybody moved except Q Johnson. He didn't snap it. That's going to move the Heels back.
Start. Offense. Offensive line except the center. 5-yard penalty. First down.
4th penalty for 45 yards in this quarter for Carolina. I'll tell you, the penalties are a head-scratcher. It was something that early in Coach Brown's tenure, after some spillover from some tough years penalty-wise in 17 and 18, was too high, but it felt like it had been cleaned up some. These last game against Florida State here in this quarter, a lot of flags, and most of them on Carolina.
Yeah, and it's the type of penalties. Like those penalties right there is the one you can't have, the roughing the passes. You don't want those.
Here goes Hal Bryan on the run. He gets to the 20. And then is thrown down there by James Williams, and there's another flag down. That one was in the offensive line area. The Carolina crowd wanted an unnecessary hit on Williams.
Personal foul. Illegal hands to the face. Defense, number 17. 15-yard penalty from the end of the run. First down.
That was not Williams who made the tackle. That is Wayman Steed, a junior from Miami. Somewhere in the middle of all that action as Hal was taking it up the field on the quarterback run. So it'll be a first down for Carolina as the ball moves to the Tar Heel 34-yard line. Still 1:35 to go in at the quarter. With the Heels up 14-10. Hal, quick hitter to Downs, far side. Can't make a Hurricane miss as Cam Kinchins does a nice job coming up and making the tackle. Downs had the blocker in front of him. It was just going to be a matter of could he make Kinchins miss. If he did, he had some room, but really nice tackle by the freshman out of powerful Northwestern High School in Miami. It ends up being a gain of 1 when it's all said and done.
Yeah, just a great tackle by Kinchins, and that's what you want from your safety, to be able to cover ground, fill the alley, and make the sure tackle.
So Carolina started this drive on its own, or started this set of downs on the 36. Now Hal out of the pocket, cuts up the field, slides down at the marker. He'll have the first down. So Hal using his legs effectively yet again. That'll be officially the 4th run of the afternoon for Sam Howell. And he has 26 yards rushing, sliding down at the 46-yard line. Carolina going right to left on the far hash with a 14-10 lead. Miami brings some pressure. Carolina runs against it, and Chandler has some space, waiting for his blockers, and eventually is able to duck forward as he moved up that far hash to the Miami 46-yard line. It's like Chandler wanted to get the engine revving, but he had some blockers in his area, so he was kind of stutter-stepping to wait.
Yep.
Eventually was able to get ahead for a nice solid gain of 8.
A lot of grass out there, but unfortunately one of his own men was keeping him from being able to open up, because you felt like at any point if he could hit on the gas, it was going to be an explosive play.
Well, the novel that was the first quarter here in Chapel Hill comes to an end. So much happening in that quarter. Carolina getting a 51-yard touchdown run, a 45-yard touchdown pass, but Miami getting a 32-yard interception return for a touchdown, and then a field goal with the help of a bunch of Tar Heel penalties. When it's all said and done, Heels lead at 14-10, and they'll have the football 2nd and 2 on the Miami 46 after the quarter break. Already in that quarter, Ty Chandler, 74 yards on the ground. Josh Downs, 6 catches, 67 yards, and a score. Heels up by 4 through the first quarter from Learfield.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
The perfect tailgate. All you need are your friends and the 2021 Ford F-150 with the available Pro Power onboard. It's like a mobile generator to power your tailgate all game long. It's this tradition of toughness and innovation that's made Ford F-Series America's best-selling truck 44 years straight and counting. Make your game day traditions bigger and better season after season. Check out the 2021 Ford F-150 at your Carolina Ford dealer. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year total sales.
This is Carolina football from Learfield.
For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
This is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates. We know that due to COVID, many people don't want to come in the office. If you need to discuss your insurance needs or just make a payment, you can come through the drive-thru, telephone us, or drop in. We want to see you, but it doesn't have to be across from a desk. Insurance Service Associates, now located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City.
Get your message to the thousands. Call the WCAB Sales Department today at 287-3356.
Heading to a portion of the game that has been a big problem for the Tar Heels this year, the second quarter. Carolina leads 14-10 and has the football. We'll have a 2nd and 2 off the Miami 46 when play resumes. StubHub is the easiest way to experience every Tar Heel game. Check the virtual view, score your seats, get tickets delivered instantly. StubHub, official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Heels. StubHub, be there. Quick check of the Duncan stats. America runs on Duncan. Tar Heels run on Duncan. Game closer than the stats suggest. Carolina, 176 yards of offense in the first quarter, 99 on the ground, 77 through the air. Miami has just 12 yards of offense. 8 first downs for Carolina, 4 for Miami, 3 of them via penalty. But, of course, that interception return for the touchdown, the great equalizer in that first period, and it's another flag before anything happened. Talked about the second quarter, which we'll tell you after the officials.
I think they're going to pick up this flag.
Well, there's a lot of talking.
Yeah, that was just a shift. They can shift as long as they set, and they didn't even give them a chance to reset.
There is no foul on the play for illegal motion. 2nd down.
So talking about the quarters, Carolina's outscored its opponents by 42 in the first quarter, 25 in the third quarter, and 25 in the fourth quarter. Heels have been outscored by 39 points, though, in the second quarter. We'll see what happens today with the Heels up 14-10 and about to snap it on the first play of this quarter. It will be a throw. Powell with pressure coming, steps out of the trouble, still on his feet, comes to the near sideline, gets a nice block from Chandler, and is knocked down from behind over the 35-yard line. Tackle made by Keontra Smith, who'd been injured this season. He had not been back in action, actually, since the second game of the year for Miami, but back in there today, makes the tackle there, but not before Powell gains 12 yards on the scramble. And a first down. Carolina going left to right in the second quarter. Ball on the near hash. Clouds have emptied out of the area. Bright sunshine as the Heels run it with Chandler. Right side, cuts up the field, and stood up at the 30 by James Williams. Chandler has run hard here today thus far. He is over 70 yards rushing. 78 of them, in fact. Of course, he had 51 on the touchdown run, but those count too. 2nd and 6 off the 30 now.
And Chandler, to me, has done a great job all year of running hard. I didn't think he ran as hard as he did coming out of Tennessee, coming over here. But he's done a great job for a guy his size, lowering his pads and running through contact all year.
Justin Olson, the lone receiver, wide left. Wide right is Antoine Green. Downs coming in motion from right to left. Howell, though, keeps it on the ground with Chandler. Tries to pop to the left side, and Keontra Smith able to make the stop after a gain of 1. And that brings up 3rd and 5 for Carolina. Tar Heels are 3 of 4 on 3rd down thus far. And we've mentioned Olson a couple of times. He is the redshirt sophomore out of North Mecklenburg High School, Huntersville, North Carolina. He started today instead of Emory Simmons, who had started every other game this season. Unless I missed it, Simmons has not been in the game for a snap. He is in uniform on the sideline for the Tar Heels. Simmons has 11 catches on the year. Big 3rd down here. Howell throws, caught, Downs, 1st down, caught from behind by Kinchins, or that may have been another touchdown as Kinchins trips up Downs at the 20, and Kinchins is shaken up as kind of an awkward-looking fall between the two players. It's going to send this game to a full timeout. Downs did get up and is okay, although, again, it just kind of looked weird when Kinchins tripped him up from behind. It is a gain of 9 and a 1st down for Carolina. We'll check on Kinchins, and the Heels will continue this drive with a 14-10 lead. 12:58 to go, 2nd quarter after this break from Learfield.
Hey Carolina family, this is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2021 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
You can feel it in the air. It's starting to feel like fall at Dunkin'. And new fall feelings call for new fall flavors, like our new apple cranberry Dunkin' refreshers that are delicious and refreshing to the core. Honeycrisp apple and cranberry flavors made with green tea or coconut milk. And if you want even more fall flavor, pair them with a classic sweet and crisp apple cider donut. Fall into flavorful with the new apple cranberry Dunkin' refreshers or a sweet fall treat like our apple cider donut. America runs on Dunkin'. Apple cranberry flavor drink, 0% fruit juice. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Exclusions apply.
Your backyard should be an oasis, not a challenge. And your Steel dealer has the tools to make it happen. By getting to know you and what you're trying to accomplish, they'll make sure you have the right tools to achieve your goals. From legendary gas to long-running battery tools, Steel dealers have powerful equipment and advice you won't find anywhere else. Real Steel. Find yours at steeldealers.com.
12:58 to go, 2nd quarter. Tar Heels 14, Miami 10. And again, if you just looked at the stats, you would think Carolina was absolutely controlling this game. But Miami with a 32-yard interception return for a touchdown on a swing pass, and then also some penalties on a Miami drive that kept it alive multiple times, resulted in a field goal. So even though Carolina has 202 yards and Miami has 12, the score is 14-10. Now, Carolina does have it 1st and 10 on the Miami 20, going from left to right. Good to see Cam Kinchins, the talented freshman safety for Miami, got up and walked off the field, but he was down for a while after making that stop on Josh Downs for a 9-yard gain. DJ Jones, the back in the backfield, standing to Howell's right. And here we go, 1st and 10. Handoff to Jones. Waits, tried to accelerate, but just couldn't step through the tackle of Wayman Steed. He'll end up falling ahead for a yard. Almost able to just kind of power through Steed, but got tripped up just enough that it's a short gain.
Yeah, Miami answers to stopping the run. It has been so far blitzing the run, and they've done a good job of getting penetration just enough to slow up the timing in the run game.
Ball on the near hash at the 19. Downs goes in motion from right to left. Howell pulls it away from Jones, running right side. At the 15, Howell bounces off some tackles, knocked inside the 10. He'll have a 1st down to the 6, 1st and goal for the Heels.
And I think Sam expected a bigger hit, and if he just run through contact, he probably would have scored on that, because that was a bad job of the Miami Hurricanes tackling on that play.
51 yards rushing now for Howe. Carolina at 130 as a team. Chandler with 79 and Howe with 51. First and goal from the 6. Carolina attacking the east end zone. 11:43 to go, second quarter. Carolina up 14-10. Chandler back in there, and he'll get the football. Cuts up at the 6 and upended by Bubba Bolden, the safety, at the 5. So a gain of just 1 on the run. Second and goal from the 5. Bolden, really good player out of USC, high school All-America. Had a team-high 8 tackles in Miami's last game, which was quite literally last month, September 30th. He also had a team-high 13 tackles against Carolina a season ago. He played 13 total games for USC in 2017 before the transfer. Carolina with some late subs, still 13 on the play clock. Heels up 14-10, second and goal from the 5. It's Chandler again in the backfield with Howe. Green wide right, Olsen wide left, down slot left. Howe looks left, throws left, and sails it over the head of everybody. Downs was the intended receiver. He cut back in. Howe thought Downs was going to go to the back left corner of the end zone and threw it there. And so incomplete. It'll be third and goal from the 5. And honestly, Carolina lucky Downs didn't get a false start. He started his route, felt like just half a second before the ball was snapped, but ends up being now a third and goal.
And just a bad communication between Sam and Josh Downs on that play, something that you very rarely see, those two not hooking up on a play.
So big play here. Third and goal from the 5. Tar Heels 4 of 5 on third down. Miami moves, free play, and now the officials come in and stop the action. The throw came to the right side of the end zone, incomplete.
Snap, offside, defense, number 96 with contact, half the distance to the goal, third down.
And that the key phrase there is with contact. Had Miami jumped offside but not touched anybody, you do have that free play. But there was contact made on the false start by the offside on Jonathan Ford. So the officials properly blow it dead. And all it does is get Carolina a little bit closer. It's still third and goal from now the 2.5. Heels with heavy personnel in there. Walston and Morales on the right side of the line. John Copenhaver, another tight end, on the left. Howe, play action, dumps it to Copenhaver, and he's going to score. John Copenhaver, the redshirt freshman from Roswell, Georgia, finds the end zone for the first time in his Carolina career.
Yeah, good anticipation by the play caller Longo, expecting Miami to bring pressure up the middle, and Carolina just does a little play action, get the tight end out of the back door.
So Copenhaver with 10:46 to go in the second quarter receives it for Howe, his second touchdown pass of the day. So if you had John Copenhaver with the score in the second quarter on that bingo card, you're ahead of the game. Extra point is through. Heels lead at 21-10. They'll be kicking off to the Canes after this from Learfield.
UNC Tar Heels football is on Bally Sports South.
And he will not be tackled. Touchdown.
Buckle up and get ready for some spectacular ACC football action.
He's there. Touchdown.
Every Saturday.
What anticipation.
The battle continues.
Stumped at the line of scrimmage.
Tar Heels football, the ACC, and Bally Sports South.
This is Coach Mac Brown. Catch the excitement of hard-hitting Tar Heel football this fall on Bally Sports South.
This is Tar Heel football from Learfield.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
WCAB, Rutherfordton.
10:46 to go in the second quarter. Carolina now with a 21-10 lead. That touchdown officially, well, it's going to be 2.5 yards. I was going to check to see if they called it 2 or 3 yards. It's going to be a 2-yard touchdown.
Let's give them
pass.
3 up here in the booth.
Yeah, that's right. We'll give you 3 on the catch for John Copenhaver, but officially going to be 2 yards on the score. So it was a 13-play drive, and for Carolina, that is the longest drive play-wise this season. 81 yards, 6:04 off the clock. And it is now 21-10. Tar Heels on top. They'll be kicking off to Miami on what has turned out to be a gorgeous day. Not 100% full here in Keenan, but close. After some heavy rain 30 to 45 minutes before kick, it is almost like a totally different day here. As Kim boots it deep, that will be a touchback. And while we wait for the two sides to get set, we'll tell you that it, of course, is Halloween season. That is Brian's favorite holiday of the year. He always likes it extra scary. And you know what's really scary? Seeing how much you could be saving by switching to Geico. They make it easy to bundle your home, car, boat, cycle, RV insurance, save even more. You don't even need a fortune teller for that one. You can visit geico.com and see if saving money is in your future. Happy Geico-ween. Miami starting at the 25. They're going right to left here in the second quarter. Van Dyke with Cameron Harris to his left. Sends a receiver in motion, fakes the end around to him, setting back to throw, lets it go, and off the helmet of Cameron Kelly, who was face guarding Mike Harley at around the Tar Heel 40. And a heady play, shall we say, from Cameron Kelly to force the incompletion.
And the one thing Cameron Kelly, because the receiver was open, Harley was open for a minute, but the one thing that Cameron Kelly did that was perfect, if you're out of phase and you're beat, don't look back for the quarterback. Just run and try to get contact with the receiver, and then things like that happen. The quarterback hits you in the head with the ball.
So 2nd and 10. Tar Heels try to bring some push up front. They didn't get to the quarterback, but they do knock the pass down. Ray Vahasek got his big mitts up there. And that's the second time this year Vahasek has broken up a pass. And the fourth time in his Carolina career. And it brings up 3rd and 10 off the 25. Can Carolina keep the momentum going? Get off the field, get it right back to its offense. Heels lead it 21-10. Van Dyke 3 of 8 passing thus far. Heels will rush 4 this time. Fox gets through the line, chasing Van Dyke, can't quite catch him. Van Dyke out of the pocket right side, going for the sticks, and he's able to get there on the scramble. He'll run out of bounds, but keep the drive alive. Fox got through the line, but was stumbling, trying to get there, and just couldn't keep his feet. And a heady play, that time by Van Dyke, to get out of the pocket. There's a ton of room on the right side, and he scrambles for 11 and the first down.
Yeah, and that was a great rush by Tamon Fox, and as he was coming off of contact, he lost just enough balance that he was unable to speed through on contact. But on the other side, on the left side of the defense, somebody has to be there to set the edge, because Tamon Fox would have flushed him right to you.
Intercepted on the pass. Picked off by Cedric Gray after Grimes tips it. And Carolina will take it inside the Miami red zone with the football. Grimes poked the pass up in the air, and Gray, the sophomore from Charlotte, he was more than happy to cradle it home and head down that Miami sideline to the 21-yard line.
And just a dangerous throw of kind of an RPO action, trying to get the defenders to read, and they're trying to throw a quick slant that's about 3 yards from the line of scrimmage. Too many bodies. That's a hard throw to make and complete.
First interception of Cedric Gray's career, with a big assist from Tony Grimes. And Carolina, I said, in the red zone, just outside of it at the 21 after the 21-yard return. Carolina starting on the Miami 21-yard line with a 21-10 lead, looking for a big play here. Howell in at the shotgun. Now he's going to take a timeout. Play clock had gone under 5. And Howell not liking, didn't want to get pressured and doing something he didn't want to do, so he's going to take a timeout, and we will too. 9:56 to go, second quarter. Tar Heels 21, Miami 10 from Learfield.
On the inside, a Honda is comfortable, technologically advanced, and loaded with next-gen features. But on the outside, a Honda is fuel-efficient, powerful, and stylish. Like the versatile HR-V, the 8-passenger Pilot, or a turbocharged Civic. No matter what kind of car you need, Honda has it. Because inside and outside, a Honda is the total package. Hurry, they're selling fast. Now at your Honda dealer of the Carolinas.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
Nathan, Jody Zeugner, our statistician and spotter, Ben Alexander, our chief network engineer, John Essick in our studio, whole Tar Heel Sports Network team here. Carolina up 21-10 on Miami with 9:56 to go, second quarter. Lee on the sideliners, our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter, brought to you by the Pinehurst Resort. First anchor site of the U.S. Open, history made in Pinehurst, one moment at a time. Brian, it's going to be 1st and 10 at the Miami 21 after the interception. Well, I'll get Brian's thoughts in just a second because Carolina is up to the football, ready to go. Antoine Green wide right and Emery Simmons in the ball game wide left. First time we have seen him today for the Tar Heels. Morales, the tight end, comes in motion from left to right, but Carolina keeps it on the ground with DJ Jones. Waits, accelerates through the line. Boy, good patient run for Jones as he went left side. Eventually gets down to around the 12 or the 13. It's going to be a gain of 9 before Nesta Jade Silvera and Wayman Steed combined on the stop. Brian, I was just going to say, important here for Carolina to take advantage of the great position.
Yeah, to get some points off of it. Obviously, it doesn't necessarily have to be touchdown. So obviously, you want a touchdown, but don't stress. Don't force the issue. But you hear defensive coaches talk about tips and overthrows all the time, and that was Carolina's reward on that last possession, getting the interception.
Great physical run again by Jones. That could have been no gain on the play. As it is, he may have gotten the first down as he fought through a lot of contact from James Williams and Amari Carter, and it will indeed be a first down. That was 2 impressive runs, even though the second one was only 1 yard, by DJ Jones, that sophomore out of Pine Forest High School in Fayetteville. Just good physical running after a patient run before. Now, Carolina can still get a first down without scoring, as they'll be snapping this on the Miami 11. Carolina takes Downs off the field to put in another tight end. So Walston will be on the left side, Morales on the right side of the line. Wide left is Simmons, wide right is Green. Jones stays in to the left of Howe. Carolina will run it. Jones ducks his head at the line of scrimmage, keeps those legs pushing forward, and he'll get a yard, maybe 2. Right up the middle, it'll be marked in between the 9 and the 10. Let's call it a gain of 1 and say it's 2nd and 9.
And I think Carolina's going to keep running the football, and then they'll come with some hard play action and take a shot up the seam on an easy throw.
Downs re-enters, Walston exits. 8:12 to go, second quarter. Tar Heels up 21-10. Trying to make an interception by Cedric Gray pay off with some points. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. And, boy, just an odd start to the play. I think Carolina was moving early, but Josh Izudu arguing the fact that it should have been on Miami. And the officials will confer. It was one of those odd snaps where not everybody went at the same time. And I think the Tar Heels are going to, just from their body language, looks like they're going to come out on the wrong side of this conversation, although the officials now bring in some extra help to keep talking. Clock stops with 8 minutes to go. Now Howell's going to come over, just see if they need his help. Brian Anderson, who is in at center right now, motioning that it's on Miami. Both teams, though, motioning towards the other one, so don't know what that's worth. Dwayne Haight will tell us all.
False start. Offense, number 72. 5-yard penalty. Second down.
When it's all said and done, Awesome Richards earns the flag. Mac Brown, headset off, comes 10 yards out onto the field to ask Dwayne Haight about it. And Dwayne Haight now fully on the Tar Heels sideline talking to the Hall of Fame head coach.
Yeah, Richards was one of the last ones out of the stands, actually, so I don't know how they would have called that on him.
You're going to mark the ball at the 14. Carolina can get a first down at the 1, so this will be 2nd and 13 after that penalty. Remember, the ball was kind of in between the 9 and the 10 before the flag. Howell will be in the shotgun here and look to throw. Gets good protection. Still in the pocket. Now he's going to loft it. Oh, dangerous throw to the backside of the end zone, knocked out of bounds by Miami's DJ Ivey. Woo, that had a better chance of being picked than finding Morales on the back line. Fortunately for the Heels, it will be 3rd down.
And that's the throw you can't make. You don't have to force the issue. You're in field goal range. You have a very good field goal kicker. If you get out of here with 3 points, that's a bonus 3 because you got the stolen possession by the interception.
Tar Heels have 4 players in the backfield with Howell. Now they're all going to spread out. Simmons and Downs to the left. Morales slot right. DJ Jones standing to the left of Howell. It's a tunnel screen to Downs, and he's taken down at the 12-yard line by James Williams. And it will be a field goal attempt for Carolina. An All-State good hands field goal attempt brought to you by All-State. If it goes through, All-State will contribute to the General Scholarship Fund here at Carolina. Grayson Atkins, the kicker for the Heels. First action today as far as field goals. He's made a couple of PATs. 7:13 and counting, second quarter. Carolina 21, Miami 10. This will be between a 29 and a 30-yard kick off the left hash. Snap back, spot down, kick is up, and that's right through there, but a flag is down. James Williams came and wiped out the kicking operation. So hang tight.
Personal foul. Roughing the kicker. Defense, number 0. Half the distance to the goal. Automatic. First down.
So that will take the field goal off the board, but it is a first down for Carolina. And the Tar Heels will have another shot in the red zone. Nobody's told the band yet. They're still playing after the field goal. We'll see where this one's marked. Downs was down at about the 12, so it should be around the 6. And that is where they will mark it. So 1st and goal now for Carolina on the Miami 6-yard line. Offense coming back out. Howell, the quarterback, of course. Chandler at the back. Simmons will go to the short side of the field, the left. Wide right is Green, slot right Downs. Morales on the right side of the line as the tight end. 1st and goal from the 6. 6:58 on the second quarter clock. Heels trying to add to a 21-10 lead. Howell will pull and run, and he's stopped at the 4. Knocked down by Keontra Smith. Also Amari Carter in the mix. Looked like he wanted to throw in the flat left side to Morales, but it was bottled up, so Sam just decided to pull it, Brian, and go forward for a couple.
And it was the same play. They just flipped the sides that they scored with Copenhagen. They tried to go back to it, but Miami did a good job of taking away that tight end crosser.
Clock continues to run. It's been a long drive after Carolina got the interception with nearly 10 minutes to go in the quarter. Now handoff to Chandler, a wide open lane right down the freeway for the touchdown. Boy, that's one of those, you're driving late at night all by yourself. You might gas it a little bit more than normal. There was nobody around Chandler for 6.
And those are the kind of plays, Miami roughing the kicker, that you saw the energy out of their sideline. You saw the defenders, a couple guys asking to come out of the game. Those plays take a lot of energy out of your ball club.
Chandler, his second touchdown of the day. Atkins still in there. Good to see because he was limping a bit after he was roughed. But he comes in to add the extra point. 6:16 to go. Tar Heels go 7 plays, 21 yards after the interception, 3:40 off the clock. Chandler had a 51-yard touchdown earlier in the game. This one from just 4 yards away makes it 28-10. 6:16 to go, second quarter from Learfield.
He bounces outside. No one's going to catch him. He's at the 10. He's at the 5. Touchdown. Oh, man.
Throws downfield. The ball is tipped. It's intercepted. He's going to score.
He's scrambling. Man open in the end zone. It's a leaping one-hand grab. He got it. Touchdown.
Keep the excitement of game day going in a Nissan. With game-changing tech, every drive is guaranteed to get your adrenaline pumping. Get to Nissan, proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
Tar Heel student athletes come to Carolina to compete and to gain a world-class education. With more than 500 scholarships across 28 sports, Carolina recruits student athletes who are committed to excellence both in the classroom and on the field. Your support is critical to helping Carolina attract the very best. Make a gift to athletic scholarships today at campaign.unc.edu/athletics.
6 minutes and 16 seconds to play before halftime here in Chapel Hill. Carolina off to a 28-10 advantage against Miami on the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Elsewhere around the ACC in Blacksburg, Pittsburgh leads Virginia Tech 14-zip with 5:51 to go before the break. At the top of the top 25, number 1 Georgia 14, Kentucky nothing. Purdue and Iowa tied at 7, and it's Baylor unranked leading number 19 BYU Jones 17-7.
Thank you, Dave. 6:16 to go here. Tar Heels have looked good thus far. Brian, something Mac Brown has asked for repeatedly. He said, gosh, I just wish the Tar Heel offense and defense could play together on the same day. And at least to this point, and there's a long way to go, but we've seen both sides do some good stuff so far.
Absolutely. Take away the one interception. It's been a perfect game almost. Carolina, you get a turnover, you put your offense in field position to score, we score, and then defensively, I mean, Miami's still not able to move the football. They almost have more plays than yards.
Yeah,
so
23 yards for
more
Miami.
yards than plays.
Yeah, Carolina has 238 yards so far. Miami on the wrong side of things thus far today. Carolina, though, as we said, has looked good. By the way, they're doing like a dance cam kind of thing during that timeout. I don't know if that was Jalil Taylor's mom or not. She was wearing a 52 Taylor jersey. She was breaking it down on there on the video board. So, Jalil, if that was your mom or a relation, just tell her we said nice moves. Kickoff will go through the back of the end zone for a touchback. Miami will start on the 25. So, these two teams have become annual opponents, of course, part of the new ACC. I say new. Miami's been in the league for 17 years. But these two see each other a bunch. Carolina leads the all-time series 13-11, including 9-8 since Miami joined the conference. Heels won here 2 years ago, one of the signature wins in Mac Brown's first season. And then, of course, that one-sided affair in the final game of the regular year last year. Tar Heels have played well to this point, 28-10. Long way to go. Carolina rushes 4. Van Dyke throws down the far sideline, incomplete. And late flag comes in. Grimes going to get flagged. I think that's a good call. He pulled down on Charleston Rambo's jersey a bit. And that's going to be a PI or a hold, one of the two. Probably a PI on Grimes. We'll wait and see. Carolina plays a bunch of bump man coverage at the corners.
Pass interference. Defense, number 20. 15-yard penalty. First down.
And Brian, I mean, that should show you the trust they have in Grimes and McMichael, and now Don Chapman, who's moved into that third corner position. As they leave those guys out there alone a bunch.
A a lot of times, and it's a hard way to make a living, but that's what they're used to at this point. And once again, Miami put the quad on one side, and then if you're the backside corner, you have to expect work, and Grimes got work on that last play.
Boy, really nice play by Gimmel as it was a handoff to Knighton around the right side. Carolina did not have a lot of blue shirts there except for Gimmel. He fought off a block and kept it to a 1-yard gain. That could have been dangerous, but Gimmel was able to make a really nice defensive play. It's 2nd and 9. Miami going right to left here in the second quarter, snapping off their own 41-yard line. Van Dyke, pressure coming, lets it go. Boy, wide open. And making the grab at the Tar Heel 39 is Xavier Restrepo, second-year freshman from Coconut Creek, Florida. And that was one of the better plays Miami has had all day as they gained 20 to the Tar Heel 39. And snapping it quickly. Van Dyke again with pressure in his face. Takes one deep and incomplete in the end zone. Cedric Gray, the linebacker, was step for step with Restrepo, the wide receiver. And Brian, that shows off some of that speed that Gray has, which is one of his most attractive assets at that position. I mean, he's out there guarding a wideout and was right there with him.
Yeah, and if you're going to play that position in football today, you have to be able to run. Obviously, you don't want to have that guy in situations where he in man coverage on receivers all the time, but you need the type of athlete that can go out there and run with receivers.
5:20 to go, second quarter. Heels up 28-10. Miami a 2nd and 10 in Carolina territory. Handing off to Knighton, able to get around the left side of the line for good yards. But Morrison came right up the center of the field and could not help out from his safety position on the initial tackle. And that was a gain of 11 to the Carolina 28. Miami really playing with some pace. Van Dyke looks left, throws left. McMichael whiffs on the tackle, and only good hustle by Cedric Gray to trip up Keyshawn Smith in the inside the 10, saves the touchdown. As McMichael just absolutely touched nothing but air as he tried to take down Keyshawn Smith.
Yeah, he was caught in no man's land between breaking on the ball and breaking on the receiver, and that's why he ended up getting nothing.
Miami goes right side of the end zone. Big-time battle between Rambo and Grimes. Incomplete, flag in there. And Rambo has something to say to Grimes, and now to the sideline. As looks like he wants the football to come his way a little bit more. He doesn't have a catch today. He's Miami's leading receiver with 31 of them on the year. The officials are now having a longer, they've already moved the ball to the 2.
Pass interference, defense, number 2. By rule, the ball be placed at the 2-yard line. First down.
Well, they said 2, but I think that was Grimes. Yeah, it was Grimes 20. Not Chapman 2. So with the penalty in the end zone, it's now 1st and goal from the 2. Best offensive drive of the day for Miami has them 1st and goal, 2-yard line. Heels up 28-10. Miami trying to get back in it. Play action. Van Dyke rolling to the right, throws end zone. Gimmel knocks it free. He was trying to find the tight end Mallory on the back line, and Gimmel chasing to catch up with Mallory, threw his hands in the air. And I'm not sure he did it on purpose, but timed it just right to knock it free. I say that because his head was turned. He was not looking. It was similar to the Cameron Kelly play earlier when the ball went off Kelly's helmet.
But Gimmel did a good job. The hands of the receivers are the indicator. And once he puts his hand out, then Gimmel put his hands up.
Big push up front for Miami, and it's a touchdown for Jalen Knighton as they got a big shove forward from the offensive line. Knighton was able to follow the big fellas up front for an easy score.
And that drive in general was a little too easy.
Yeah, it was. Carolina had gotten up 28-10, but then Miami responds. A couple of pass interference calls on the drive as well. 7 plays and 75 yards results in the touchdown for Miami. So right back in it at 28-17. 4:33 to go. Miami will get the football to start the second half. Tar Heels have 3 timeouts, Miami with 2. Still waiting on the extra point, which is now up and through. Make it 28-17. So those penalties continue to mount for Carolina, 7 of them for 67 yards in the first half with still 4:33 to go. So, Brian, we had just talked about both offense and defense really playing well to that point, and then I think it's fair to say probably the poorest defensive drive or defensive response to a drive for Carolina so far.
And let's say if that's Miami's last drive of this half, those are the drives you don't want to give up, and you give up a score. And for all the good things they did, they're going to hear about that first, I guarantee you, in the locker room at halftime.
So 7:75 and 1:43 for Miami. Jalen Knighton, his first touchdown of the season. He played last week for the first time. He had been suspended the first 4 games of the year for a violation of team rules. So he played in the game against Virginia a couple of weeks ago, had 44 yards on 15 carries, and he hits the end zone there from 2 yards out. First offensive touchdown of the day for Miami. They had the interception return for the score early in the ball game. 28-17, Carolina with 4:33 to go in the first half. And again, Miami due to get the ball to start the second half here in Chapel Hill. Now some darker clouds have moved back in. Doesn't look too threatening, but it is blocking out the sun. Cooled off considerably after the rain earlier in the day. Went from the low to mid 80s to about 70 or so. Kickoff on the way from Borregales. It'll be another touchback. So Carolina, which has had the ball now 6 previous times. This will be the 7th possession. Heels have 4 touchdowns, a punt, and an interception. Let's go to our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter, Lee Pace.
And become quite breezy, Jones. Throwing the ball and kicking is going to be an issue in the second half. Not surprising after a cold front came through. And you're right, it has cooled off. It's in the upper 60s right now, and it looks very dark back to the west. I hope that doesn't mean any more rain for us, but it is going to be cooler and very windy in the second half.
Ed Montelis is in on that O-line. He's at left guard. Brian Anderson, the center, fires it back to Howell, who will keep it on the ground. And just not much doing there for DJ Jones. Nesta Jade Silvera made the physical tackle at the line of scrimmage, no gain. Carolina 2nd and 10. We'll break 10 seconds. Station ID down the lines on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
It's 5 o'clock, and you're listening to the Tar Heels on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB Rutherford, a breezy 68 degrees.
I told you Montelis was in. Now he's out. Izudu is in as Carolina runs with DJ Jones, steps through a tackle, still pinballing off Hurricanes, and a one-man gang for the first down. He was hit after about 4 or 5 yards, kept going, stopped again after 6. He just wouldn't go down, picks up 10. I tell you, Brian, DJ Jones and Ty Chandler, they both played well today. Jones has been coming here this season.
Yeah, no, he's been running hard all season, and it's good to see him breaking tackles like that. That was a combination of hard running and bad tackling.
Howell time to throw, and I bet you can guess who he whipped one to right on that big NC logo in the middle of the field, Josh Downs, for a gain of 11 to the 46-yard line. For Downs, that is his 9th catch of the day. Or check it. Yep, have him for 9 catches now. We'll double check that, because if so, it ties his career high, which he set last week. Carolina moving with some pace. Howell will run wide open, middle of the field, slides down on the Miami side of things around the 40. It is 9 catches, 89 yards now for Downs, as Howell will be officially down at the Miami 41, a gain of 13 on the run. 28-17, Carolina with 3:02 to go in the second quarter. Wind continues to blow here in Chapel Hill. Howell going to do it again. Trying to fight through tackles, steps through one. Howell spinning around down over the 30 to around the 28 or 29. He came into this game with the 6th most carries in the ACC. And he's the true dual threat here in his junior year.
Just like we expected, right?
That's right. That one gains 12. He has 78 yards rushing now in total. Back in the shotgun. 1st and 10 off the 29. Howell kind of double clutches, then throws the little swing to Downs near side. And he'll advance to the 25. 4 different Hurricanes snow under Downs. He officially hit the turf at the 26 by Amari Carter and others. Gain of 3 on the play. Tar Heels, remember, Miami gets the ball, so Carolina checking that clock. Don't want to give Miami another opportunity with a bunch of clock to go, one would think. 2 minutes right now with the Heels up 28-17. This is 2nd and 7. They'll run it. Patiently, Jones right side. Cuts up and tripped up for a short gain by Zach McLeod. McLeod's played a bunch of football.
A long time. He's been in Miami since 94, I think.
It's his 43rd career start. He had been a linebacker his entire career before the bowl game last year for Miami, and now this season at DN. Gain of just 1, so now a big play here for Carolina. 3rd and 6. Clock still moving, 1:25 before halftime. Heels going left to right, ball on the near hash. 3rd and 6. Carolina 5 of 7 on 3rd downs thus far. Miami brings pressure, and they get to Howell. Slinging him down in at the backfield is Keontra Smith, as he perfectly timed that one, ripped right through the line, and sacks Howell for a big loss. And now Carolina has a decision to make as Miami takes a timeout with 1:06 to go. That sack lost 10 yards.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you couldn't do.
Yeah, a killer here, as you can attempt a field goal. It would be a 52-yarder. It is going to be 4th and 16. Remember the Virginia game? Carolina was in a similar situation, and they're going to add some time to the clock. Dwayne Haight just said to please reset it to 1:11. So you remember the Virginia game? Carolina was in a similar situation where they could take a long field goal. They could go for it. That was, they could punt it, although I don't think they're going to do that here. And they elected the long field goal and missed. We'll see what they elect to do here. Miami, by taking that timeout, has 1 left. 1:11 on the clock, and Atkins is going to come out to try the kick. Now, he made a 51-yarder last week, which tied for his longest make at Carolina. This will be a 52-yard attempt. His career long came when he was at Furman, 55 yards against Western Carolina in 2019.
And he'll have the wind to his back, so the wind shouldn't be an issue. He has a strong enough leg. He just has to get it up high enough at the line of scrimmage.
Snap back, spot down. Kick is away, and it misses wide right. So the sack on 3rd down derails the drive. Heels missed the long kick, and now got to pay the piper for the choice, because Miami will get good field position at its own 35 with 1:05 to go and 1 timeout to work with.
Yeah, and I do think that's the right choice. You have an opportunity to add 3 points on the board. You can't ever think about, obviously you got to think about both sides of the coin, but your field goal kicker can make that, so you don't worry about the field position. You give him a chance to put 3 points on the board.
Yeah, the bigger issue there for Carolina was the sack.
The sack,
on 3rd
correct.
down, and not just the sack, but one that lost you 10 yards of field position after Carolina had advanced to the Miami 25-yard line. So, see how these last 65 seconds go. Heels up 28-17, but Miami with a chance here right before the break, and they look like they're going to try a deep shot. No, instead Van Dyke throws a long one to the far sideline, short and incomplete. Wanted to hit Cameron Harris. Carolina had good coverage on the back end. Miami was looking for a shot.
And they had one, Jones. If he would have saw Harley going across the field, he might not have scored, but he would have got them in great field position.
Instead, it will be 2nd and 10 with 1 minute exactly to go. Heels have 3 timeouts, Miami with 1. Again, the Canes due to get the ball to start the second half. Van Dyke claps his hands. Heels rush just 4. Van Dyke intercepted. Cam Kelly flashed in front of the intended receiver, Keyshawn Smith, and brings it home. Van Dyke just stared at Smith, tried to get it to him on the near hash. Kelly flashed in front for his 2nd interception of the season.
Yeah, and if you're a quarterback, especially on the end cutting routes, you better not stare that receiver down when you have safeties looking at you. And that's a great job by Cam Kelly, seeing the route, driving on the ball, and then making the catch, even though he had to catch it twice.
Yeah, he juggled it. I early called the pick, but he held on to it.
Catch is a catch, though.
That's right. So the Heels have it at the Miami 42 now, with 3 timeouts and 55 seconds. So clock not really a factor right now for Carolina. Nope. Howell is going 5 wide, though. Miami rushes 4. Howe steps out of the pocket. He's just going to send it into the sideline. As Miami was starting to get near the Carolina quarterback, Chance Williams, I believe Jared Harrison Hunt was in the mix as well. 50 seconds now on the clock. 2nd and 10. Carolina, I said 3 timeouts. Heels have 2 timeouts. 2 timeouts left. They did take one earlier this half, remember, after the interception. So 2 timeouts for Carolina, 50 seconds on the clock. Howe going to throw again. Rolls to the right, throw down the sideline, incomplete, and a late flag comes in, and Howe is down. Hit late by Zach McLeod.
Landing with his full body weight on the quarterback. 15-yard penalty, automatic, first down.
Howell is now back up. No medical personnel came out. His entire team did, though. All his teammates came to see. Not sure if you heard what Dwayne Haight said. He said fully using your body weight to land on the quarterback, which that would not have been a flag in the past, but it is now. And it advances the ball to the 27-yard line. Howell still in there. He'll take a deep breath in the shotgun. DJ Jones to his right. Clock at 45 seconds now. It's going to be a draw to Jones. Jones tripped up just as he was getting the motor revved over the 25, taken down at the 23 by Corey Flagg. And Carolina will take a timeout. 39 seconds to go as the Heels gain 4 on the play to the Miami 23. Let's check in with our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter, Lee Pace. Lee, what's up?
Jones had a nice recognition ceremony going into the second quarter for Harris Barton, the former Tar Heel All-American offensive tackle who went on to a great career with the San Francisco 49ers. He's been inducted into the National Football Foundation Hall of Fame, becoming the 9th Tar Heel coach or player to join that august body. We'll visit with him at halftime, so don't go anywhere.
Great, looking forward to that. Quick check of the Duncan stats. Lee has Carolina with 282 yards, Miami with 80. Carolina 178 on the ground, 104 through the air. Tar Heels have held the ball for more than 20 minutes. Miami not quite 9 minutes here in the first half. 39 seconds to go. 2nd and 6. Carolina up 28-17 on the Miami 23. Going from left to right. Ball on the near hash. Heels have 1 timeout left. Howe is going to throw. Looks to his left. Standing in the pocket. Rips one behind the intended receiver, Olsen, at the 10-yard line. Olsen had found some space, but Howe, as he drifted to his left, threw across his body and caused the inaccurate pass. Howe, 12 of 20 now, 104 yards. Last 2 games, Howe had been at just under 55% completion percentage. For his career, he's up around 64. So he has been a little more inaccurate here as of late than his entire career.
And it starts with the pressure, and Sam felt that pressure, but he had time to set his feet, but he just didn't do it, and that's why the ball was off target.
Big third down here, Brian, 3rd and 6.
Got to get it.
Carolina snaps it with 1 second on the play clock. Howe in trouble in the pocket, and he's going to get sacked again.
Got to get rid of it.
Back at the 31-yard line. So likely, Tar Heel is going to run this clock down and try another long field goal. That is 2 straight third downs where Howe has been sacked for some big negative yardage. This one belongs to Amari Carter and DeAndre Johnson. And the Heels will take that timeout with 3 seconds left. Last timeout for Carolina. This will be around a 48-yard kick for Atkins, who just missed a 52-yarder a moment ago. It's been a busy last couple of minutes. Carolina had the long drive, missed the field goal, got the interception, gets down again. Miami's defense, which now 2 possessions in a row, has stood tall once the Tar Heels got right to the edge of the red zone and forcing a long field goal attempt. (28-17). Carolina will have the lead at halftime. Question is by how much. will be right at 48 yards from straight away. Drew Little, the snapper. Ben Kiernan, the Tar Heel punter, is the holder. Atkins from 48. Snap back, spot down. Kick is up, and boy, with a lot of leg, it is right through there. So Atkins, after missing a 52-yarder a moment ago, gets another chance from 48 and gives Carolina some points going into the locker room. Lee is going to talk to Mack Brown, so everybody hang tight. Lee's going to get a chance to talk to Mack here in just a second with the Tar Heels up 31-17. Atkins with that make, now 6 of 10 on the season. Carolina has trust in him from a long way away. Like I said, made a 51-yarder last week, missed a 52-yarder, but now makes the 48-yarder to give Carolina the 14-point advantage going to the locker room. So again, hang tight. We're going to get a quick word with Coach Brown. It's just the third time in 7 games that the Tar Heels have led at halftime. And here's Lee with Coach Brown. Let's go down there.
Coach, I have to thank the most solid performance all 3 phases of the game so far for you.
Yeah, I thought, Lee, it was probably our best first half as a team. We've still got too many penalties, and they were aggressive penalties. The guys are trying hard, so there's a fine line there. We've got to have discipline, but we still want to be aggressive. I hate we gave up the long touchdown right before the half. And I also hate the fact that we only got a field goal out of the turnover and the long drive.
But it feels good going into halftime with the lead.
It does feel good.
Okay, Jones, back upstairs to you.
Thank you, Lee. Thank you, Coach. Tar Heels 31, Miami 17. We'll go to halftime. Dave will guide you through the Wells Fargo halftime report after this from Learfield.
Geico presents Monster Counseling.
Dracula, tell me how you're feeling.
No one understands how lonely it is. No one will even let me into their house. I knock and I knock, but they ignore me.
Uh-huh. What else?
I look in the mirror and I don't even see myself anymore.
If you don't see yourself clearly, can you really expect others to?
I'm having a breakthrough.
It's not easy to be a vampire, but with Geico, it's super easy to switch and save hundreds on your car insurance.
On the inside, a Honda is comfortable, technologically advanced, and loaded with next-gen features. But on the outside, a Honda is fuel-efficient, powerful, and stylish. Like the versatile HR-V, the 8-passenger Pilot, or a turbocharged Civic. No matter what kind of car you need, Honda has it. Because inside and outside, a Honda is the total package. Hurry, they're selling fast. Now at your Honda dealer of the Carolinas.
This is Carolina football from Learfield.
You need an insurance agent you can talk to? Call Insurance Service Associates at 828-245-5301. We want to help you get the best out of your insurance dollar. As a trusted choice independent agent, we shop your coverage with several companies to give you the best value. More companies, better choices, best rate. Come see us at our new office at 245 East Main Street in Forest City, or call us at 828-245-5301.
For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
Copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcast rights granted by the University of North Carolina. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the University of North Carolina and Learfield.
Halftime in Chapel Hill, Carolina leading Miami 31-17. Dave Nathan welcoming you into the Wells Fargo halftime show. We'll hear from Harris Barton coming up in a bit. Also a complete look at your Duncan stats. But right now it's the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard that again reads Carolina 31 and Miami 17. Elsewhere in the ACC, one other game in progress. That's in Blacksburg, and Virginia Tech slow out of the gates, trailing Pittsburgh 21-zip. That game also at intermission. Earlier today, Virginia blanks Duke 48-zip. last night. Clemson holds off Syracuse 17-14. Later tonight at 7:30, number 22 North Carolina State goes to Chestnut Hill to take on Boston College. In the top 25, newly minted number 1 Georgia holds a 14-7 advantage on number 11 Kentucky at the break. Purdue also leading 14-7 over number 2 Iowa at halftime. Central Florida falls to number 3 Cincinnati 56-21. Number 9 Oregon got the 24-17 win last night over California. Number 10 Michigan State slugs out a 20-15 win at Indiana. Oklahoma State comes from behind to knock off Texas 32-24 in a battle of 2 top 25 teams. Auburn rocks number 17 Arkansas 38-23. Baylor leading number 19 BYU 17-7 at the break. LSU knocks off number 20 Florida in Baton Rouge 49-42. Texas A&M gets another win. This one on the road against Missouri 35-14. And last night San Diego State knocks off San Jose State 19-13. Other action coming your way tonight in the top 25. Number 4 Oklahoma hosts TCU at 7:30. At 7, number 5 Alabama goes to Starkville where Mississippi State awaits. Tennessee hosting number 13 Ole Miss in Knoxville at 7:30. At 10 o'clock, Utah welcomes number 18 Arizona State to town. We're in Chapel Hill where Carolina leads Miami at halftime 31-17. Lee Pace chats with Harris Barton when we come back after this from Learfield.
Your backyard should be an oasis, not a challenge. And your Steel dealer has the tools to make it happen. By getting to know you and what you're trying to accomplish, they'll make sure you have the right tools to achieve your goals. From legendary gas to long-running battery tools, Steel dealers have powerful equipment and advice you won't find anywhere else. Real Steel. Find yours at steeldealers.com.
Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. You can't control other motorists, but you can control how you operate your vehicle. Avoid distractions while driving, like texting or checking social media. You can't drive safely unless driving has your full attention. Any non-driving activity you engage in increases your risk of crashing. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
From Learfield.
Who doesn't want to live their most spectacular life? The new Spectacular Riches Scratch-Off from the North Carolina Education Lottery has millions of dollars in prizes with riches everywhere. So you can make bling your thing, add glide to your ride, or even glitz to your grits. Spectacular Riches with over $100 million in prizes from $100 to $10,000. Riches are everywhere. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds of winning are 1 in 4.26. Problem gambling helpline 877-718-5543.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers and it shows. Fully equipped staff are ready to help you and answer any questions you have about insurance policies. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Dave Nathan welcoming you back to the Wells Fargo halftime show. Carolina 31, Miami 17. We'll update you on the Duncan stats in a moment, but right now let's send things downstairs. Lee Pace standing by with a College Football Hall of Famer.
Delighted to be joined by Harris Barton here at halftime, Kenan Stadium in Chapel Hill. Harris played center and then tackle for the Tar Heels 1983 to 86. Recognized second quarter for going into the National Football Foundation Hall of Fame. Harris, you got a lot of friends here, a lot of family, a lot of ex-teammates. Got to be a lot of pride this afternoon.
You know, it's like having a wedding 40 years later, right? I mean, all my high school buddies were here, all my college buddies were here. A couple people from California came. It's quite an honor, quite an honor.
So you came to Chapel Hill out of Atlanta in 1982. Came as a defensive tackle. John Masco, your first day of practice, said you're now a center, and you went against William Fuller every day your entire first year.
Yeah, William Fuller, who also was in the College Football Hall of Fame, taught me how to play the game. John Masco just kind of coached me, but William Fuller taught me how to play, and he used to beat the crap out of me every day on the scout team, and you know, he made me a better player, and it, you know, things turned out great. I went into the pros and had a great career with the 49ers. And this is the icing on the cake right here.
Talking with Harris Barton here at halftime, guys. Pat Crowley, a teammate of yours, had a great story about rooming with you your senior year in 1986. You were on a road trip one night, middle of the night, Friday night. Pat wakes up and sees that you're in your skivvies practicing your pass protection steps. Is that a true story?
That's a true story. You always got to work on your craft. And you know what? I couldn't sleep. I wasn't a very good sleeper, so I might as well get up and work on my pass sets, And to this day, I can still do pass sets in my sleep. So, it's a true story. It was a little bit maniacal, but it worked, and it worked for me. And, a 13-year career in the pros and a great career here in North Carolina. It's just a blessing.
And Pat also said that you told him that there's 3 elements to college life. There's athletics, there's schoolwork, and there's social life. If you pick 2 of them and focus on them, you can have a great career, and you focus on the schoolwork and the football.
That's exactly right. And I tell my kids the same thing. You know what? It's all about school, and it's all about if you're playing a sport, you do the best you can in that sport. The social stuff will come later.
Went on to the NFL, to the San Francisco 49ers. You get in the huddle with Joe Montana and Jerry Rice. Just sum up in a capsule those dozen years with the 49ers and 3 Super Bowl rings.
Well, some days I felt like I didn't need to be out there. Joe Montana and Jerry Rice and Ronnie Lott and Roger Craig. I mean, some of the legends of the game, and I was just happy to be on that team. Bill Walsh drafted me. It couldn't have been in a great city, coming from a great college, had great coaching, won 3 Super Bowls. I mean, how could you beat that?
And finally, Harris Barton, Carolina remains close to you. Your daughter Anna is on the girls lacrosse team. Your son Paul is a rising freshman on the lacrosse team. So you're still involved in Carolina.
What you see here is quality coaching all through the sports. Many of the coaches that were here when I was here, Anson Dorrance, the field hockey coach, are still here. And Joe Bresci and Jenny Levy do such a great job. And I gave my kids to them. Hey, make them men and women. And that's what they're doing. That's why I'm so close to this organization.
Good deal. Thanks much, Harris Barton. Glad to have you back in Chapel Hill.
Thank you so much, Dave.
That's it, Dave. Back to you.
Thank you, Lee Pace, for bringing us that conversation with the College Football Hall of Famer. Harris Barton back in Chapel Hill and taking in the first half that's seen Carolina jump out to a 31-17 lead on Virginia. Or, I beg your pardon, on Miami. And we've got to look at first half stats when we come back after this from Learfield.
She gets her soccer skills from her mom, her sense of humor from her dad, and her drugs from her home medicine cabinet. Over half of misused medication comes from family and friends. Talk to your children about the dangers of prescription drug misuse. Secure your medication, take regular inventory to ensure nothing is missing, and properly dispose of expired or unused medication. Be aware. Don't share. Lock your meds.
Tar Heel student athletes come to Carolina to compete and to gain a world-class education. With more than 500 scholarships across 28 sports, Carolina recruits student athletes who are committed to excellence both in the classroom and on the field. Your support is critical to helping Carolina attract the very best. Make a gift to athletic scholarships today at campaign.unc.edu/athletics.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
Who doesn't want to live their most spectacular life? The new Spectacular Riches Scratch-Off from the North Carolina Education Lottery has millions of dollars in prizes with riches everywhere. So you can make bling your thing, add glide to your ride, or even glitz to your grits. Spectacular Riches with over $100 million in prizes from $100 to $10,000. Riches are everywhere. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds of winning are 1 in 4.26. Problem gambling helpline 877-718-5543.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers and it shows. Fully equipped staff are ready to help you and answer any questions you have about insurance policies. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
The Wells Fargo halftime show continues from Chapel Hill. It's the Tar Heels leading Miami 31-17. Let's get you those Duncan stats. It's always game on with Duncan, which is why grabbing a coffee is the most important game day ritual. Well, a lot of these numbers pretty slanted in favor of Carolina. Again, 31-17 our score. The Tar Heels have outrushed Miami 171-21, have outpassed Miami 104-59. Total offense, Carolina 275, Miami 80. Of course, the pick six that Miami had early on in the first quarter is what's really kept this somewhat of a game and kept the Canes within a couple of scores, down 31-17. Time of possession, Carolina just over 21 minutes. The Canes just under 9 minutes. The Heels 5 of 9 on third down. The Canes 1 of 4 on third down. Neither team has attempted a fourth down conversion, and both are 2 of 2 inside the red zone. On the ground, Carolina's Ty Chandler leading the way with 9 carries, 84 yards, 2 scores. One of those scores covered 51 yards. Sam Howell, 11 carries for 61 yards. DJ Jones, 9 for 26. Howell through the air, 12 of 20. 2 touchdowns, 1 interception, and 104 passing yards. Josh Downs, he's been targeted 12 times. He's caught 10 passes for 92 yards and a score, the long pass play covering 45 yards. Chandler has 1 catch for 10 yards. John Copenhaver also has 1 catch for 2 yards. That was a TD. For Miami, Tyler Van Dyke getting the start here today, just 5 of 15 passing. He's been picked off twice, 59 yards, no touchdowns. Knighton on the ground, 4 carries for 15 yards. Cameron Harris has 5 carries for 4 yards. Van Dyke has carried a couple of times for 2 yards as well. It all adds up to a 31-17 halftime advantage for Carolina. Take our final halftime break and send things back over to Jones and Brian for the play-by-play of the third quarter. This has been the Wells Fargo halftime show, brought to you by Wells Fargo, official sponsor of Carolina Athletics. Again, our score at the break, Carolina 31, Miami 17 from Learfield.
The MT1 Series tractor from LS is a powerhouse packed in a compact footprint, and it's now available with high-capacity loader attachment. This tractor loader package provides you everything you need to get the job done right. Visit your local dealer or check us out online at lstractorusa.com to experience the LS difference for yourself. Rules, restrictions, eligibility, and participation may apply.
On the inside, a Honda is comfortable, technologically advanced, and loaded with next-gen features. But on the outside, a Honda is fuel-efficient, powerful, and stylish. Like the versatile HR-V, the 8-passenger Pilot, or a turbocharged Civic. No matter what kind of car you need, Honda has it. Because inside and outside, a Honda is the total package. Hurry, they're selling fast. Now at your Honda dealer of the Carolinas.
This is Carolina football from Learfield.
Justice, Rosenbluth, LT, Jordan, Hansbrough, Geo. This is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels. Certain names in Tar Heel athletics resonate across generations, bringing to mind an unmatched commitment to excellence. When someone mentions Smith's Drugs of Forest City, I think of a similar commitment to excellence. Since 1939, Smith's Drugs has served Rutherford County with the highest quality customer service and care. The friendly staff at Smith's Drugs not only provides you with prompt service, they give you the individual attention needed to understand your medication and how it works. This same level of care is exhibited by the staff in the Smith's Drugs Home Medical Equipment Department. And don't forget about the old-fashioned soda fountain, where you'll be served up the best pimento cheese sandwich in North Carolina. Call on Smith's Drugs of Forest City at 828-245-4591, located at 139 East Main Street in downtown Forest City, where they've been putting the customer first since 1939.
On the way to half number 2, Tar Heels with the 2-score advantage, 31-17. But Miami's going to get the football to start the second half. That leads us to our trusted choice of the game, brought to you by Trusted Choice, independent insurance agents of North Carolina. They want you to stay safe behind the wheel and put down your phone while you're driving. Don't get yourself distracted. Let's have a hands-free NC. To learn more and find an agent near you, visit trustedchoice.com/GoHeels. And Brian, this is supposed to be kind of keys to the second half, what we think is going to be important. it really feels like this first drive is important. If Carolina can get the ball back with a 2-score lead, Tar Heels have been moving the ball pretty well today.
Yep.
If Miami scores, all of a sudden, even though you feel like Carolina's been the better team, it's a one-possession game. And so certainly, no matter what happens, there'll be a long way to go. But it does feel like an important possession to start things off.
And it's always an important possession, the series right before the half and then the first one right after halftime. And obviously this first one will be because you want to see how your guys react coming out of the locker room. You want to see if they're still locked in. And right now you don't want to give up all the good things you've done in the first half with a bad possession here on defense.
And, who knows how the rest of this thing's going to play out. But remember that pick by Kelly. Miami had the chance after the missed field goal to go down, get within potentially a score, and get the ball. Instead, Kelly gets that interception. Heels are able to turn it into 3 points before halftime, and they do have the 14-point advantage, 31-17, as we prepare to start the second half. It will be Carolina kicking off. Restrepo and Rashard Smith, 2 young receivers for Miami, back to receive the kick of Kim, but they won't have a chance as that one, gracious. That one hit the fence area guarding the tailgate space below the blue zone and hit it on the fly. That was a bomb by Jonathan Kim, as Miami will start on its own 25-yard line, showing our friend Josiah, the refuel T kid. Josiah from Burlington able to run out there and pick up the tee. Gets the high five from Jonathan Kim as well. So Miami starting on the 25. They'll be going right to left here in the third quarter. Tar Heels 31, Miami 17. Long first half in Chapel Hill. See what happens here in half number 2. Miami will start with a run and a potential for a big one. Handing off to Cameron Harris. He's into the secondary, nears midfield, as that's the best run of the day for the Canes. But Harris is hurt after the play. He went around the left side, and he looks like he is in some pain. Eventually, Jaquarius Conley able to catch up and make the stop. But after just one play and a 22-yard gain, we're going to take a timeout. 14:49 to go, as Harris really appears to be shaken up. His helmet is off. Multiple hurricanes. Now Manny Diaz, the head coach, is out as Harris is down. Good run for Miami on first down. Heels up 31-17 from Learfield.
The perfect tailgate. All you need are your friends and the 2021 Ford F-150 with the available Pro Power onboard. It's like a mobile generator to power your tailgate all game long. It's this tradition of toughness and innovation that's made Ford F-Series America's best-selling truck 44 years straight and counting. Make your game day traditions bigger and better season after season. Check out the 2021 Ford F-150 at your Carolina Ford dealer. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year total sales.
This is Tar Heel football from Learfield.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
WCAB, WCAB, WCAB,
So one play into the second half, Miami gets a 22-yard run from Cameron Harris. That was more yards than Miami had rushing the entire first half, where they had 21. And Harris now off the field, but could put no weight on his right leg. They worked on his right knee area the entire time. Miami's already lost one of their running backs, Don Chaney Jr., for the rest of the year with an injury against App State. And certainly it didn't look like Harris was going to be returning anytime soon, as Miami quickly snaps it, a pitch to the far side to another back, Jalen Knighton, and he's able to get some positive yards near midfield. So it was a 22-yard run by Harris. That carry by Knighton will gain 3, and it is 2nd and 7. Kamen Rucker with the tackle for Carolina. Miami continuing to play with pace. That helped them in their touchdown drive near the end of the first half. This time, Carolina plays the run well. Reva Hassick, one of the men coming off the bottom of the pile for Carolina. Bring up 3rd and 4 after the gain of 3 to the Tar Heel 47. Miami in the first half was 1 of 4 on 3rd down. 3rd and 4 at the Carolina 47. Canes going right to left, ball shading towards the far hash, with the Heels holding that lead of 31-17. Van Dyke alone in the backfield, 3 to the right, 2 to the left. He'll quickly dump it over the middle, and somehow Harley was all alone at the 40, and he made the catch for the easy first down. They're just wanting a Tar Heel anywhere around. Conley was trying to catch up, but that was too easy. Gain of 7. Miami really going fast. Van Dyke will try one down the left side. Harley knocked away in the front left corner of the end zone by Conley. Nice job by the Tar Heel nickelback to get a hand in there and poke it away. And Brian, you said in the pregame Miami was going to test Carolina deep. Certainly they'll still try to do it some more, but Tar Heels have done a good job in those scenarios.
And just, from the first half, unable to sustain drives, I expect them to do that even more, because they have to find a way to get big shots, because they're unable to go down the field for 4, 5, 6 yards and sustain drives. 2nd
and 10, draw handoff to Knighton. He just runs away from Gimmel right side and has enough for the first down before he is stood up at the 29-yard line by Cameron Kelly. Gimmel was trying to fill the gap, but Knighton had a head start and a step or two on the Tar Heel veteran linebacker. Gain of 11. Van Dyke keeps it on the ground again, and this time Knighton just nowhere to go. Miles Murphy was battling with his blocker, kind of pushed him into Knighton, who caused the running back for the Canes to fall down back behind the line of scrimmage for a loss of 1. 2nd and 11.
Yeah, when Murphy gets off the football the way he did on that play, he's a problem. And we've seen that a bunch of times today. He's a big guy, but he's very explosive off the rock.
New back in, it's Cody Brown, a freshman from Lilburn, Georgia. His first action of the day for Miami, but it is going to be a pass. Carolina brings pressure. Van Dyke off his back foot, completes it well behind the line of scrimmage to Keyshawn Smith near the Tar Heel sideline, and Cedric Gray takes him down. That's going to be a sizable loss of 6 yards. Back to the Tar Heel 36. This brings up a 3rd and 17. Heels sub quickly, as they'll have just 3 men on the line of scrimmage. Des Evans, Tamon Fox, and Clyde Pender, the sophomore from Sefner, Florida, in between them.
And good job by Carolina defense adjusting to the motion, and then Cedric Gray realizing the play and breaking on it, making the big play.
Miami going to keep it on the ground with a draw, and a couple of yards for Knighton left side, but Gimmel and Gray help take him down at the 29. So let's see if Miami on 4th and 10 goes for it, or if they're going to try the long field goal down 14. Their offense looks like it's on the field, and with that draw play, I mean, that was a we're going for it on 4th down type of call.
Yep, just get a little bit so we don't have as far to go on 4th down.
So it is 4th and 10 from the 29-yard line. Van Dyke in the empty backfield. Pressure coming. He's going to try and run for it. Cuts back and has it. Lost the football, though, but he was down at the end of the play. And so that'll be enough for the first down. As a scramble on 4th and 10, gains 11. And Miami now 6 of 9 on 4th down on the season. And they're inside the Tar Heel red zone at the 18-yard line.
And Cam Kelly had a great opportunity to make the tackle. It would have been short of the first down, and he just whiffed on it.
So a fresh set of downs now at the Tar Heel 18. Pressure coming off the edge. Van Dyke gets it away and incomplete, but here come multiple flags as McMichael going to get called for the pass interference against Keyshawn Smith in the front left corner of the end zone.
You're in great position.
Pass interference. Defense. Number 1. 15-yard penalty. First down.
That should be half the distance to the goal, not 15. Nope. Oh, that's right on PI. Pass interference, that is a 15-yard penalty, not half the distance. So that will move it down to the 3. And first and goal now. So again, another penalty that has aided the process for Miami. Carolina now 8 penalties and 76 yards. First and goal inside the 5. Canes keep it on the ground with Cody Brown. He stood up but never stopped. The whistle didn't blow, and he's going to head in for the touchdown. I think Carolina thought the play was over as Cody Brown ran into the line of scrimmage, was stood up, but the officials never blew the whistle. Brown kept churning, and Miami's within a score. A 4th and 10 conversion eventually helps Miami down the field, plus another 15-yard penalty, and just like that, Canes are assuming this PAT within a touchdown. 11-play drive for Miami. And the extra point is indeed good. 31-24, and we'll take another timeout. So Tar Heels have led the whole way, feel like they have been the better team, but Miami, last 2 drives, or 2 of their last 3 drives have been long drives for scores. So they're starting to figure it out, and they're still in this, down just 7 with 10:22 to go. Third quarter from Learfield.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
Texting while driving takes your eyes off the road for an average of 5 seconds. That's like driving the length of a football field with your eyes closed. Research shows you are 3 times more likely to get into an accident when distracted by a cell phone. I'm joining Trusted Choice independent insurance agents to urge you and your families to put down your phone. Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. Let's have a hands-free NC. Brought to you by Trusted Choice independent insurance agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
From star athletes to super fans, UNC Health is dedicated to caring for champions of all kinds. For you, the latest advancements and our greatest expertise are always in play to deliver personalized care with the utmost compassion. It's the kind of care that keeps champions like you and your family in the game when it matters the most. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
For the first time since it was 14-10, Miami is within 1 score against Carolina, 31-24. 10:22 to go, third quarter. That's on that North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Brought to you by the North Carolina Farm Bureau, helping you is what they do best. Reminder about syncmygame.com. Easy instructions on how you can watch the game on television at home, but sync up the radio broadcast. Syncmygame.com. That's the second time this year that Miami scored a touchdown on its opening drive of the second half. Tar Heels kind of been all over the map. They've had 2 touchdowns, 2 punts, missed a field goal, and turned it over on downs on their 6 previous opening possessions of the second half. We'll see what they can do here, needing something good. Now leading by just 7 at 31-24. Largest lead for Carolina was 18 at 28-10. Miami's outscored the Heels 14-3 since. See if Carolina can bounce back on this upcoming possession. A little bit of a shorter kick and fair catch called for by Jaquarius Conley at the 5. That's where the Tar Heels will start at the 25 because of the fair catch. So that will be essentially a touchback on the fair catch. And Brian, big possession here coming up for Carolina's offense.
It is, but don't stress and don't feel like you have to get it back. Just go. If you're Sam, go through your progressions. Continue to run the football if you coach Longo, and I think they'll do that. And just continue to play the game. You know, you got to give Miami credit for fighting back, but you still got a lot of football left. The game is not going to be decided in these first two possessions.
Howe with Chandler to his left, Olsen wide left, way out there. I mean, he's split outside the numbers. As Howe will pull it, throw it, Green at the 40, Green at the 50. Miami trying to catch up from behind, eventually to Corey Couch, able to ride Antoine Green down, but that is inside the Hurricane 35.
And it's good to see Antoine Green make a play, just a quick slant, and then he's able to make big yardage after the play. Good read by Sam, good ball to allow his receiver to catch the ball and keep running his stride.
41 yards on the slant, catch, and run from Howe to Antoine Green. Carolina trying to go with some pace this time. Hands off to Chandler. Caught at the line of scrimmage. Still pushing the pile. Pile still moves forward. That's going to end up being a good solid 3 yards on what could have been no gain. But Chandler, with some help from his friends pushing that pile, make it 2nd and 7. 31-24. 6 of Miami's first 15 first downs have come via Carolina penalty. All 3 of Miami's scoring drives have been aided by Tar Heel penalties. Carolina in total with 8 of them for 82 yards so far today. They'll try to clean that up moving forward. Howe dumps it off in the flat right side to Walston. He's hit at the 30. Can't really get moving forward after that. Tyreek Stevenson with the hit. They kind of just banged into each other and both stood back up, and then Walston fell forward. To be a gain of just 1 and an important now 3rd down for Carolina, 3rd and 6 off the 30. They hustled up to the line of scrimmage, but now will ease up and look to the sideline.
Yeah, Walston on the last play acted like he was a little surprised that Sam actually came to him, and Sam gave him a good football, and Miami give them credit to rallying and make the tackle.
2 receivers on either side of the formation. Heels going left to right, ball on the near hash at the Hurricane 30. Heels need 6 for the first down. Howe will try and get it with his legs. He does. Cuts back at the 20. Bounces off the tackle. Howe, 10-5, touchdown, Carolina. As dual threat as it gets. Sam Howe for 6.
And that was quarterback draw all the way. And Sam did a great job. Just as soon as we talked about before, just as soon as you want to say get down, he's able to get off of, ricochet off a tackle, and then score.
And James Williams was looking for the knockout shot tackle-wise, and Howe just kind of bounced off of him, spun around, and when he did that, he had a good 10, 15 yards and nothing but that artificial turf here in Kenan Stadium heading towards the end zone. So Howe, as the extra point is good, Howe with his 4th rushing touchdown of the season. He's now at 91 yards on the ground. Chandler has 87. The Tar Heels in total have 204. This is, remember, last year they rushed for 554 yards against Miami and actually had that's the second most in school history. They had the school record and then fumbled on the last play and lost the school record, but had the second most rushing yards in Carolina history, 554. They're likely not going to get there, Brian, but they're running it effectively again with 204 yards on the ground.
No question. And more importantly, they were able to, and not forcing the football, you hit the quick strike to Antoine Green. He picks up big yardage. Then you make a couple plays in the run game, and then you're able to get those 7 points back.
4 plays, 75 yards, 2:01 off the clock. So 8:21 where we sit in the 3rd quarter. And it's back to a 14-point Carolina lead, now at 38-24. As Kim will be kicking off again. Jogs up to it and boots it deep. That'll be another touchback. You know, Kim went through a little stretch here where he didn't get a ton of touchbacks. He was still at 87% on the season. But, man, when he hits it right, and he has all day today, it is a cannon coming off of there. And Miami will go from the 25 again. So just one more reminder about those penalties. The field goal drive Miami had, Carolina had a personal foul, hands to the face, a defensive holding, and a roughing the passer. The second quarter touchdown for Miami, 2 pass interference on the drive. And then on the touchdown drive a moment ago, a pass interference on that drive on Carolina. So some penalties have really set the Tar Heel defense back as a quick throw by Van Dyke. Good catch by Charleston Rambo. That's his first catch today. 31 catches on the season coming in, and that one gains 8 on the quick slant to the 33. The Oklahoma transfer, Rambo, as Miami this time will keep it on the ground with Knight. Doesn't get a lot, but he only needed 2 for the first down. I think he's going to be about half a yard shy.
Yep.
Gimmel with the tackle. And so it'll be 3rd and very short for Miami. Canes really trying to play with some pace, although not on this particular snap. But they have rushed up to the line of scrimmage several times here near the end of the second quarter and here in the third. They'll keep it on the ground. Knight rips through the line of scrimmage. Good tackle by Conley, and the ball's loose. Ball loose in midfield. Carolina falls on it. The officials now coming in. Conley made a good open field tackle.
The ruling on the field is that the ball carrier was down prior to the ball coming loose. First down.
Gimmel had the loose ball. But as you heard Dwayne Haight say, the ruling is going to be that the runner was down. We'll get a look at it here on the video board in Keenan, and yes, I think he was down. So it's going to be a gain of 14 for Miami, and they'll quickly snap it. Carolina brings pressure. Miami picks it up, but the throw off the mark as Van Dyke tried to come to the near sideline to Keyshawn Smith, but was too wide. 2nd and 10 with 7:16 to go in the third quarter. Carolina on top, 38-24. Tyler Van Dyke, second-year freshman from Glastonbury, Connecticut. Actually did play against Carolina last year. Missed 2 passes and lost 7 yards on a sack. And cleanup duty at the end of that one as the throw to Mallory. Good physical catch by the Miami tight end. He crosses the 50 and has the first down. I believe it was Conley who was right there defensively for Carolina, but Mallory, big body at 6'5", 245, shielded him off and made the grab at the Carolina 41. Miami already snapping. Comes to Restrepo. Biggers couldn't make the open field tackle. Restrepo down the far sideline, gets inside the 25.
A lot of space on that, a lot of separation on the outside right now. Miami is able to get with their wide receivers against our defensive back.
That's a gain of 16. They'll mark it right at the 25. And, Brian, this tempo is hurting Carolina, it feels like, because Miami is really moving fast.
Yep. And that's why they do it, because it's things that make the defense uncomfortable.
Screen to Rambo, and big collision with Biggers at the 20, like 2 bighorn sheep colliding. Rambo knocked out of bounds at the 20, gain of 5. It'll be 2nd down and 5. Tar Heels up by 14, but Miami moving again with 6:19 and counting, third quarter. Canes going right to left. Ball on the far hash. Van Dyke in the shotgun. Fakes the handoff to Knight. He's going to try and float it to the end zone and knocked away. Chapman was one-on-one with Keyshawn Smith. I believe it was actually Morrison, the safety, who came in, had a chance at a pick, but was able to knock it free to bring up third down. Tar Heels defending that west end zone in all blue today. Clock stops with 6:05 to go, third quarter.
And that was a great job of Morrison getting off the hash to get over there and just be able to flash colors enough to make that receiver have to feel him and respect him coming.
38-24 Carolina. Big third down here for Miami. Carolina brings pressure and flags are down.
False start.
Prior to the ball being snapped, false start, offense, number 11, 5-yard penalty, third down.
That's Rambo, the receiver. So that makes it 3rd and 5, a 3rd and 10. Carolina will bring in a more pass-heavy defense. So Rucker and Tamon Fox come back on. Tar Heel crowd trying to help out as Miami. Well, they snapped it really quickly. Van Dyke just running and throws it out of bounds. The Miami offensive line is still down in its stance. There's no flags on the field.
No, the center just snapped the ball early.
And so that's going to be a third down stop for Carolina. You wonder, Brian, is that a read for the center? Was Miami trying to be cute there?
The center must have thought that somebody jumped offsides, or either he had the snap count messed up. One of the two, because other than that, there would be obviously no reason to not protect your quarterback on the pass play.
And so it'll be a field goal attempt off the right hash from 42 yards. Borregales made a 44-yarder in the first half. Snap back, spot down, kick is up, and that's right through there. Borregales has had 2 long field goal attempts and has sent them both through the pipes. So that makes it 38-27. Carolina on top of the Hurricanes, and the Tar Heels due to get the football. 5:56 to go, third quarter. Heels up 11 from Learfield.
For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
WCAB.
Like a last-second touchdown to beat your rival, or the play that you can remember like it was yesterday. Penn Station East Coast Subs fuels your passion for greatness. With a menu featuring an array of mouth-watering grilled submarine sandwiches, fresh-cut fries, and hand-squeezed lemonade, let Penn Station Subs make every day feel like game day. Penn Station East Coast Subs is happy to serve you with 6 locations right here in the Triangle. Come see us in store or order online. Penn Station East Coast Subs. It's all about good taste.
Miami scores on each of its first 2 possessions here in the second half. That one was a field goal, completing a 10-play drive to bring the Canes within 11 at 38-27. Carolina's also scored on its lone possession of this half, a touchdown. Let's break 10 seconds for station identification. Tar Heels lead at 38-27, 5:56 to go, third quarter on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
And you're listening to Carolina football on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB, Rutherford.
Before Miami kicks off, let's check in with Dave Nathan on the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Dave, I know you're watching Pitt, Virginia Tech, also some big top 25 games going on.
Yeah, Virginia Tech on the board, but trailing Pitt 28-7 midway through the third. And
that's in Blacksburg. Right?
That is in Blacksburg, that's correct. And, of course, we had a shakeup at the top of the top 25 last week with Alabama losing. Well, this week, number 2, Iowa is in trouble at home, trailing Purdue 17-7 also in the third.
Third quarter here, 5:56 to go. Heels up by 11. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina is the official insurance partner, health insurance partner of Carolina Athletics, and believes an inclusive community is a healthy community, as the kickoff is end over end, and Carolina's going to get a return here. Jaquarius Conley will try, bounces off a tackle at the 20. Conley down the near sideline, lowers his shoulder and drills Borregales. Borregales gets up and he'll have some words to say, but not really sure you got the better of that one, young fella. Conley did on a good return. Will give Carolina a pretty good field position to get this drive started. Finishing up about our friends at Blue Cross and Blue Shield. They believe an inclusive community is a healthy community and resolve to be a champion for women everywhere by supporting women's athletics to help empower future leaders. So that return out to the 36-yard line. Tar Heels will start their second possession of the second half there. And they'll start on the ground. DJ Jones, boy, heavy traffic in the backfield. Does keep his legs turning to get close back to the line of scrimmage, but it will be a loss of 1. And 2nd and 11 coming up. Actually, a loss of 2 back to the 34, so it's going to be 2nd and 12. And that was just one of those where DJ Jones didn't have a lot of room to do anything once he got the football.
Yeah, he had to fight to get the -2. So
Q Johnson, the center. Left tackle Richards, left guard Zudu. Right guard McKeithen, right tackle is Tucker. Heels on the ground again to DJ Jones, and nothing doing. Corey Flagg Jr. comes flying into the backfield, trips up Jones, and now all of a sudden the Tar Heels looking at a 3rd and 12 after no gain there. Up by 11, but Miami has scored on 3 of its last 4 possessions, 2 touchdowns and a field goal, and they're trying to get the ball back quickly. The Heels up 11, 38-27. Green wide right. 3 receivers, Olsen, Downs, and the tight end Morales to the short side of the field. That's the left as the Heels go left to right. Miami going to bring pressure. He'll set up the screen to Jones, and he just caught it, but then he had a bunch of white jerseys right in his space. That'll lose a couple back to the 31, and so Miami has its best defensive effort by far, forcing Carolina to the quick 3 and out and -5 yards on the drive.
And that's the flip side when you go fast. If you go fast, you better be productive, because if not, your defense just had to defend a long drive, and now you put them right back on the field with 3 quick plays.
Yeah, Miami's gone 11 plays and 10 plays on its 2 drives. Carolina barely holds the ball for 2 minutes here on that one. Still awaiting the snap on the punt. They get it back to Kiernan, and it's a good one. Backing up and fielding at the 15 is George. Shakes off a Tar Heel. Gets to the near sideline before he steps out of bounds around the 35. The Carolina player was Ra Dilworth, the freshman linebacker who hoped that he had a shot for an open field tackle, but George made the nice move.
Yeah, if you're Rara, you have to keep that football on your inside shoulder. You can't allow it to get outside like he did right here. Come to balance and then make a play across the body.
Let's quickly go to Lee. Lee, was a 55-yard punt, but a 21-yard return.
Kieron Johnson noticeably limping as he came off the field. Sitting beside him is Brian Anderson on the Tar Heel bench here with the offensive lineman. Carolina just can't get to one healthy offensive lineman consistently. Johnson's got not as much tape on his legs tonight as he has on other games, but he's still limping noticeably. Brian Anderson has played a couple of series so far.
Yeah, that center position has been hard for Carolina to stay healthy so far this season. Van Dyke steps out of trouble in the pocket, and he'll slide down over the 40. It'll be a scramble gain, they'll say, of 5 to the 40 by Van Dyke. 2nd and 5. So Van Dyke, we told you, not a huge runner, but he has run okay. He's got 18 yards on the ground, but of course he had that one big run on 4th and 10 where he gained 11 and kept the drive that ended up in a touchdown going for the Hurricanes. He's going to throw again, rolling out to the right, dumps it off in the flat. Tamari Fox trying to catch up to Brashard Smith and does enough that Smith slips and falls for a minimal gain. And it will be 3rd down. In fact, no gain. Smith was able to just get back to the line of scrimmage. So big 3rd down here. Miami 2 of 7 on a 3rd down, 1 of 3 in the second half.
Let's see if Carolina brings pressure. They've been playing off. Look for Miami to go to the slot.
38-27 Carolina. Miami trying to keep the drive going. They dump it off in the flat. Gracious, a lot of room for Knight. Cuts back by McMichael. He's at the 30. Only Kelly to try and catch up, and he cannot do so. Knighton on the swing pass, juked McMichael and takes it in for the touchdown. That was 2 plays in that sequence, the punt and then the swing pass, where Carolina missed an open field tackle that allows the touchdown.
And you're going to miss tackles as a defender, but to me that just was not a fully committed attempt at a tackle by McMichael.
So Miami now within 5, and there's still 2:25 to go here in the 3rd quarter. And they have scored with the extra point good. Miami now within 4 at 34 for the Canes, 38 for Carolina. Miami has scored on all 3 of its second half drives, 2 touchdowns and a field goal. So after the Canes started their first 3 drives, and we're not including the interception return for the score, of course, 2 3-and-outs and a field goal. Since then, Miami has an interception, then a touchdown, then an interception, but then a touchdown, a field goal, and a touchdown. So the Canes have found their footing offensively, and they are right back in it. That is the 3rd score of this quarter. They have outscored Carolina now 17-7 in this quarter to get within 4 with 2:25 still to play in the 3rd. So Van Dyke, that's his first touchdown pass of the day, goes to Knighton, his first receiving touchdown of the season. Knighton now has a rushing touchdown and a receiving touchdown on the day. That one was a 60-yarder after the swing pass, and finishes off the just 3 plays, 65-yard drive. Took just a minute 17.
Yeah, McMichael misses the tackle, but somebody clearly blew an assignment because he shouldn't have been that wide open, and then McMichael obviously just compounds the issue.
So feel like we've said this a couple times, but an important drive here as Miami, after Carolina led 28-10, Miami has outscored the Tar Heels 24-10. And with 2:25 to go, 3rd quarter, Carolina will have it at its own 25. Tar Heels went 3-and-out on their last possession. 2nd time today. 1st time this half.
And Miami is feeling a lot better right now. You have to say they have the momentum in the football game right now, which is a crazy thing to say considering how the first half went.
It is Anderson at center. Lee was talking about that last time out. Quick hitter to Downs. Makes the catch, but an immediate tackle by Cam Kinchins. It's a gain of 4 to the 29-yard line. 2nd and 6 upcoming. That's now for Downs, 11 catches on the day for 96 yards. The catch is already a career high, just 5 off the single game record for Carolina, which is 16 by Ryan Switzer against Pitt in 2016. Howe runs it with Chandler. It looked like he had some space, but only gets a couple. Chance Williams with the tackle. It's a gain of 2. Ball in between the 30 and the 31. The Tar Heels need about 4.5 yards here for the first down. Trying to avoid another 3-and-out with Miami. Trying to make a comeback, down just 4 now after the Heels have led by as many as 18. Howe, clean pocket, pump fake to Downs. Rolls to the near side. He's going to be sacked. Keontra Smith takes him down. That is the 3rd sack on 3rd down in this game for Miami. And as soon as Howe didn't have Downs on the right side, the play broke down.
And that lies the problem sometimes with just pinpointing one guy. If they get it covered up, then you have an issue. But if he gets the ball to Downs quick, he has a chance to complete that.
So back-to-back 3-and-outs for the Tar Heels at the worst possible time. Has all the momentum now on the Miami side of things.
Yep. And all the Carolina defenders are going to have a chance to earn their scholarship on this next drive because this is an important drive.
Kiernan gets the kick away. George will field it at the 36. Jumps over the initial tackle of Cameron Roseman Sinclair, but then a bunch of other Tar Heels get there. It's a return of 2 out to about the 38-yard line. 19 seconds to go. Still in the 3rd quarter. 43-yard punt by Kiernan. So Miami has an opportunity to lead for the first time today with the ball down 38-34. They'll be starting actually just a 1-yard return officially because Miami will start on its own 37. Canes have scored on every possession this half. 2 touchdowns and a field goal. To get back in it, Tar Heels led at one point 28-10. Van Dyke under center for a rare time. He's going to drop way back, and his throw is, fortunately for the Tar Heels, incomplete. He had Hodges down the numbers far side, pretty open on the play. Larry Hodges, but The throw was a little bit behind him. Hodges slipped a bit too. And it will bring up 2nd and 10.
And there's been a lot of space between Miami receivers and Carolina defenders, especially in this third quarter. So Carolina's going to have to do a better job of getting these routes matched up.
2nd and 10. Draw play. And here goes Knight up the middle. 1st down and more. And now the Miami rushing attack starting to become a factor as Knighton gets to the Carolina 48, 49, right in that range. And this game will go to the 4th quarter with Miami holding all the momentum, but Tar Heels still holding the lead, 38-34. Miami will have it at the Carolina 49-yard line to start the 4th quarter. Well, an important 15 minutes upcoming. Can Carolina get its mojo back? Up 4 going to the 4th from their field.
From the mountains to the coast, 2.5 million North Carolinians are members of an electric cooperative. As a co-op member, you're part of exciting efforts to build a brighter future in the Tar Heel state through innovative energy programs that make the electric grid more efficient and sustainable. Plus, you're supporting local communities by empowering tomorrow's leaders. Learn more at ncelectriccooperatives.com/brighter.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. I'm a broken traffic light. Stop and go is the name of my game. It's easy. You go, they go. Or was it, they go, you go? And if you have the wrong car insurance, these repair costs could stop you in your tracks. So get Allstate's new low auto rate and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
Not available in every state based on coverage and limits selected. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. In most states, prices vary based on how you buy. Allstate Bar and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the...
You need an insurance agent you can talk to? Call Insurance Service Associates at 828-245-5301. We want to help you get the best out of your insurance dollar. As a trusted choice independent agent, we shop your coverage with several companies to give you the best value. More companies, better choices, best rate. Come see us at our new office at 245 East Main Street in Forest City, or call us at 828-245-5301.
For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
Well, just an enormous 15 minutes upcoming here in the 4th quarter. Carolina has led the entire way today by as many as 18, but Tar Heels up 38-34. Hurricanes have the football, 1st and 10, right around midfield at the Tar Heel 49. Carolina outgained Miami yardage-wise in the 1st quarter, 176-12. Since then, Miami has 262 yards of offense. Carolina has 165. Carolina in that third quarter, through the third quarter, now with 341 yards total. Miami 274, each team with 20 first downs. Miami has scored a touchdown or a field goal on each drive this half. 2 touchdowns and a field goal. Carolina scored a touchdown on its initial drive, but has gone 3 and out in back-to-back drives since. This time Tar Heels play the run well. Gimmel comes up and fills the gap, drills Cody Brown for no gain. 2nd and 10.
Yeah, it's the same play that's been hurting Carolina, just the inside run play, and Carolina does a better job now defending. Good job by Gimmel filling the hole and making the sure tackle.
Bahasic helped out on the tackle as well for Carolina. So Canes now going left to right in the 4th quarter. Ball on the near hash. Cool October evening here in Chapel Hill. Miami will run. Knight finds some space and gets a good gain, 7 or 8 yards. He'll be down at the 42-yard line. A gain of 7. And it brings up a big 3rd and 3. Miami 4 of 9 on 3rd down, but they converted their last 2. Tar Heels desperately need a stop. Van Dyke going to throw, and it's knocked down at the line of scrimmage. Cedric Gray elevated and got 2 hands on the football. Gray already with a pick today. Gets a big stop there. Let's see what the Canes do. They did convert a 4th and 10 earlier in the ball game.
Yep.
And they're going to keep, it appears, the offense on the field.
Yep, and I don't think they thought twice about it.
So now 4th and 3 with 13:45 to go, and Carolina up 38-34. Heels looking for the biggest stop of the game to this point. Van Dyke is in the shotgun. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left, and he will throw. Looks to his right. His throw dropped, incomplete. Harley was checked by Biggers and couldn't bring it in. That ball was in the breadbasket, but Harley could not hold on. Tar Heels get a 4th down stop.
Yeah, great job by Biggers connecting to the receiver, seeing the quarterback, and also Vohasek doing a good job. Wasn't able to get to the quarterback, but just getting enough up there, getting his hands, getting it in the passing lane. Great job getting off the field. That was a big play. Now you give your offense really good field position.
Tar Heels will start on their own 42. Carolina has moved the ball, but has struggled on 3rd down after starting 5 of 6. Carolina's just 1 of its last 6 on 3rd down with 3 sacks on that down. Of course, this is 1st down now. Downs goes in motion. Powell will hand off. Chandler squirts through the line of scrimmage and powers near midfield. Chandler had a big run early, a 51-yard touchdown on Carolina's first drive. Gained 6 on the run to the Tar Heel 48. Both teams have all 3 of their second half timeouts. 38-34 Carolina. 13-15 right now and counting in the 4th quarter. Howe on the ground again to Chandler, and just nowhere to go that time. Amari Carter flies in and gets the stop for no gain. So it will be 3rd down and 4. As I just mentioned, Carolina 5 of its first 6 on 3rd down, 1 of its next 6. As Carolina snaps it, Howe wasn't
the same thing.
Yeah, Howe wasn't ready.
Yeah, we did the same thing Miami did.
And now a flag comes in. Anderson.
False start. Offense, number 74. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
Anderson, the center, snapped the ball before it looked like anybody else on the field was ready.
Yep.
And gracious, now it's a 3rd and 9. Miami has 3 sacks today, all on 3rd down. And this is 3rd and 9. Tar Heels trying to take advantage of getting the stop on downs, but now in a very difficult down and distance.
Miami's going to bring pressure.
3 receivers to the right. Pressure gets there. Heels dump it off to Chandler. A flag comes in. Chandler does not have enough for the 1st down, but I think it's going to be a roughing the passer.
Yep.
As Howe is still down in the backfield. James Williams, the freshman, I think, picked up the personal.
Personal foul. Roughing the passer. Defense, number 0. 15-yard penalty. 1st down.
Yeah, Williams just slung down Howe after he had already thrown it away. And that's 2. I remember Williams had the roughing the kicker on the field goal that turned out to be a touchdown eventually as well. So those 2 enormous penalties on the freshman safety for Miami. So after the pass and the penalty, it will move to the Miami 35-yard line for Carolina.
Yeah, and your pressure made the quarterback get rid of the football quicker than he wanted to, and then you just have a bad play and you really hurt your team. You have to be able to think and play. It's an emotional game, but you have to be in control.
Play clock down to 3 as Howe gets the snap. It's going to be a design quarterback run. Good blocking in front of Howe. He'll get over the 30 and take a seat. And Then another hit on Howell after he was already down. No flags come in this time, though. Two teams come together, though. As Carter shoved Howell down after Howell had slid and stood back up. Gain of 5 on the run by Howell. 2nd and 5. 11-18 and counting. Fourth quarter. Heels up 38-34. Miami, though, has outscored Carolina 17-7 in the second half. 2nd and 5. Howell. Delayed handoff to DJ Jones. Steps through a tackle. Cuts up at the 28-yard line. Big hit by Miami, and now a late flag comes in. Tyreek Stevenson with a good physical tackle, and I got to tell you, I got no idea on this flag. It's going to be something after the play.
After the play was over, personal foul. Late hit, number 81, defense. Half the distance to the goal. First down.
Now it's Miami that's committing a bunch of penalties to hurt their case. That one on Jared Harrison Hunt.
And he said 81, but I think he meant 91.
Yeah, well, if it's 91, it's Jordan Miller. Both those guys are defensive linemen for the Hurricanes. So after the run and the penalty, it'll move to the 13-yard line. 1st and 10 for Carolina at the Miami 13. Jones, the back, standing to the left of Howell, who is in the shotgun. Howell looking to his right, pump fake, and he's hit by flag. It'll be a loss of a couple as Miami now jumps on the pile on Howell. It'll be a loss of 3. This game has gotten really physical. 2nd and 13. Well, they're going to mark it at the 17, so it'll be 2nd and 14. Carolina can get a first down at the 3. That is the 4th sack of the day for Miami. First one that hasn't come on 3rd down. 38-34, Carolina, 10-10 and counting, 4th quarter. Heels going right to left. Ball on the far hash at the 17. 2nd and 14. Delayed handoff to Chandler. Chandler up the middle, crosses the 15, nears the 10. He'll be to the 11 for a gain of 6. I'll bring up 3rd and 8 for the Tar Heels. 38-34, 9:45 and counting. Chandler now over 100 yards. He has 101. Second time this year he's gone over 100. Huge 3rd down here at the 11. Heels can get a first down at the 3. Howell, pump fake to the right. Now he's going to run to the left. Howell at the 5, takes a shot, pinballing off the Canes for the touchdown. Sam Howell showing the toughness for 6. Now everybody pushing and shoving, flags coming in. What a run by Howell.
And that's just a determined player. Sam knew as soon as he tucked the football, you're going to have to knock me down. I'm not getting down. I'm going for the touchdown. And bad tackling by Miami. And Carolina doing a little extra after the play.
Yeah, let's wait and see on these flags.
You got to be smart. Got to be smart.
James Williams, Joshua Ezeudu. Boy, Williams took a shot up near the back of Howell's head, and that's where Ezeudu went.
The result of the play is a touchdown. After the play was over, we have offsetting unsportsmanlike conduct foul penalties. Unsportsmanlike conduct foul, number 0. Unsportsmanlike conduct foul, number 75 on North Carolina. Those penalties will offset. We will have a try for point.
So, Brian, too, what I was going to say, I mean, Howell was kind of bouncing around and was in the end zone, and Williams came up high from behind, hit him between the shoulder blades. Ezeudu saw it and went and stood up for his quarterback.
I mean, but that was a good tackle. I mean, it wasn't anything illegal or dirty. It was just, Sam is standing up high, and he hit him with his shoulder pads up towards the nameplate. So
extra point is good to make it an 11-point game at 45-34.
But all that was kind of building up, right? The whole drive.
This is getting heated now. So don't go anywhere. 9:22 to go. Told you, these two teams, for whatever reason, they've got a little something between each other. And
that is the first.
We'll go to 9:22 to play in the ball game. Carolina now up 11. here in Kenan Stadium from Learfield.
For any surface and every season, there's a Continental tire that delivers superior performance. From ultra-high-performance tires like the Extreme Contact Sport, to passenger touring tires, to all-terrain light truck tires like the Terrain Contact AT. Continental has a tire that gives you confidence no matter the road conditions. Whether you're looking for summer, all-season, or winter tires, Continental Tire has something to fit your needs. Visit ContinentalTire.com to find your ideal tire. Continental Tire, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
Hey Carolina family, this is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2021 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
Alone, chicken, onions, peppers, and cheese have potential. Together, they have a purpose, a destiny, and a name. Jersey Mike's number 16 chicken Philly, because grilled to order makes a sub above. At Jersey Mike's, we take great satisfaction in getting that perfect meat slice. Yes. But we don't do it for fun. We do it for fresh, because slice to order makes a sub above.
Sam Howell with his second rushing touchdown of the second half. He also has 2 passing touchdowns today. 154 yards passing, a low number for him, but 93 yards on the ground. And Brian, in college, sacks count against the quarterback rushing total.
Yep.
He's actually lost 31 yards due to sacks and still has 93. So he'd be around 124 without the sack yardage. And Chandler at 101. And there's one thing you're not going to question is Sam Howell's toughness, man. He is out there laying it out for Carolina football right now.
No question. If you watch Sam play, whether it's live or on tape, you have no doubt about how tough of a player and competitor he is.
Because he took a couple of shots on that drive and on that touchdown run, which gives Carolina the 11-point lead, still 9:22 to go. Kim's kickoff will go into the end zone for a touchback. So each team with 3 timeouts still. Tar Heels got their first defensive stop of the second half on the last Miami possession. Canes had gone touchdown, field goal, touchdown, but then turn it over on downs. They'll start on their own 25 here. Carolina led at one point, 28-10. Miami then went on a 24-10 spurt. Carolina back up 11, 45-34. 375 yards for Carolina, including 221 on the ground. Miami has 281 yards, 160 in the air, 121 rushing. Those are Duncan stats presented by Duncan. American runs on Duncan. Tar Heels run on Duncan.
In Carolina, if you're a defender, you understand the game has gotten really chippy, but you don't want to give up anything cheap and hurt your football team.
Got to be smart. Van Dyke will throw. Carolina rushes just 4. Pocket begins to break down. Van Dyke rolling out, still holding the football, and eventually just runs out of bounds.
Yeah, good job by Tony Grimes, too. They try to hit him with a little stutter and go, and Tony Grimes was all over that.
Van Dyke ends up losing a yard. Let's check in with our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter, Lee Pace.
Well, Dre Bly has been frustrated with Kyler McMichael here in the second half. One over a pass interference call and one after a very lame attempt at an open field tackle. So now Don Chapman has settled in at the right cornerback over on the far side. Dre put him in after McMichael after that pass interference call. Now has done so again.
2nd and 11, Lee, for Miami. Van Dyke, pressure coming, lets it go behind his intended receiver, Keyshawn Smith. Chapman and Gray had the young receiver for Miami bracketed at about the 40. Tar Heels defensively, Tamari Fox, Kevin Hester, Miles Murphy. Now Murphy and Hester will come off. Pender and Rucker come on. Carolina trying some wholesale substitutions.
Yeah, Miami's going.
3rd and 11. Clock stopped at 8:38 to go. Miami rushed up to the line while Carolina was subbing. Now they ease up. Heels up 11, trying to get a big third down stop.
And I'm not sure Carolina has the correct communication. They understand what's going on.
Pressure coming. Rucker flushes Van Dyke to the near side, still holding. Throws and incomplete. Charleston Rambo was the intended receiver. He and Grimes jawing at one another. No flags down. And Miami, it appears, has gone 3 and out. Rucker, the man who flushed Van Dyke, got that play off balance for the Canes. So the Tar Heel defense, after giving up touchdown, field goal, touchdown, has now forced a turnover on downs and, barring something sneaky, a 3 and out. 8:29 to go. Carolina up 45-34. The really good punter Headley back at the 10-yard line to receive the snap from Clay James, and flag comes in.
Prior to the ball being snapped, false start, offense, number 4, 5-yard penalty, 4th down.
That will move it back to the Miami 19-yard line. Now 4th and 16. Downs is the return man for Carolina. He'll creep up to the Tar Heel 32, awaiting the kick from Headley. Headley now standing between the 4 and the 5. Gets the snap, drifts to the right, and gets the kick away. It'll hit at the 45. Carolina gets out of the way, and it's downed around the 44-43 line. So Carolina will get good field position with a 45-34 lead and 8:19 to go. Not Headley's best kick, just a 39-yarder there for the Miami punter. 8:19 to play. Carolina up 11 with the football from their field.
UNC Tar Heels football is on Bally Sports South.
And he will not be tackled. Touchdown.
Buckle up and get ready for some spectacular ACC football action.
He's there. Touchdown.
Every Saturday.
What anticipation.
The battle continues.
Stumped at the line of scrimmage.
Tar Heels football, the ACC, and Bally Sports South.
This is Coach Mac Brown. Catch the excitement of hard-hitting Tar Heel football this fall on Bally Sports South.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines. And Smith's Drugs in Forest City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith's Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recalled devices. Just call the Home Medical Department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591.
Hi, this is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels, and you are listening to the sports station for the Foothills, WCAB in Rutherfordton.
8 minutes and 19 seconds to play. Carolina 45, Miami 34. Tar Heels will have the football. Really turned into a pretty evening here in Chapel Hill. Some pinks and purples up in the sky as we head towards nighttime. Heavy rain 30 to 45 minutes before kick, but the weather during the game has been gorgeous, cooled off, nice night. See if Carolina can put a bow on it here. Leading by 11 with 8:19 to go. They'll get the football at the 43. LS Tractor, proud to sponsor the Carolina rushing attack, commends the powerhouses and workhorses that clear the path and fight for every hard-earned yard. Carolina's really run it well today, 221 yards. LS Tractor, proud to get your ground game going by offering landowners unparalleled strength, horsepower, and traction. The LS difference. You can learn more at lstractorusa.com. Heels will keep it on the ground. And woo, up high. Chandler is ripped down. Physical tackle there by Leonard Taylor. He is a high-talent young player for Miami. 5-star recruit out of Palmetto High School. And he gets the stop for a loss of 1 there.
And anytime Sam puts the football in the belly of the back, Miami is really triggering on that. They're being aggressive downhill with linebackers and safeties at times.
That moves Chandler back to 100 yards even on the day. His career high was the 198 he had against Virginia. He'll get it again. Stretching to the near side, steps through a tackle, gets north and south, continues to fight, and crosses the 45, tripped up by Wayman Steed. But a good run. Chandler showed some speed to get the corner turned, and then power forward to the 47. So it's a gain of 5 on 2nd and 11. Tar Heels now 3rd and 6. Just a reminder about that LS tractor one more time. You can learn how to experience the LS difference, do more for less, lstractorusa.com. Huge 3rd down here. Carolina looking to the sideline. Clock on the move, 7:02 and counting. Tar Heels lead it 45-34, but they want to keep the football. 3rd and 6. Powell going to quickly, drop it to Downs, but it's incomplete. It slips through Downs' hands. And that hurts twice because not only is it a 3 and out, it's also stopping the clock with 6:49 to go on the incompletion. So Downs, who's had a career day as far as number of receptions, he has 11 for 96 yards and a touchdown, but that one is one he'd like back. Carolina just can't do much. After getting the big stop on defense, they'll punt it back away.
Yeah, Josh took his eyes off the football just long enough to break his concentration, and even if he catches it, I think he may have been tackled for a loss, so I don't think there would have been a lot of production. Obviously, the clock would have kept running. That would have been the benefit of catching the football.
Kiernan gets it away. Hits at the 15, takes a good Carolina bounce inside the 5, and Carolina able to run down there and slap it out of bounds inside the 5-yard line. Drew Little, the deep snapper. I think that was going to go out of bounds inside the 5 anyway, but Little hustled down there and made sure it did. Miami will have to start on its own 3-yard line. A terrific kick by Kiernan. And we'll take another timeout. 6:40 to go. Tar Heels up 45-34, but not done yet from Learfield.
Hunt Brothers Pizza, the official pizza of Carolina Athletics, joins Tar Heels fans across the nation cheering Go Heels. Whether you're at home watching the game or out on the road, download our Hunt Brothers Pizza app to find a location near you. The Hunt family has been proudly serving our delicious original crust pizza to North Carolina families for over 20 years. With all toppings, no extra charge, and 10 to choose from, there's sure to be a topping combination for everyone to enjoy a Hunt Brothers Pizza.
This
is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates. We know that due to COVID, many people don't want to come in the office. If you need to discuss your insurance needs or just make a payment, you can come through the drive-thru, telephone us, or drop in. We want to see you, but it doesn't have to be across from a desk. Insurance Service Associates, now located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
Today, a 50-yarder that will pin Miami at the 3-yard line in the west end zone with 6:40 to go in the fourth quarter. Carolina leads 45-34, but could not burn much clock after getting a big defensive stop. Heels have really been boom or bust offensively this half. 2 touchdown drives and 3 3-and-outs. Miami snapping out of its own end zone. Van Dyke will throw. He's going to try a deep ball, and it is intercepted. And then dropped. Oh, gracious. Chapman had it, but couldn't hold on. Keyshawn Smith was the intended receiver. How did Chapman not hold on to that football? Goodness gracious.
Man, great play by Chapman, staying on top of the route and then getting his hands on the ball. But now you got to finish the play. You did all that work early in the down.
Second down.
Now finish it.
We're going to see a replay here in the stadium. But Chapman did everything right.
Somehow it ended up on his hamstrings, Joe. I don't know.
Just couldn't hold on to it. So, instead of what could have been one of the decisive plays of the game, Miami has it 2nd and 10. They'll go 5 wide. Van Dyke, Carolina rushing just 3. Van Dyke trying to run out of his own end zone. Cuts back and eventually is cut down at around the 6. Said Gray coming up to make the tackle. And it will be 3rd and 6 from the 7. Clock moving. 6:14 to go. And counting. Tar Heels up 45-34. Both teams with 3 timeouts.
Let's get off the field. If you're playing off, slow down in your pedal. Don't be in a rush. Expect some kind of quick game.
Ritzy, Vohasek, Tamari Fox, the 3-down lineman for Carolina. Play clock at 6. Van Dyke alone in the backfield. Flags come down. Van Dyke in trouble in the end zone, but hold on. They've now stopped the play. Think that it's going to be a false start on Miami.
Prior to the ball being snapped, false start, offense, number 5. Half the distance to the goal. 3rd down.
And Bateman had the great blitz dialed up on that one. And Conley got a rush on the upfield shoulder. Don't go to downfield shoulder because the quarterback will spin out just like Van Dyke did on that.
So back now between the 3 and the 4-yard line. We'll call it 3rd and 10. It's about 9.5 for the Canes. 5:46 to go. Van Dyke in the end zone. Carolina rushes 4. Van Dyke being chased by Vohasek. Throws and caught to Rambo. 1st down at the 18. Immediate tackle by Biggers as Rambo goes ahead to the 20. Miami now 5 of 11 on 3rd down. Heels can't get the big, or 5 of 12, excuse me. Heels can't get the big stop. Miami moving with some pace. Play action. Throw over the middle is complete to Smith. He was absolutely decleated, and now here come the flags. It's going to be Morrison.
Personal foul, targeting, defense, number 4. The previous play is under further review.
So Morrison, the potential targeting call. It will be a check under the hood by the Honda dealers of the Carolinas. Score big on a new Honda. See your Honda dealers of the Carolinas today. Ooh, I don't know, Brian. Looks like a lot of shoulder on that hit by Morrison.
It definitely was a shoulder, but I think it's also in the area that he makes contact with the receiver. But
we'll take a break. Let you know what we know when we come back.
Yeah, that's clean, Joe.
Heels up 11 from Learfield.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time. For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
WCAB, the music's on us.
Stadium, Dwayne Haight just finished announcing that there was no targeting on the call or on the play. So no foul on Morrison. He stays in the game. It's still a pass and gain of 15 for Miami to the 35. But no penalty yardage, no disqualification for Morrison. So Miami will have it at the 35 with 5:14 to go. Carolina leads 45-34. Each team has 3 timeouts here in the fourth quarter. Carolina has led the entire way by as many as 18. Currently up 11. Tar Heels looked like they had an interception on this drive by Don Chapman that would have put them in great position to finish this off, but couldn't hold on, so they'll try and stand tall in another way. Van Dyke will throw. Carolina rushes 4. Van Dyke down the near sideline. Caught, but was he in bounds or not by Harley? Yes, at the Tar Heel 40. Grimes knocked Harley out of bounds. And Miami rushing up. I think they want to try and make sure. Yep, yeah. Harley did get a foot down. But the official's going to blow it dead and review it anyway.
For a first down. Previous play is under further review.
So we'll go under the hood yet again. I do think Harley, a veteran receiver, made a really good catch on the Tar Heel sideline. Harley was third team all-conference a year ago, led the team for Miami last year in receptions and yards. Came into today with 22 catches and 2 scores on the season. If it stands, that'll be his third catch of the day, and I think it will again, as he was his back to the sideline, made a catch up above his head. It looked like he got his left foot down before Grimes came and knocked him out of bounds.
Yep.
Did a good job hanging on to the ball, too, through Grimes' contact. I think the ball may have wiggled a little bit, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to overturn that.
Yeah, that's it. That looks like a clean catch to me. Foot down, control the football to the ground.
I was going to mention Van Dyke. Brian, he's thrown it 37 times today. 16 of 37 for 216 yards, a touchdown, 2 interceptions. He had missed 6 in a row, but he's completed 3 straight now for 16, 15, and 25. Remember this.
After further review, the ruling on the field stands. First down.
Remember, this drive started at the Miami 3. They have moved it to the Carolina 40 with 4:50 to go. Carolina up 11, 45-34. Miami a 1st and 10, going left to right on the near hash. Tar Heels trying to get another stop. Van Dyke will throw for the 37th time. Down the far side and just too tall for anybody. Chapman was defending on the play. The intended receiver was Romello Brinson, a freshman from Miami. Clock does stop on the incompletion with 4:41 to go.
Yeah, Miami's really giving it away. Like if I'm the safety, if I'm any safety, Conley or whoever it is, if I see trips on one side, once the ball is snapped and the quarterback look over there to the single receiver side, I'm running full sprint because that's where they're going with the football.
This time it's 2 receivers to either side, and it will be a draw handoff to Knighton. And he gets tripped up in traffic. Vahasek with the stop at the 37, a gain of 3. And it brings up 3rd down and 7. Clock still moving. 4:23. Each team with 3 timeouts. Empty set for Miami. 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. Heels will bring just 3 towards Van Dyke, who's in trouble. Lets it go. Caught at the 31 and advancing for the first down is Keyshawn Smith. Conley was able to catch up to the play and tackle him at the 29. But it is a gain of 8 and another first down for Miami. Van Dyke was in trouble, but was able to get it away. He'll lob it down the center of the field, and that one's too tall for Restrepo. Oh, here comes a flag. Gimmel was defending. The back judge was staring at the play and did not throw the flag, but it was then thrown
Pass
from the
interference.
sideline.
Defense, number 44. 15-yard penalty. First down.
It was thrown from the side judge, Tony Tarantini. And that's going to move the ball to the 14-yard line.
And Jones, they called that right there where Gimmel hooks his arm just for a half a second. Didn't have to do it. There was contact there, and if you're looking for it, you throw the flag.
Restrepo sold it too, for sure. But now Miami just 14 yards away. Here comes pressure. Van Dyke snowed under by Biggers. He came off the edge. The freshman had no chance. The sack back to the 25-yard line. Miami moving quickly. They still have players down the field, though. Clock at 3:37 and counting. Heels up 45-34. It's a Food Line sack to give back. 2nd and 21. Van Dyke to throw. He'll try the near side this time. And knocked away Grimes in the front right corner of the end zone. Rambo couldn't hold on.
Hey, that was a great play by Grimes because Rambo actually had the ball. That was a good thrown ball, and Grimes does a great job of punching it out right here at the end.
Those are two big-time players, Rambo and Grimes.
Yeah,
they've been going at it all day.
Great job.
Carolina bringing in some late subs. Clock stops on the incompletion with 3:23. 3rd and 21. A field goal is beneficial for Miami if they have to settle for it.
It's part of the equation for them.
45-34 Tar Heels. Van Dyke, play action. Oh my gosh, wide open at the 10 is Keyshawn Smith, and he advances for the first down to the 4. He was alone. A gain of 21. Miami has picked up 3 third downs on this drive. They'll go fast. Hand off to Knighton. Steps through the tackle and scores. 97 yards Miami goes to get within a score. 3 third downs on that drive.
Yeah, Clyde Pender had a great opportunity to make a big play right there for his team. Unable to come up with the tackle.
Miami, I think, is going to go for 2, as they should, to try to get within a field goal. So Miami had a 3rd and 10, a 3rd and 21. There's another 3rd and long in there as well that they completed on that drive. They are now 7 of 14 on 3rd down after starting 0 of 3. 2-point conversion attempt for Miami. Van Dyke flushed out of the pocket, far side, throws back across his body and gets the 2. The man who caught it being swarmed by his teammates. It was Rambo who made the catch for 2. So Miami goes a season-long 97 yards in 12 plays in just 3:32 to get now within 3 at 45-42. 3:08 to go. Both teams have 3 timeouts, so Miami not in a desperate situation here. They just need a stop. The touchdown, again, was Knighton from 4 yards out. Knighton has 2 rushing touchdowns and a receiving touchdown today. He didn't have any touchdowns on the season before this afternoon and evening. 3:08 to play. Carolina has, I mentioned this earlier, been all or nothing offensively this half. 5 drives, 2 touchdowns, and 3 3-and-outs.
It's kind of been the way the defense has been also, right? They've been lights out or either completely in the dark, depending on how you look at it.
Carolina really can't burn much clock here without a first down or 2. Van Dyke had 85 yards passing on that drive. He had 160 in the entire game before that possession. Tar Heels will play this safe with 7 men up on the line, or 8 men. 2 Tar Heels about 5 or 10 yards back, and then 1 player downs back to receive. Miami is setting up as it might kick an onside. I'd be surprised if they did. And again, 3:08 to go, and they have 3 timeouts. Now, well, let's find out. Borregales. It's going to be a sky kick. Downs will call for the fair catch and make a diving grab around the 26 or 27 yard line. So with all the Tar Heels crowded up, Miami tried to drop it in between where all the Heels were and Downs, and he was able to make a good catch. So Carolina needs some first downs. We'll go down to the field, and our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter, Lee Pace.
Yeah, Jones, to your point, I'm standing behind the Tar Heel receivers, the receiving team then, and boy, just all kind of wide open area in front of Josh Downs. You can see how Borregales could just nip it over the top of the line. Everybody expecting the onside, and there's plenty of room out there. Tar Heel coaches really on Downs to be alert to be able to field anything that comes over the line.
Tar Heels will keep it on the ground on first down. And Miami quickly takes a timeout after a minimal gain. Let's break 10 seconds station ID down the lines on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
And you're listening to Carolina Football on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB, Rutherford.
Hang on. They have led the entire game, including at one point, by the score of 28-10. It is currently 45-42 Tar Heels. 3:01 to go. That run by Chandler was no gain, so 2nd and 10. Carolina going right to left at the Tar Heel 27-yard line. Ball on the far hash. Miami takes its first timeout, so they have 2 remaining. Tar Heels have to get a first down, or Miami will get the ball down just 3. The Canes have scored 3 touchdowns and a field goal on their 6 drives here in the second half. Howell with 3 receivers bunched to the near side of the line. He's going to hand off to Chandler, and he just able to fight back to the line of scrimmage. Harrison Hunt with the tackle. And Miami has stoned the Heels for actually a loss of a yard on that one. So now it is 3rd and 11. And Carolina has not been able to achieve anything here other than making the Canes take a timeout or 2.
Yeah, just too much penetration up front. Just too much.
So 3rd and 11 now. You have to think the Tar Heels are going to throw it regardless. And that just brings in an incompletion, would stop the clock, allow Miami to have a timeout. So biggest play of the ball game to this point.
Yep.
Tar Heels on 3rd and 11. They've had trouble protecting on 3rd down. Miami has 4 sacks. 3 of them have come on 3rd and obvious passing situations, which this is. Yep. Simmons will be wide left. Walston and Downs between the line and Simmons. Lone receiver to the right is Green. Now Chandler will go over there as well. So Howell is by himself with 5 wide. Play clock is getting low. It's down to 5. Howell is just going to run it right up the gut. He gets over the 30 to the 31. There wasn't even much deception there as Miami takes his last time out. It was not as though Howell took a step back and then went. He just took the snap and ran straight forward.
And I'm a firm believer in let guys do what they do best. So if I'm going to run the football in that situation, I'm going to give it to a running back. That's just my opinion.
2:52 to go. Miami out of timeouts now, but plenty of clock. And they are down just a field goal and due to get the ball. Man, Carolina led this by 11 points with Miami facing a 3rd and 10 on its own 3.
And Miami had another timeout, so they had the ability to stop the clock. So if I trust my quarterback, I throw the football. I don't necessarily wait and try to throw it and make a completion at 10 or 11 yards, but I give it to somebody quick out of the backfield or a quick option route and see if they can make something after the catch.
Kiernan's punt, fair caught inside the 30. Tar Heel fans frustrated with that sequence of downs as the Tar Heels have gone 3 and out in 4 of their 6 possessions this half. Took just 22 seconds off the clock. So Miami will start on the 28 with 2:46. Needs just a field goal to tie. A touchdown would give the Canes their first lead of the day. (45-42). Miami going left to right on the far hash. Van Dyke will throw. Dump it off over the middle to Nathan, and he crosses the 40. First down to the 41, gain of 13. Conley chased him down from behind.
And Carolina has to be able to defend the middle of the field. They can't just play on the perimeter. They have to be able to play the middle of the field. Because you saw, Miami needs a field goal to tie it up.
Van Dyke throwing off his back foot with the pressure from Vohasek. Sends it into the Tar Heel sideline. That'll stop the clock with 2:26 to go. Ball on the Miami 41. Obviously 4-down situation this entire drive for the Canes until they get in potential field goal range, if they do. Heels have led by as many as 18. Miami keeps it on the ground. Knighton breaks through the line of scrimmage, but then Gimmel and Conley combine on the hit at the 48. There's a Tar Heel down on one knee. Vohasek slow to get up. Now he does. Miami to its own 48. Gain of 7. So it'll be a 3rd and 3. Clock at 1:53 and counting. Miami converted 3 huge 3rd downs on their last drive. They'll keep it on the ground. Knighton gets enough to move the chains to the 48 of the Tar Heels. Vohasek with the tackle, but that is now 4 straight 3rd downs. Miami now 8 of 15 on 3rd down in the game after starting 0 of 3. 90 seconds to go. Heels trying to hang on up 3. Van Dyke deep in the pocket. Pump fakes. Now he's going to run and slide down over the 35-yard line to the 34. Scramble gain of 14, and now the Canes in field goal range. So they can tie it with a kick. Of course, they're not thinking about that, as a Tar Heel is down. Murphy down on the play. 1:15 to go.
Yeah, Murphy just, going down to give his team a chance to kind of take a deep breath and figure out what's going on and try to get their thoughts together and hopefully make a play to get off the football field.
Tar Heels need a negative yard play, need a turnover, need something.
Got to keep the quarterback in the pocket. Got to keep him. Once you do that, your whole defense breaks down.
Van Dyke has rushed for 24 yards. That's even with Carolina picking up 3 sacks for negative 21. A lot of it's not been design runs. It's been just what Brian's talking about, getting out of the pocket on pass plays. Clock rolls with 1:12. Tar Heels up 3. Van Dyke looks to his left, steps away from pressure. Jabari Ritzie can't bring him down. Van Dyke still running to the near sideline, and Des Evans able to drop him at the 22, but it's 12 more yards. Clock still moving. As soon as they set the ball, it stopped on the first down. Now it will roll. 55 and counting. Tar Heels backs against the wall, trying not to let this one slip away.
Hey, be alert for a shot in the end zone. If I'm Miami, I'll be aggressive.
Carolina brings pressure. Van Dyke able to step away from it, and incomplete as he dumps it off. Tar Heels came off the edge with Biggers, but he could not take the big freshman QB down. Clock stops with 39 seconds left. 2nd and 10.
And that was the play right there. Miami was looking to make a throw into the end zone, being aggressive to see if they can end it with a touchdown.
Touchdown will give Miami its first lead of the day. They are in field goal range to potentially tie.
Yep. Don Chapman better get ready for work on this right now.
45-42. Chapman defending alone on the left side. Van Dyke's going to come to the near side instead. Caught by Rambo. Immediate tackle by Grimes at the 16. Gain of 6. Clock moving. This will be a third down for Miami. 3rd and 4. They need the 12 for the first down. 20 seconds to go. Heels up 3. Van Dyke. Play action. His pass is tipped and being bounced around.
Caught.
Intercepted. Cedric Gray, I believe. The ball was tipped. And Cedric Gray comes out of the scrum with the football. That ball tipped in the air. We think it was Gimmel who tipped it. Then it kind of was crowd surfing for a while on both teams and eventually falls to Gray for what should be the game-sealing interception. Just like the Tar Heels drew it up. Second interception of the day for Gray. Carolina just needs to take a knee. Gimmel was the man who pressured Van Dyke and tipped the pass. Howell takes the knee. These two teams have a couple extra words for one another as they'll head to their respective sidelines. Carolina in desperate need of something good. Gets it thanks to Gimmel and Gray to close it out at the end. 45-42 the final score. Tar Heels improved to 4-3 on the season. 3-3 in conference play. Miami falls to 2-4. 0-2 in the ACC. Stations, we do need to take one final in-game break that we had. We're going to take it quickly. We'll come back here and then get into our post-game rotation. Carolina wins it by 3. Cedric Gray with the game-sealing interception with just 6 seconds to go from Learfield.
He bounces outside. No one's going to catch him. He's at the 10. He's at the 5. Touchdown. Oh, man.
Throws downfield. The ball is tipped. It's intercepted. He's going to score.
He's scrambling. Man open in the end zone. It's a leaping one-hand grab. He got it. Touchdown.
Keep the excitement of game day going in a Nissan. With game-changing tech, every drive is guaranteed to get your adrenaline pumping. Get to Nissan, proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
Hey, Tar Heel fans, when you love your house, you want to take it all the way. Are you dreaming of a bathroom refresh, kitchen upgrade, new home gym? A refinance with Rocket Mortgage can turn your home's equity into cash to cover that renovation.
It's good.
Get in the game at rocketmortgage.com. Rocket Mortgage, proud mortgage provider of UNC Athletics.
Rocket. Call for cost information and conditions equal as a lender licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
Celebrating with the student section in the west end zone as Carolina led this game by as many as 18, but 28-10 at one point. Miami comes all the way back to get within 3, 45-42, and has the ball inside the Tar Heel 20. But Jeremiah Gimmel getting into the backfield, tipping Van Dyke's pass. Intercepted by Cedric Gray. And again, I use that term crowd surf. It was just like both teams kind of all went together in a mosh pit, and the ball was just kind of hanging around, like bouncing between all of them. And eventually Gray grabbed it and earns the possession and the victory for the Tar Heels. The bell tower lit up blue, and it took to the final second to get there. Whew. All right, let's get to that first post-game break. We'll start getting into our Coke Zero Sugar post-game report. Heels win it 45-42. We'll talk to Coach Brown. We will get Brian's thoughts, stats, player of the game, all that good stuff still to come. Carolina wins it 45-42 from Learfield.
Every day in the U.S., this is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels. And as a parent, I know nothing is more important than the safety of our children. More than 22% of teen-involved crashes per year in North Carolina are the result of distracted driving. Help protect our teenage drivers by ensuring they practice safe driving habits and avoid distracted driving. Always encourage your teens to put down the phone while driving and lead by example. Let's have a hands-free NC. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/Go Heels.
Your backyard should be an oasis, not a challenge. And your Steel dealer has the tools to make it happen. By getting to know you and what you're trying to accomplish, they'll make sure you have the right tools to achieve your goals. From legendary gas to long-running battery tools, Steel dealers have powerful equipment and advice you won't find anywhere else. Real Steel. Find yours at steeldealers.com.
Football from Learfield.
Whether it's 12 miles to the Pee Wee football comeback of a lifetime, 80 miles to your first hole-in-one, or more like 8 shots to the first hole. Whether it's 240 back road miles to sleeping under the stars, or just a few blocks to the grocery store, Marathon has the fuel to keep your engine running at peak performance. Because you never know where life is going to take you. For quality fuel through every mile, fill up at Marathon.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines. And Smith's Drugs in Forest City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith's Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recall devices. Just call the Home Medical Department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591. Broadcasting the best classic oldies from beautiful downtown Whiteside Road. We are 100.9 FM, 590 AM. WCAB Rutherfordton.
4-3, 3-3 in conference play. Miami falls to 2-4, 0-2 in the league. Those are a couple heartbreaking losses for Miami in their last 2 games. Had a field goal go off the post against Virginia, a makeable kick from 32, 33 yards, and then the interception there in the red zone to end it. The third pick of the day for the Tar Heel defense as Carolina wins it by 3. Let's take a look at North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard, not just the final here, but around the country. We'll start off in the ACC. Virginia blanks Duke 48-0 earlier in the day. Pittsburgh goes to Blacksburg and wins it 28-7 at Virginia Tech. So a statement win there for Pitt, who continues to play well. One other game tonight that comes at 7:30, NC State and Boston College. Pack ranked number 22 in the nation. They're in Chestnut Hill to face BC. In the top 25, let's go through finals first. Some of these are old, but we'll get you caught up. Number 3, Cincinnati, all over UCF, 56-21. Number 10, Michigan State comes back to beat Indiana, 20-15. 25th ranked Texas takes another loss, this time at home to number 12, Oklahoma State, 32-24. Number 17, Arkansas loses its third in a row, this time to Auburn, 38-23. LSU had a big lead, let Florida back, but the Tigers win it over the 20th ranked Gators, 49-42. Number 21, Texas A&M follows its big win against Alabama by going on the road to beat Missouri, 35-14. Number 1, Georgia. Man, that defense for the Bulldogs. They smother another opponent, this time number 11, Kentucky, 30-13, the final as the Dogs continue to be undefeated. Purdue with the big upset of the day at number 2, Iowa. That'll shake it up. Purdue wins 24-7. So Cincinnati, remember, is ranked number 3 right now And number 2, Iowa takes the loss. Baylor beats number 19, BYU, 38-24. There's only one game going on right this second involving a ranked team. It's Alabama, number 5 in the country. Just getting started with Mississippi State. No score there. Some good games tonight. TCU at number 4, Oklahoma at 7:30. Ole Miss at Tennessee at 7:30. Arizona State visits Utah at 10. Also, there was a ranked team that played last night. Oregon beat California 24-17. We'll take a timeout, come back. We have play of the game, players of the game, Brian's thoughts. We'll talk to Coach Brown and more. Heels win it by 3 from Learfield.
Crown Honda. There is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
This is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates. We know that due to COVID, many people don't want to come in the office. If you need to discuss your insurance needs or just make a payment, you can come through the drive-thru, telephone us, or drop in. We want to see you, but it doesn't have to be across from a desk. Insurance Service Associates, now located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
Hello, this is Gilbert. I'm back on the air every Saturday from 8 to 9. Gilbert Talks Taxes because, as we all know, taxation with representation has not been such a good idea either. So put on a pot of coffee because I'll be talking about tax law, tax rules and changes, regulations, retirement, financial strategies, and of course, I'll be telling you how to handle the IRS. This is Gilbert. Listen to Gilbert Talks Taxes every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 right here, WCAB AM 590, FM 100.9.
Carolina wins it 45-42 over Miami. Really a game with two dramatically different halves as Carolina really controlled the first half over the Hurricanes. I mean, listen to some of these numbers. This is first half, second half. First half, total offense, Carolina 275, Miami 80. First downs, Carolina 18, Miami 10. Carolina 5 of 9 on third down, Miami 1 of 4 in the first half. Tar Heels led 31-17 at halftime. Second half, though, Miami 341 yards, Carolina just 107. Tar Heels had just 57 yards on the ground, 50 passing, 5 first downs. They were 2 of 6 on third down. Got outscored 25-14, but did enough to get the win, 45-42 over the Canes. A lot of individual standouts here for the Tar Heels, and don't forget, here in just a second, we'll send out the LS Tractor Difference-Making Player of the Game poll on Twitter. You can choose who you think is the LS Tractor Difference-Making Player of the Game. Hal had a big day, ended up with 4 touchdowns total. Chandler over 100 yards rushing. Gimmel led the team in tackles with 9, plus tipped the ball on the game-winning interception. Gray had 2 picks, including the game winner there at the end. Those will be your 4 choices here in just a moment. Brian, it wasn't perfect from start to finish. Carolina, Right, sums up the year, right? Tar Heels looked really good at times.
Correct.
Had some struggles at times, but made a play when it mattered.
And
sometimes,
that's all matters.
Yeah, and sometimes you just need somebody to make a play when it matters. And it was Gimmel tipping the ball, Gray out-fighting players from both teams for the interception, and Carolina wins it by 3.
Listen, we all want to watch good football games. We just don't want our team involved in them, right? We want to show up at the stadium and the game is over, and Carolina's not going to do that for you. So, but listen, when it's time to make a play, somebody made a play and won the football game. And really, at the end of the day, that's all count. You'll go in and you'll watch the tape and get things corrected, but a win is a win. You'll never apologize for it.
And it just – Carolina, of course, going into the bye week, won't play again until they visit Notre Dame 2 Saturdays from now at 7:30. And, Brian, I mean, let's just go to the alternative world where things don't end the way Carolina wants there. I mean, that would have been a tough way to go into that stretch.
For 2 weeks.
Yeah, after losing back-to-back at home against teams below 500 in that scenario.
Yep.
So it just speaks. I mean, every game's important, but, man, it felt like that was one Carolina had to have, especially after how well it played for a large majority of this game. And then to make that play at the end, boy, it makes these 2 weeks a lot easier.
And that's a great point, but what you said also, the way they played in the first half, if they would have lost this game, that would have been devastating. And for them, listen, let's give Miami credit too, because, second quarter, it looked like they were out of it, and they just kept chipping away, and then lo and behold, in the fourth quarter, they have an opportunity to win a football game, but then Carolina stands up. And then in that period in the fourth quarter where it got really chippy, it seemed like Carolina handled that moment better than Miami did. Miami kind of fell apart, and it seemed like Carolina kept their composure a little better than Miami did.
There was that. You're right. And there were a couple key – I mean, Carolina had too many penalties in this game. Second game in a row that Carolina's had double-digit penalties for more than 100 yards. It was 10 and 102 this time. But there were some critical penalties on Miami. They had the roughing the kicker on when Carolina had to kick a field goal. Instead, the roughing the kicker allows the drive to continue. Carolina scores a touchdown. That's a 4-point swing. Carolina wins by 3. On the touchdown drive, the second touchdown drive of the second half, remember, Carolina had a third down. They had thrown a screen pass. Chandler had come up short, and there was a roughing the passer call on the play. A correct call. Both those fouls were on James Williams, a freshman safety for Miami, and those were 2 enormous penalties in this one.
Yeah, no, and like I said, Carolina handled that situation better, and there's always going to be things that you can get cleaned up, but a win is a win, and you go in the locker room feeling good about it.
All right, Coach Brown is getting the headset on inside the Keenan Football Center. We will chat with him in just a moment here on the Coke Zero Sugar postgame report. Again, Carolina wins it 45-42 over Miami. And I think we have Coach Brown now on headset for the Continental Tire Coach's Corner. There he is. Coach, what a roller coaster of emotion. Take us through what was happening on that Tar Heel sideline as Carolina holds on for this big 3-point win.
Well, Jones, this has been a crazy year. Our team's been on a roller coaster, and Miami played so well offensively the second half, and we had to allow that. But coming up with the turnovers was a difference in the ball game. We obviously didn't do very well on offense the last 2 series we had it because we needed to move the ball. He was trying to kill the clock, but we weren't far enough ahead. We've got to go ahead and try to score, and you can slow the clock down and still score. And the ideal thing would have been to run the clock out and have a chance to score at the end or just run the clock out. But defensively, we came up with turnovers and we came up with stops and thought our kicking game was good. But when you start looking at it, so similar to our Duke game 2 years ago, our teams have found a way to win in a lot of cases, and this one hasn't done that all the time. So to hang in there against a very talented team, they'll be as talented as anybody will play, that played hard. I think they found him a great young quarterback, and we couldn't get him on the ground. They overcame too many third and fourth down situations, and we've got to work on containment. We've got to work on tackling. And the greatest thing about this is we won the game, and we won it in exciting fashion for our fans, and we have a lot to work on. And that's the best scenario that you can possibly have.
Coach, I was going to ask you about just the value of making a play at the end. That's a great comparison to the Duke game a couple years ago here where, of course, Chasserat had that interception. Is there some value to that just as you guys move forward to say, hey, your backs were against the wall and you guys made a play when it counted?
Absolutely, Jones. We talked all week about that. We haven't handled adversity well with this team. Offensively at Virginia Tech, we had the turnovers and had a chance to win late and couldn't do it. Georgia Tech was just awful offensively. We turned the ball over so many times on their end of the field. And then the defense didn't step up at Georgia Tech and handle their business to keep us in there after they had so many tough situations. And then I thought when Florida State made the 60-yard run with their quarterback last week, we didn't play well after that on defense. We seem to get our head down and we get bad body language. And I don't know if we're afraid they're letting everybody down. I don't know if they're frustrated. But we talked about it all week and said, just play. And you've got to embrace adversity. And when it comes, you got to handle it. And you got to handle it with a positive attitude. And you can never quit. You can never give up. And what I asked them to do today was leave everything they had out on that field and give us and our fans everything you've got. And that's all we can ask. And they did that, and by winning, it really, really helps us moving forward. And I thought our fans were great tonight. You all were loud. Thank you. I thought you were definitely a difference in the ball game.
Coach, we've talked about Sam Howell now for 3 years, and we've talked about his skill and his ability and all those things. It felt like his toughness was on display today. Had some really physical runs at key times. Took some shots in the backfield on some good plays from Miami. It just seemed like he really brought everything he had this evening for his football team.
He really does. He does every day. He does every time. And I thought his ability to with the quarterback draws, which were very effective tonight, but also his ability running the option and scrambling was a difference in the ball game.
Carolina wins it 45-42 over Miami. Coach, just a couple more things. Could you tell us a little bit about Cedric Gray? He's been moved into the starting lineup, had the 2 interceptions tonight, including the game sealer there at the end. What have you guys seen from Ced that has allowed him now to take over such an important role on your defense?
Ced was not a guy that was really highly recruited because he was a safety and he was a slot receiver and wide receiver. So we just knew that he could run, and we hoped that he would gain weight. But his ability to catch as a wide receiver in high school has really helped us. And he can run, he can break on the ball, he's got really good instincts. But modern-day defenses, you got to be able to get some stops with turnovers, and you need people that can catch, and that's something he can do. And every snap that he plays, he gets more confidence. So he's doing a lot of great things for us.
Of course, Jeremiah Gimmel with the tip there on that play, those two combining for the biggest play of the game for Carolina. Coach, now you go into this bye week, and it's been a long stretch. 7 games, 6 of them against conference opponents, a lot of tough, good opponents that you guys have seen. What now is the focus here as you move into this bye week leading up to Notre Dame 2 weeks from now?
We will clean up some things with our team and our older guys, and they'll rest some and get their bodies back in order. Because we've got a tough 5-game stretch here at the end. And we've got some really good teams. I don't know how it ended up, but I saw Pittsburgh was getting after Virginia Tech pretty well. And when you look at it, this league's just got – everybody's very similar. And you better be ready to take a game to the end. And the team that does the best and finishes like we did tonight and give yourself a chance to win are going to be the ones that end up winning the most games at the end. What we'll do is really coach up the young ones. You know, you're in a position now, Jones, where if a guy's not playing very much, he's talking about the transfer portal. And just period. I mean, they don't even hide it anymore. So you've got to talk to them about really good young players that we can't play yet. We put young Boykins in tonight because a couple of the guys were banged up at that time, and he got out of position, and he's going to be a great player for us. But we've got to make sure that those guys stay patient enough that they grow into their positions.
Carolina will head into that bye week with an emotional win here in Kenan, 45-42. By the way, Coach, Pitt did win that game 28-7 over Virginia Tech up in Blacksburg. Coach, thank you for your time. Congratulations on what I know was a hard-fought and emotional win for your guys, and we look forward to talking with you again soon.
Thank you, Jones. And again, thanks to our fans. I thought the students have been unbelievable all year. Fans like us have been disappointed in some of our performances. But the fans that are in that stadium were loud and helped us win the game. And that's what we need. And we had some top recruits here. We had a lot of commitments here. And all of those things that you do to show them the passion that you have really helps us in recruiting. So don't take that lightly. You were a factor tonight. You were a difference in that ball game. You did help our kids stay up, and you also were loud for Miami, made it tough on their offense and punt team at times, but you also really affect recruiting, so thank you.
Absolutely. Coach, thank you again for your time. Look forward to talking with you again soon.
Thanks, Jones.
So that's Mac Brown inside the Continental Tire Coach's Corner after dramatic win for the Tar Heels. Great comparison there from Coach Brown to that Duke game a couple of years ago. Felt similar, where Tar Heels made a big play down in the red zone. Not quite as deep as Chaz Surratt's interception that day, but still a big play. This time it's Cedric Gray who gets the interception after the tip by Jeremiah Gimmel to seal the win for Carolina. Okay, we're going to take a break. Come back. We need to go through stats of this one. We need to get Brian's thoughts on what's going on with the Heels. We need to give you play of the game, player of the game, all kinds of stuff. Tar Heels win it by 3, 45-42 from Learfield.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim... Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives recognize the best classroom projects and the teachers who create them through the Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These grants provide funding for creative projects in grades K through 12. Congratulations to Bright Ideas grant winner Solnora Spencer Oluyemi of Rose Hill Magnolia Elementary. Her project, addressing social-emotional trauma through visual imagery, poetry, and collaboration, is sponsored by Ford County EMC of Burgaw. If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
This is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates, wanting to let you know that we have moved. Our new office is located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City. Come see us for auto, home, or your commercial insurance needs. Also come see me, Dwayne Hunt, for your Medicare supplements, Medicare Advantage, or prescription drug plans. See us at Insurance Service Associates, now located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City, or call 828-245-5301.
Post-game coverage continues now on the Tar Heels Sports Network. You're listening to the Coca-Cola Post-Game Show. Coca-Cola, with zero sugar and now even more delicious. Is the new Coca-Cola Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Find out for yourself. This is the Coca-Cola Post-Game Show.
And you just never know, do you? Carolina led 28-10. Miami played better than the Tar Heels in the second half, but that lead that Carolina had, 18 in the second quarter, 14 at halftime, coupled with some key plays for the Tar Heels, a couple of big Sam Howell runs, of course the interception by Gray at the end. I mean, just never know. Tar Heels do enough to win it, 45-42. Lots to work on, but certainly happy heading into that bye week with the victory. 4-3. Carolina now 3-3 in conference play. Miami 2-4, 0-2. That's now 3 straight wins for Carolina over Miami. They lead the all-time series 14-11 now with the victory. All right, let's take a look at the stats. This is a Coke Zero Sugar post-game report, and soon Brian and I will finish up here, and we'll send you across town to Top of the Hill Restaurant and Brewery, which has been a pre- and post-game tradition in Chapel Hill for 25-plus years. Handcrafted beer, It's hard to believe they've been around 25 years. I guess that's right. Handcrafted beer, great food and atmosphere. It is where Tar Heels come to celebrate. And there'll be some celebrating tonight after a terrific Carolina victory. But also a reminder, speaking of celebration, that if you've had any alcohol as part of your game day activities today, don't get behind the wheel. Don't drive. Just get home safely, whether that's with a friend, a cab. Use one of the many apps that you have on your phone that can help you. There's just no need to drink and drive. That is from the Governor's Highway Safety Program and all of us on the Tar Heel Sports Network. All right, let's get to the final stats of this one. They're brought to you by Duncan. America runs on Duncan. Tar Heels run on Duncan. Let's start with the Tar Heels. After Carolina outgained this is wild. They outgained Miami in the first quarter. The total yards after quarter number one was 176-12. Miami ended up with more yards in this game. Carolina finished with 382 yards total, just 154 yards passing today. But Carolina ran the football well, 228 yards on the ground for the 382 total. Carolina held the football for 33 minutes and 51 seconds. They were 7 of 15 on third down and 3 of 3 in the red zone. Did have a lot of penalties. There were a lot of penalties in this game in total. There were 19 between the two teams. Carolina had 10 of them for 102 yards. Miami team totals for the Canes. Told you they had more yards. They finished with 421. 264 through the air, 157 on the ground. Miami held the football for 26 minutes and 9 seconds. They were 8 of 16 on third down, and that was after starting 0 of 3. So they go 8 of their last 13 on third down. 1 of 2 on fourth down, 5 of 6 in the red zone. The only failure was the interception at the end, which, by the way, for Carolina is now the third turnover in the red zone that the Tar Heels have forced to this season. 2 fumbles and now an interception as well. Penalties, told you, a bunch of them for both teams. Miami finished 9 for 81. Individual numbers. Ty Chandler goes over 100 yards rushing for the second time in his Carolina career. He had 198 against Virginia, has 104 today, plus 2 touchdowns. Sam Howell, 98 yards on the ground. That includes 31 lost yards due to sacks. So he was well over 100 yards actually gained, but ends up with 98 as his official total. Had 2 touchdowns. In fact, he scored both the touchdowns in the second half for Carolina on runs, a 30-yarder in the third quarter, an 11-yarder in the fourth quarter. DJ Jones had 27 yards for the Tar Heels as well. Hal, 17 of 26, 154, 2 touchdowns, the interception. So not great numbers, certainly with considering his high standard, but the 2 touchdowns, he'll take that every single time. Every touchdown that he throws just extends his Carolina record. It is now to 86 that he has thrown. He has thrown at least 1 touchdown in every game as a Tar Heel and 2 or more in 27 of the 32 games he has played. Downs gets a career high with 11 catches, was held under 100 yards and with 96 in a touchdown, and felt like Miami slowed Downs down after a really hot start today. They were able to slow his production after that, but still a good day for Downs. Next leading receiver, 11 catches for Downs. Next leading receiver, Chandler with 2. He had 17 yards on 2 catches. Antoine Green had a catch for 41 yards. And John Copenhaver had a catch, that feels like a month ago, when he scored a touchdown, his first touchdown as a Tar Heel. Ben Kiernan, kind of quietly, a good day punting, had 5 kicks for 48 yards, including a long of 56. Plus, he had what looked like it was going to be one of the bigger plays of the game when Carolina was up 11 in the fourth quarter, pinned Miami inside the 5. Canes ended up on a long drive, aided by some long third down conversions, ended up scoring. But good day for Kiernan, the veteran punter. Leading tackler was Gimmel. He had 9, a tackle for loss in the big PBU on the game-winning interception where he broke up the pass, knocked it up in the air. Cedric Gray, 6 tackles for him, a tackle for loss, the 2 interceptions, including the game winner. Also a big interception for Cam Kelly today, which came late in the first half. Individual numbers for Miami. Jalen Knighton, remember Cameron Harris, the starter for Miami, went down on the first play of the second half. Knighton ended up with 17 carries, 92 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Van Dyke, not a huge runner, but enough where he was able to get out of the pocket and ended up rushing for 36 yards in total. That was with 21 yards of loss. You know who he reminds me of, Brian, is Jerkovic from BC, the quarterback who got hurt at the beginning of the year, played so well last season. He really looked good. Van Dyke did in that second half. Big guy who's not necessarily a runner first, but good enough to run. And remember,
especially when you give them the lanes that we gave.
There were a lot of room to run now on some of those, but they were scrambles, in place. Cameron Harris finished with 26 yards. Cody Brown had 3. Van Dyke in total 20 of 45. The 1 touchdown, 3 interceptions. So he's not going to like that ratio, of course. Keyshawn Smith was targeted 15 times, made 7 catches for 73 yards. Rambo, leading receiver. I tell you, that was a battle all night, Rambo and Grimes.
Yeah.
Grimes was man-to-man with him for a large majority of the game, and those are 2 good players. And I think Tony Grimes will take 4 catches, 35 yards for Rambo. Grimes did have a pass interference in there as well, but pretty good defense for the youngster. Still, second year, still considered so young. Yeah, remember, he was essentially a senior in high school
What
last
is he,
year.
19 probably?
Yeah, young guy.
Maybe even 18, I don't know.
Harley had 3 catches for 36 yards. Knighton had 2 catches for 73. Had that long one where he had the touchdown. Leading tackler for Miami was Amari Carter with 8, including 1 for loss. Okay. Those are stats. We gave you all those stats. Told you we would. Brought to you by Duncan. America runs on Duncan. Tar Heels run on Duncan. Coke Zero postgame report rolls on. After this, we're going to have our play of the game and our LS Tractor difference-making player of the game after this. Heels win by 3 from Learfield.
Your backyard should be an oasis, not a challenge. And your Steel dealer has the tools to make it happen. By getting to know you and what you're trying to accomplish, they'll make sure you have the right tools to achieve your goals. From legendary gas to long-running battery tools, Steel dealers have powerful equipment and advice you won't find anywhere else. Real Steel. Find yours at steeldealers.com.
UNC Tar Heels football is on Bally Sports South.
And he will not be tackled. Touchdown.
Buckle up and get ready for some spectacular ACC football action.
He's there. Touchdown.
Every Saturday.
What anticipation.
The battle continues.
Stumped at the line of scrimmage.
Tar Heels football, the ACC, and Bally Sports South.
This is Coach Mac Brown. Catch the excitement of hard-hitting Tar Heel football this fall on Bally Sports South.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines. And Smith's Drugs in Forest City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith's Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recalled devices. Just call the Home Medical Department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591.
Was it perfect? No. Was it a win? Yes. 45-42. Carolina holds on against Miami to improve to 4-3 today. Well, 4-3 on the season with the win today. 3-3 in conference play. Miami now 2-4, 0-2 in the ACC. Jones and Bryan here finishing things up on our Coke Zero Sugar postgame report. We will send you across town for the Carolina Ford Dealers wrap-up show soon. Dave and Deems at Top of the Hill Restaurant in downtown Chapel Hill. As again, Carolina wins it 45-42. Let's start with our LS Tractor difference-making player of the game. The LS difference is about redefining what comes standard. LS Tractor gives you more standard features, more performance, more warranty, more satisfaction, all that more for less money. Learn how you can experience the LS difference and do more for less. Visit their website, letter L, letter S, tractorusa.com, and find a dealer near you. Okay, after Tar Heel wins, we go to Twitter, of course, right there on my feed, at Jones Angel, 2 L's at the end of that last name. And 4 choices today. Sam Howell, 154 yards passing, really physical, 98 yards rushing, 4 total touchdowns. Cedric Gray, 6 tackles, 2 interceptions, including the game winner. Gimmel, team high, 9 tackles, and he's the man who tipped the ball on the game-winning play. And then Ty Chandler, 104 yards on the ground and a couple of touchdowns for Ty as well. And really heavily shaded towards Gray and Howell, but it's Ced Gray who gets the LS Tractor difference-making player of the game after this one with his 6 tackles and 2 interceptions, including the game winner. And speaking of that, we need to get to our Coca-Cola play of the game, brought to you by Coke Zero Sugar. Coca-Cola with zero sugar, now even more delicious. It is the new Coke Zero Sugar. It might be the best Coke ever. You'll have to find out for yourself. And at least for today, this is the best play ever. Cedric Gray with the interception to seal it for the Heels. Van Dyke. Play action, his pass is tipped and being bounced around.
Caught.
Intercepted. Cedric Gray, I believe. The ball was tipped. And Cedric Gray comes out of the scrum with the football. So Cedric Gray, I mean, that ball, after Gimmel tipped it, it was like then there was a mass of about 8 players. And the ball was just being tipped and batted, and both teams were fighting for it. And it was almost like you have a balloon, and you're just like popping it up in the air with your hands. It just kept hanging in the air, and eventually it was Gray who was able to fight for it and win it. And I thought, we said it, Coach Brown said it, there is some value to just making a play when it counts. And Cedric Gray did it.
Absolutely. And that is the value in players, finding guys that can make plays when it counts. Yeah. And Cedric Gray did that. And I think Ritzy actually had the ball in his hand.
He did for a moment,
first.
yes.
Yeah. And then he did what defensive linemen do. He, bobbled it and dropped it.
You just need a linebacker in there, right, Brent?
Yeah, exactly. So, but great play by Gimmel, one, getting his hand on it, and then Cedric Gray finishing it off.
So that interception sealed it for the Tar Heels as they win it 45-42. It's our Coke Zero Sugar play of the game. Let's take another timeout. Come back. We'll get final thoughts from Brian, and then we're going to send you across town to Top of the Hill for Dave and Deems after that. Heels hold on and win it from Learfield.
Hey Carolina fans, this is Kelsey Gomes, Director of Sports Nutrition for the Tar Heels. Eggs are an essential part of building a healthy lifestyle that fuels you all day long. And eggs fuel athletes too. One egg contains 8 essential nutrients and 6 grams of high-quality protein that helps maintain muscle and support strong, healthy bones. Versatile, affordable, and healthy, eggs are pretty incredible. Visit ncegg.org to learn more about egg nutrition, egg farmers, and to find egg-citing recipes.
Hey Carolina family, this is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2021 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
Great teams require a mix of solid fundamentals and that little something special. You'll find that winning combination with UNC football and at Refuel Markets. You can count on Refuel for those last-minute needs like eggs and milk. And you'll also find the snacks and drinks you need to turn an ordinary gathering into something special. As an official sponsor of UNC football, we hope you'll visit any of our locations throughout the Triangle to enjoy a unique experience on your game days and your work days.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Oh, hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Carolina football has been brought to you by Wells Fargo, official retail bank sponsor of Carolina Athletics, and by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. This is the Coca-Cola postgame show.
Tar Heels finished with more points than Miami today. That's the goal of the game, 45-42. Carolina wins it against the Hurricanes. Plenty to work on, of course, but Tar Heels will be doing that with some good feelings after really, Brian, as we talk, Jones and Brian here with you, and Keenan, we're going to talk a little bit here, then throw it to commercial, and then it's going to be Dave and Deems over at Top of the Hill Restaurant after that. Brian, we talked about this some. You take away that one interception in the first half, and I know that feels like a long time ago, but other than that, it felt like Carolina really played well in that first half on both sides of the ball. You know, played well defensively, had a turnover in there, moved the ball efficiently, and that's something Mac Brown's been asking for. He's been, hey, can we have the offense and the defense play well at the same time?
But he asked for a game.
Yeah, for 60 minutes, not for 30.
Right.
That was my point.
Yeah.
And then you get to the second 30 minutes, and I'm not sure either side's going to be real happy with the way things went in the second half. Carolina was able to score twice, and you know, they needed every point they could get in this 3-point win. Defense did come up with the big stop at the end, and yet, you know, Miami in that second half has the ball a grand total of 7 times. They scored 3 touchdowns and a field goal in those possessions, and we're closing in on more points at the end. So, again, Carolina wins. That's great. They made a play at the end. That's great. But that second half will be one I'm sure the Tar Heels look at for both sides of the ball and realize there's some room for growth.
No question. And in the first half, they played great. Like, both sides of the ball, special teams played great. And then the second half, it was a completely different game. And that's exactly what Coach Brown was talking about, a level of consistency. And we didn't get that today. When you talk about looking at the game holistically, for a half, and that's kind of why we are where we are, right? A 4-3 football team that can be really good on some days, and then on other days can be head-scratching average, right?
Yeah.
Because the talent says they should never really be average. And we talked about the ceiling and the floor, closing that gap, and we still haven't found a way to do that for 60 minutes.
What was the difference in your mind, Brian, defensively? You know, Miami in the first half has the ball 7 times. They go 6 times, because one of their possessions was the defensive touchdown on the interception. So 6 possessions. They had 2 turnovers, 2 punts, that one drive where there was the field goal that Carolina had a bunch of penalties, and then a touchdown drive late as well. But you felt pretty good about Carolina's defense. Was it more about Miami? Was it more about Carolina? What do you think happened in the second half?
I mean, you have to give Miami credit.
Yeah.
The quarterback, he did a good job, Van Dyke, in the second half, considering – because if they would have pulled him at the end of the second quarter or the beginning of the third, I would not have been surprised. And they stuck with him, and he continued to make plays. And at Carolina, we have to be able to keep a quarterback in the pocket. And then once you allow the quarterback to get outside the pocket and extend plays, that is when your total defense breaks down. You can't ask DBs to continue to cover guys. And then for me, I thought we were a little too soft in coverage. As you saw, there was a lot of guys wide open and caught the ball without a defender 3-4 yards from them.
Yeah, I mean, remember on that 97-yard drive, Miami converted a 3rd and 10, a 3rd and 21. There was another 3rd and long in there as well.
And some of them were layups. Yeah. Like, they were very easy plays. They were pitch and catch for Miami. And at this level, you can't give guys that much space and expect to be successful.
So, Brian, I mean, now you go – it's not quite the halfway point because Carolina's actually a little past it now with 7 games. But with the bye week coming up, feels like a very clear break here where you've played 7, you have 5 to go.
Yep.
You have this bye week, time to reassess a little bit, kind of see where you go. And this is a big picture question, but Tar Heels clearly not where they want to be after 7 games. Where do you think this team is, though, after 7 games?
Well, I'll tell you what I think they will do. Coaches will go back and look at all the tape, all the games, and they'll say, okay, these are the things we feel like we done well. These are the things we struggled. And in my opinion, now you concentrate on the things you did well. And that is going to be the bulk of what we play on both sides of the football. Now, the things you didn't do well, you don't just throw them out because you want to continue to work on things. But for me, from this point on, my playbook is going to be made mostly off the things we've done well at this point on a consistent basis and move forward from there. And Coach Brown talked about getting some of the younger guys some, extra reps, and they'll have some scrimmages during the bye week. We used to call it the toilet bowl when the guys who didn't play, that's what we called it for each other. Whether you were playing in it or you didn't play in it, you call it the toilet bowl, and the older guys stay after practice, usually because we used to scrimmage after practice.
Right.
And the older guys, and you cheer on guys and you help coach them up and look forward to those guys getting those reps and getting those guys better. So because at some point, whether it's this year or next year, you're going to need those guys. And like Coach Brown said, it's important now with the portal to keeping everybody interested in what's going on in your facility and keeping everybody invested.
And this will be the last thing before we go to break here and send it to Dave and Deems. This game was not – Sam Howell was not going to be the headliner coming out of this game for Carolina. And I know Sam, he's not going to win the Heisman Trophy this year. I mean, the things that were the hype beforehand, man, I thought this was – even though his numbers are nowhere close to his best numbers ever, I thought this was an impressive performance from him just in the toughness that he showed. He took some shots.
Yep.
He ran the ball in key situations. Yep. He came up with his legs with some of the biggest plays of the game. I know everybody's probably going to go, Sam Howell had an okay junior year. He has really laid it out there tonight. I thought he was really tough.
Listen, there's a couple things with Sam that you can definitely hang your hat on, right? He can throw the football all over the field. He's accurate. But the number one thing when you talk about guys that, people talk about being a great quarterback or a franchise quarterback in the future, the one area he better have some credibility in is toughness. And Deems know this as an offensive guy. If your quarterback doesn't have toughness, the guys are not going to follow him. They're not going to respect him, and he's not going to last very long.
Yeah, Sam was really good tonight in some different ways, primarily.
And he didn't have a bad game. I mean, he completed 65% of his ball, 2 touchdowns. I mean, the interception he would love to have back, but that's an efficient game and especially when you account for the running. For an average a normal guy that we that wasn't the Heisman buzz and all that they would love this game. But for Sam, he's competing against himself every week, and that's he's earned that right. But at the same token, it's kind of unfair to him.
He's getting close to the all-time record, by the way. I mentioned this in pregame for passing yardage. He is in second place. Had a low number today, 154. Obviously very low for him. So he is right around 300 yards needed to pass T.J. Yates. He'll have the next opportunity coming up in South Bend against Notre Dame in 2 weeks. That game is already been scheduled time-wise. That is 7:30 on October 30th.
It'll be nice and warm.
Yeah, that's right. Miami, by the way, who looks like it's getting better. They need something good to happen for them. They're hosting NC State next week down in South Florida at 7:30. By the way, State and BC is underway. That was a 7-7 game in the first quarter. Dave will get you up to date on all that. We do need to break 10 seconds station ID real fast. Carolina wins by 3 on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
And you're listening to Carolina Football on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB, Rutherford.
Use every bit of that big lead that they put together in the first half to win this one over Miami. Okay, couple of reminders. No Mac Brown radio show this Monday with the bye week next weekend. We'll be back with Coach Brown 2 Mondays from now, the week of the Notre Dame game. So no Coach Brown radio show this week. Again, we'll be back in 2 weeks on Monday for that. No game next weekend for the Tar Heels. They are back in action on October 30th at 7:30 up in South Bend against Notre Dame. So Tar Heels will try to get a little bit better, self-evaluate, move through this break as they move to the back half of the season. Brian and I are getting out of here, but don't you go anywhere. We still have a lot to do. We're going to send you across town to Dave and Deems. They are at Top of the Hill Restaurant, which has been for 25 years a pre- and post-game tradition in Chapel Hill with handcrafted beer, great food, and atmosphere. It is where Tar Heels come to celebrate. We'll send you to Dave and Deems after this commercial break. Heels hold on against Miami. Jeremiah Gimmel, Cedric Gray combining for the big play at the end to secure it for the Heels. All coming your way from Learfield.
Texting while driving takes your Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. You can't control other motorists, but you can control how you operate your vehicle. Avoid distractions while driving, like texting or checking social media. You can't drive safely unless driving has your full attention. Any non-driving activity you engage in increases your risk of crashing. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
UNC Health offers the kind of care that helps keep champions on top of their game. From collegiate quarterbacks to backyard receivers and everyone in between, our team is always here for you. We're bringing our A game to provide personalized care with great expertise, the latest innovation, and the utmost compassion. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org.